Hello everyone, welcome to Karting Campillos in the Andalusian countryside of southern Spain. The biggest circuit, 1,580 metres. Since 2020, we've seen people from all walks of life, in all classes within the Rotax racing family, battle for prizes for the respective Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy seasons. And here it's no different here in 2023. We have close to 180 drivers from the best part of over 25 different nationalities. Now, qualifying has already taken place, so we'll go through the results with you on the live stream very, very shortly. However, this weekend marks a pivotal point. We've got, not just here, but we've also got the fantastic calendar coming up. We've got April, we're heading to Karting Genk, the home of champions. We head to Val d'Argenton in the latter part of May to Western France. Then Marienborg is another trip to Belgium down in the Corvin region for the penultimate round of the championship season. But also, we're going to bring the season to an end with a bang, courtesy of the home of British karting in the second weekend of September at Paul Fletcher International. 34 races over the course of the next 2 days will decide our 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Winter Cup champions. So ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the show to begin. And hold on, it's going to be a bit of a bumpy ride. Good morning, everyone. Welcome along to southern Spain, more specifically Andalusia, and a warm welcome to everyone watching on the dedicated Rotax Max Euro Trophy YouTube channel. You join us at the beginning of the 6th season of the Euro Trophy in its current guise, and once again, we are back at Circuito Karting Campillos for the annual Winter Cup. It's the third running of the event over the last 4 seasons. Boy, is Heat Day going to be packed. 22 races over the course of the day, 8 in the morning, 14 in the afternoon. There has been a bit of wind and a little bit of rain in the air. There's David Outleichner, one of the many senior Rotax drivers. We have, I think if I remember correctly, just over 75 drivers competing. And we also have 5 classes in total. So from the members of the Rotax racing family, we have Minimax, Junior Rotax, Senior Rotax, DD2 and DD2 Masters. We're gearing up for the first of 10 Senior Rotax Heats. This is going to be a very, very exciting one. There is a hint of rain in the air. There are dark clouds overhead. There has been some rainfall, more like a sprinkling shower thereof, but everyone is braving against the elements, layering up, so to speak. The rain looks to be intensifying. The drivers will be feeling the cold a little bit, as will everyone around them. So prizes up for grabs this weekend include tickets to this year's Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy, some part season entries to this year's Euro Trophy, which will head to Karting Genk, Val d'Argenton, Karting d'Espagne at Marienborg, and the season finale this year switches from Germany to the United Kingdom, as the home of British karting, Paul Fletcher International will host the 4th and final round. We'll also be giving away some part season entries to some of the rounds of the championship, which starts in April of this year. And now with the heavens really starting to show their hand, let's take you through the starting order for race 1 of the meeting. Heat 1 for senior Rotax, groups D versus E. On the front row of the grid, starting from pole position, will be Zsombor Kovács, and he will be joined by Lewis Gilbert on the front row. David Altlechner and Debian Vos, one of multiple drivers, moving up to senior Rotax this year, row 2. Paul Hamburg and Colin Vajny, row 3. Montego Masson and Vic Stevens, row 4, with Lachlan Robinson and Alberto Hurtado rounding out the top 10. Marcel Lecrie and Jens Christensen, row 6. William Christensen, Jort van Wijk, row 7. Yuri Tenhef and Mohamed Wali rounding out the top 8 rows. Row 9, it's Pablo Colomo, and then we've got Jamie Perrelli rounding out row 9. Amanda Salonen from Finland and Kamil Mrad from Australia rounding out the top 20. Completing the 30-strong grid, it's Mats-Johan Overhoff, Andrei Petrovic, Rafael Jesus, Kao Korenik, Pedro Barbosa, Tom Bilou, Anthony Bilou, Tristan Koenig, Pedro Arango, and Atte Virta. So now the sun decides to bathe the circuit in some kind of residual warmth as we get set for 10 minutes. Plus an additional lap. This circuit, established back in 2004, has hosted the Winter Cup for the Euro Trophy in 2020, 2022, and now this being the 3rd running of the event. Due to circumstances, of course, with the global pandemic back in 2021, we were unable to venture to the circuit, but it's always a true pleasure to be back here at this circuit. With the amount of undulation, the amount of incline and descent, and we have had a spinner coming through into the approach into turn 9. So the drivers, as customary through the rolling start, will have a warm-up lap and then a formation lap. So I think, yes, it looks like it was Paul Hamburg from Estonia that was the one that spun coming down the hill off of the top part of the circuit at turn number 8. As Paul Hamburg now tries to get back into what will be the inside of row number 3 alongside Poland's Colin Vajny. So it is Kovács and Gilbert on the front row. The field now slows to a crawl as they make their way through turn number 18. They split. They head into the tram lines. Here we go. Are we ready? Are we steady? For 2023, the lights are out. We are underway. Front row gets a good start heading into T1. Gilbert looking to plant it round the... Whoa! Now, that was an absolutely brilliant keeping it round the outside move going into turn number 1 as they head up the hill for the first time. That was clearly Lewis Gilbert that really had the purchase as they head through the field. They head through up the hill, through turn 8, over the crest, now down the roller coaster ride, through the right-hand sweeper down at turn number 9. So an absolutely brilliant start, and it was customary from Lewis Gilbert to send it round the outside of his teammate as Zsombor Kovács, one of many drivers that have now made the move to Kraft Motorsport for 2023. As the field now makes its way to the far part of the circuit through towards turn number 16 for the first time. First 60 seconds have gone past very, very uneventful, but there is someone a little bit close. Well, that was one of the Dams Racing carts. That was the 369, I believe. Vic Stevens. As on to lap 2 we go. Gilbert having a slender lead of about 2.5 tenths of a second from Zsombor Kovács. Lachlan Robinson now goes past Vic Stevens, who was a little bit further up into the top 10, as it's side by side going through turn 5 as they go up, down, and up again before coming down the significant descent. And they are line astern coming down the hill. Gilbert looking to try and extend that lead. It's about 8 to 10 kart lengths. In 3rd position, it's David Altlechner from Poland, based out of Wales these days.
Devian Rust and Colin Vajny complete the top 5. As Outlechner gets a nice move up the inside of Zsombor Kovac through turn 17 to take second position. Now that means we go on to lap number 2. There is a bit of a slipstream fest a little bit further behind. The back of that train, it's Alberto Hurtado, who's on the back bumper of Montego Masson from Germany. As they go up the hill once again. Jot van Wijk is now the one in the middle because Hurtado made the move up the inside through turn 1. So got a very, very good opportunity to move up with the Spaniard. As down the hill they go. The lead has quite literally skyrocketed since Outlechner got past Kovac, and now Kovac is being caught by Devian Rust and Colin Vajny, so it's going to be a 4-way scrap over what is second position. And Montego Masson still holding on to what is 6th place. Jot van Wijk is really coming under pressure as they go down the back straightaway into turn number 16. The right-hander, 180-degree hairpin. The slipstream very, very pertinent here down into turn 1 as Kovac looks for the move up the inside of Outlechner, and the Hungarian gets through neatly before the apex. Textbook from Kovac on that particular occasion. But this, whilst they are still battling, that is going to keep Lewis Gilbert give Lewis Gilbert the opportunity. It's a side-by-side up the hill through turn number 7. And that is for 4th place. And that means that Colin Vajny has gotten through on Devian Rust, and now, not too far behind them, is the forever charging forward German in the form of Montego Masson. A little bit further behind, Vic Stevens has got pressure from behind, courtesy of Jot van Wijk. Lachlan Robinson rounding at the top 10 ahead of Mohammed Vali from Kuwait, the only Kuwaiti representative here. But Lewis Gilbert continues to lead the way as we're nearly at the halfway point of this first of 10 senior road tax heats here today. Nearly 50% of the racing will be provided by the senior road tax division, as Gilbert now has a lead over Outlechner by nearly 1.1 seconds. Squabble really heating up between 4th, 5th and 6th as Devian Rust is the meat in the middle of the sandwich. Vajny still ahead. Montego Masson looking for the opportunity to strike as they go up towards turn 8. Now down the hill, they'll be at full throttle, coming all the way down through turn 9. They won't be lifting until they go into turn 10 and then into the braking zone for the hard left-hand hairpin here at turn 11. Down through the midpoint of the circuit. And what this means is that this is the first starting point where each of the senior road tax drivers will take part in 3 of the 10 heats, and thereby will then determine the ranking after heats, where the top 30 will go through to the pre-final and the final tomorrow. And then quite a few will be squabbling over those final 6 positions. Over the halfway point we go. Lewis Gilbert now has nearly a 1.3 second advantage over David Outlechner, who still has Zsombor Kovac for close company. Colin Vajny is leading the battle as now up the inside onto the curbing goes Zsombor Kovac for the next right-hander. Outlechner gets the position back. He nearly went a little bit wide, nearly opened the door for the Hungarian, but Outlechner keeps it pinned. But what this is also meaning is that Lewis Gilbert has scarpered away into the distance, and look at who's behind Zsombor Kovac. Vajny, Rust and Masson. So now this is going to become a 5-cart train, and keep an eye on those behind. There are several drivers. Alberto Hurtado and Vic Stevens are also closing in. Vic Stevens currently holds the fastest lap of the race, as there has been a change. Devian Rust up the inside of Colin Vajny through turn 16 to take 4th position. Gilbert comes out of the final corner, continues to lead, having done that audacious outside overtake on the opening lap at turn 1. Vajny looking to try and get past Devian Rust, but through turn 1, the Dutch driver stays on the racing line, not allowing the Polish driver to get through. And now again, it's a switchback attempt from David Outlechner as Zsombor Kovac looks to his left and looks to his right, and now Devian Rust looking up the inside of the pole through turn 8. There's going to be a change here. Vajny looking to go through as well. Outlechner runs wide. Montego Masson nearly up the inside of the 365 from Strawberry Racing. And with 3 minutes on the clock, the fireworks are already starting. And now Vajny up the inside of Devian Ross, side by side through turn 11, forces the Dutch driver wide. Outleichner gets through. Montego Masson was briefly looking to the outside. Well, my goodness me, that is absolute textbook senior road tax. As soon as someone makes the move, someone else will try and barnstorm their way through. But as soon as Kovac, he looks over his right and then his left shoulder. So 2.5 minutes to go. Lewis Gilbert has nearly a 3-second lead, and they're squabbling over the scraps. The left on the kitchen, left on the dining room table. And the melee that's happening behind Vic Stevens has made a move on Montego Masson to get through. So this has really, you know, you bring the juniors into the senior ranks, and then all of a sudden the apple cart gets upset. But Lewis Gilbert has checked out. 2 minutes to go plus an additional lap. But it's also about what happens behind. Mohamed Wali has just had, well, that was Jens Christensen trying to get through. Lachlan Robinson in the 3:26. Also looking to factor into the final position in the top 10. Christensen sends it up Mohamed Wali, and that's a nice move through turn 16. Robertson also tried to make the move through, but the 3:26 from KR Sport has to wait and bide his time. Now he's going to get a double toe down the start-finish straight. Less than a minute and a half remains on the timer, plus an additional lap. And Lewis Gilbert comfortably keeping that lead at nearly 3 seconds. David Altleichner sets the personal best as he's trying to catch up with Zsombor Kovac in the dying moments of this first senior Rotax heat. And the flags in the background just off of far part of the main first sector of the circuit, flapping around in the breeze. But it hasn't really phased these drivers. Once the blinkers go on, the red mist comes through underneath the visor, and it's full attack, it's full push. A little bit further back, the 3:13 of Ativerta going side by side with Pablo Colomer. Might have just made the move going through in towards turn number 12. The circuit here provides drama in its own right and plenty of long straightaways. So you've got to have that package together, though. You've got to have the balance between driver, kart and setup, all working as one. And at the moment, Lewis Gilbert is putting everybody on notice. Nearly 2.9-second advantage for the Scotsman, based out of Dorai in Ayrshire. And Zsombor Kovac still holding on to that second position. Timer has now expired after 10 minutes. We're on to lap number 10 out of 11. And still the squabbling goes on a little bit further behind Zsombor Kovac. Third, it's David Altleichner. Fourth, it's Colin Vajny. So this time, Lewis Gilbert will see the last lap board. So Zsombor Kovac continues to remain in second. Altleichner stays in third. Vajny in fourth, being hounded by Alberto Hurtado. Vic Stevens now up into sixth place ahead of Devian Ross with Montego Masson, Jort van Wijk and Jens Christensen completing the top 10. Lewis Gilbert over the crest at turn 8 for the final time. So down through the middle part, the middle straight here at Karting Campillos. Running a clockwise direction. But 3 more corners remain for the pride of Scotland, Lewis Gilbert, as he comes through turn 16, the final hairpin. Now the S-bend, turn 17, turn 18. The Scotsman puts the pedal to the metal out of the final corner. Lewis Gilbert wins Heat 1 for Senior Road Tax Groups D and E. Zsombor Kovac takes second. Third, it's David Altleichner with Vajny, Hurtado, Stevens, Rost, Masson, Van Wijk and Jens Christensen rounding out the top 10. So couple of drivers have dropped down the field. Rafael Jesus being one of them, I believe. There is actually a cart stricken off of what would be turn number 3, but Lewis Gilbert is your race winner for Senior Rotax Heat 1, Groups D versus E. So, looking at the results, Lewis Gilbert having a significant advantage. What's more, good for Kilian Crafton, the team. It's a 1-2, courtesy of Zsombor Kovac, who started from pole position. David Outlechner, Colin Vajny, Alberto Hurtado, Vic Stevens, Devian Rost, Montego Masson, Jort van Wijk and Jens Christensen, all within 9.2 seconds of each other and thereby rounding out the top 10. Marcel Lecrie, Lachlan Robinson, Mohamed Wali, Yuri Tenhef, Jamie Perrelli, and rounding out the top 15. Tom Bilou, Anthony Bilou, Ande Petrovic, who had mechanical dramas in qualifying yesterday, finished 18th ahead of Denmark's William Christensen. Kao Korenik from Estonia completes the top 20 with Kamal Mrad, Ate Verta, Pedro Barbosa, Mats Johan Ovhoff, Pedro Arango, Pablo Colomer, Paul Hamburg, Christian Koenig, and Amanda Salonen being the last of the classified finishers. And unfortunately for the UAE's Rafael Jesus, stricken on the last lap at turn number 3 as the drivers make their way through to scrutineering and the weighbridge. Let's see if we can have a look at some of the highlights back from the opening race of the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup. So, finally, the racing got underway for 2023. There was a hint of rain in the air, as David Outlechner gave us the thumbs up before going racing. Everyone's been waiting for this point of the season, and duly the racing got underway. Kovac and Gilbert were on the front row, and then they waited, and then it was time to go racing for the first time in 2023. Everyone accelerated out of the tram lines, and it was Gilbert that got the lightning start that provided one of the nicest moves I've seen, and it's a customary one from Lewis Gilbert. The way he just sent it round the outside of Zsombor Kovac, who was sideways through turn number 1. But then the battle between Zsombor Kovac and David Outlechner started to emerge, with the pair swapping positions. There was still a little bit of rain in the air, but Outlechner doing this nice little side-by-side overtake with Zsombor Kovac to get through for second position. But over the course of the race, the chess games continued. And then Kovac sent it up the inside, Outlechner going to the outside. And this would be heading into what would be turn number 6. But then this moment here really changed the dynamic of the race behind Lewis Gilbert, who was away and checking out. Outlechner ending up going a bit wide heading into turn 8. Devian Ross from the Netherlands enabling him to get through. But then Colin Vajny decided to throw his 2 cents into the ring, forced Devian Ross wide, and then Outlechner managing to go past his compatriot on the left-hand side, and Montego Masson was there trying to strike, and into turns 12 and 13, the German was unfortunately unable to get through. But Lewis Gilbert was very much the clear winner by nearly 2.9 seconds.
There, so don't play games, so it works with other. Okay? Yeah. So you 3 must work a little bit more together than you. Like it's easier if we have a pole sit down, but shit happens. We can't do anything. So she signed out that it's done. Okay? Good luck.
Right, as quickly as that race completed, now we go on to race 2. Heat 2 Senior Rotax Groups B versus C. So there has been a slight change. I was informed that Eliska Babičková has withdrawn from the event this morning. So what will effectively happen, I think there will be a bit of a change, but starting from second position, well, who will effectively be at the front of the grid, will be, you'll have Archie Walker and Matthew Higgins on the front row. Then it will be Austin Lee and Lauren Legore, Petra Babičková and Janis Stiak, Dion van Werven, Tommy van der Stroys, Tobias Clausen, Archie Buttle, Nevio Fischer, Lotus Tveen, Alejandro Samaniego, Elia Papacena, Jules Roussel, Hugo Lotole Vega, Sverre Uppen, Arthur Robin, Angus Scrivener, Haroun, Niki Gauchi, Baptiste Schneider, Laurie Legris, Shirashi Itsumo from Japan, Richard Linia, Johannes Dominguez, Tom Boau, Matteo Pianizola, Zino Falca, and someone who's got to get his elbows out today, Gustav Zusakovs, in 30th position. Right then, into the tram lines we go for Senior Rotax Heat number 2. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out. We're underway first time. Good start from the front of the field. As up into turn 1, Matthew Higgins, I think, might be leading the way as they make their way up the hill. He's being followed by Austin Lee, who's now made the move up to Senior Rotax, following on from last season, where he became the Rotax Max Challenge German Junior Rotax champion. Archie Walker rounds out the top 3 as they come down the hill for the first time. There's Petra Babičková is in action. She's challenging Archie Walker as Austin Lee, now looking to go up the inside of Matthew Higgins into the hairpin. Neatly done by the 372, based out of Weisendorf. But the young man from Trafalgar in Wales will not... Well, the thing is, it's about surviving heat stay and getting yourself through. There's a bit of a squabble, a little bit of argy-bargy behind. And that was coming through into turn number 16. And there are some flat-out battles as they hustle their way back into turn 1. Austin Lee leads the way. Matthew Higgins, 75 thousandths adrift. Archie Walker and Petra Babičková now in 3rd and 4th. There might have just been a change for 5th position. Looks like Janis Stiak has gotten through, as there's an almighty carambolage. There's side-by-side action going through turn 7 up the hill into turn 8. I've seen it before where it's been 2-3 wide coming over the crest of the hill, and it hasn't worked out well for the person on the outside. Now Austin Lee trying to make a breakaway from Matthew Higgins. Archie Walker and Petra Babičková in close pursuit. A bit further back, looks like Tobias Clausen has just gotten up tried to get up the inside of Dion van Werven from the Netherlands, running on the CRG chassis, and has gotten through. Nice move there. Gap between 1st and 2nd now just over a 1/4 of a second, but keep your eyes on 3rd and 4th. They are catching rather rapidly. Janis Stiak in 5th position, currently the fastest lap of the race for him as Petra Babičková. Neat move up the inside through what would have been up towards turn number 5 on Archie Walker. 391 based out of Essex will stick with the Czech Republic driver. Down the hill once again. So the top 4 last time were covered by just under 6.5 tenths of a second. That could be very, very different come the end of lap number 3. Babičková was looking to see if she could look for a move up the inside through turn 16, but was not able to facilitate that. Looks over her right shoulder. Archie Walker not too far behind. There's a little bit further back. Laurent Legault from Canada, battling away with the likes of Jules Roussel and Nevio Fischer for what is 9th place. And now a move up the inside of Matthew Higgins from Petra Babičková through turn 5 again. A nice little move from her on Matthew Higgins. So she's done that to 2 drivers in pretty much 3 laps at the same point on the circuit. Yannick Stiak looks to try and close the gap in, and he's bringing the cavalry along with, which includes Denmark's Tobias Clausen, Dion van Werven, and also good to see last year's B&L Karting Series Junior Rotax champion making the move to seniors, Tommy van der Stroys, running the 3:11 with Bouvin Power. 50 seconds away from the halfway point of this second of 10 senior Rotax heats. Austin Lee continues to lead, and now the gap over Petra Babičková is a whopping 0.62 of a second. Higgins in 3rd, Walker in 4th, Stiak in 5th. And unfortunately, we have had a retirement. Japan's Shiraishi Itsumo is no longer taking any further part in this race, having retired on lap number 2. That would have been on turn 1. The 372 from Germany. Family originally from Portland, Oregon. Still runs with the stars and stripes on the side pod. Walker within a kart length of Higgins and through turns 12 and 13. Now Walker goes for the move into turn 16 on Higgins. That was a great little move from the 391 from KR Sport. Higgins trying to mount a counter-offensive through turn 17, but now will try and get the slipstream, get the run into T1, and he pulls to the inside. The 375 looks through and gets past before the apex. But Walker instantly side by side, tries to get through, but now that allows Yannick Stiak to close on in. The 339 from Wunstorf in Germany, now kicking up the inside of the 391, nearly goes into the back bumper of the KR Sport driver coming out of turn 7 and on the approach into turn 8. So a very, very slight scare there for Yannick Stiak. Now down into the middle straight here at Karting Campillos. Now Archie Walker was looking to get up the inside of Higgins through turn number 11, but Higgins was very, very adamant that was not going to transpire. Now they are line astern. It's getting a bit too close for comfort. Heading into turn 16. 3 minutes and 45 seconds still to go. Austin Lee continuing to push like crazy at the front of the field, but the battle for 3rd position really heating up. Archie Walker looks to the inside. And a nice move there from the 391 from Billericay. Gets through textbook at turn number 1. As soon as now you can see the cavalry's come along to play as well, haven't they? Tobias Clausen and also Tommy van der Stroys on the move. Higgins was trying for a move up the inside, going through turn 8. Walker nearly loses the back end going into T9, but holds on, and now Higgins up the inside. Neatly done by the 375 and Yannick Stiak trying to get through it side by side between him and Walker. Walker looking for the inside going into T11. He runs wide in the braking zone and Yannick Stiak is through. That just goes to show when 2 drivers at the front of the train start battling, the person immediately behind them will wait and bide their time. And Van der Stroy is looking to get past Walker and dives up the inside through turn 17. And gets through. Oh, there's a tussle between the 2 behind. Well, Dion van Verven and Tobias Clausen nearly came together and could have ended up off the circuit. I have just seen the black and white flag being shown on the digital flag by the start-finish straight for Matthew Higgins. It was ever so close, and Archie Walker now finds himself in 6th position as Tommy van der Soys now up into P5. It's pulled away. The battle for 3rd position isn't quite decided yet, folks, with just under 2 minutes to go. Gustav Zusakos, however, has been making some moves up the order. He's into the top 20. And is now battling away with Matteo Pianezzola from Italy for 19th position, having started stone dead last. 8.5 minutes to go. Austin Lee has a 7.5 tenth of a second advantage over Petra Babičková as the battle continues for 6th position between Tobias Clausen and Dion van Verven. And Archie Walker is with them. The Brit now down into 8th position. Jules Roussel now has taken 9th off of Canada's Laurent Legault in the 3:23. So less than 60 seconds, well, just under 50 seconds remain on the clock. And Austin Lee, the minute he got through and took the lead from Matthew Higgins, he has really not looked back. He's just kept pushing at the front of the field. And also has had some training from a very well-known British karter in his own right, who's also who's also been in the thick of Rotax Grand Finals action, Mr. Ed Brand. And here comes Archie Walker up the inside of Dion van Verven, gets through, had the waft down the straightaway, and Van Verven could not even answer that one. Pulls straight past him as if the 377 from the Netherlands was standing still. So Walker now up into P7. So the timer has expired. Austin Lee, heading into turn 11, takes a look over his left shoulder. The gap between him and Petra Babičková has now dropped down to about 0.6 of a second. This next time around, we'll get the final lap board. So out of turn number 18 come the top two. Austin Lee being followed by the Czech Republic's Petra Babičková. 3:72 and the 3:03, 0.4 apart. Matthew Higgins and Janis Stiak, 3rd and 4th. Tommy van der Stroys in 5th with Tobias Clausen and Archie Walker now rounding out the top 7. And Babičková is looking closer and closer still. Austin Lee just focusing on the task at hand just to get to the end of this race, and would love to get his first heat victory as a senior Rotax driver in Europe. In terms of the Euro Trophy, very much sorted, and that will build confidence. You can never count out drivers like Petra Babičková or any of the family thereof whenever they are competing. But out of the final corner, it's going to be a win for Germany's Austin Lee. Just 2.5 of a second ahead of Petra Babičková. Matthew Higgins took 3rd ahead of Janis Stiak. Tommy van der Stroys takes the top 5 in his first European event as a senior Rotax driver. Top 5 covered by 4 seconds at the end of that race. Tobias Clausen rounding out the top 6 ahead of Archie Walker, who was at one point battling for the race lead with Matthew Higgins. Jules Roussel, Dion van Verven, Laurent Legault rounding out the top 10. Nevio Fischer, Angus Scrivener, Hugo La Torre Vega, Archie Buttle and Arthur Robin rounding out the top 15. Lotus Tveen, Air Harun, Alejandro Samaniego, Gustav Zusakovs and Sverre Ubben round out the top 20. Elia Papasena, Matteo Pianezzola, Tom Vuau, Baptiste Schneider, Nicky Gauci, Lilian Richard, Tonis Johannes Dominguez and Laurie Legris rounding out the 28 that finished. Unfortunately, on lap 7, we lost Zino Falca, and also on lap 2, we lost Shiraishi Itsumo from Japan, with Eliska Babichkova opting to withdraw from the race weekend. So the drivers now making their way through into Parc Fermé and scrutineering. Well, Heat 2 was also a bit of a blockbuster here at Karting Campillos as the field made its way out onto the 1,580-metre circuit as the sun continued to shine down here in Andalusia. So you could also see that the drivers steeling themselves, getting themselves ready by shutting the visors on their race helmets as a plume of exhaust smoke accompanied the Rotax roar as they headed out onto the track itself. We got underway under sunshine, and it was Matthew Higgins that led the field early doors, but Austin Lee enabling himself to get ahead of Archie Walker as everyone was 2-3 abreast going in towards the approach for turn 1 for the opening time. As you can see, 3 abreast at the back of the field as they went up the hill. Then Austin Lee's move here on Matthew Higgins, early doors into turn number 11, meant that the youngster from Germany would push on at a canter and at a pace which would eventually see him take the race victory. Petra Babichkova also threw her hand into the ring and neatly got through on Archie Walker 1 lap. A couple of laps later, she did exactly the same thing to Matthew Higgins at the very same corner. And Walker was also trying his best to get past Higgins. He managed to do so, getting through into turn 16. But then Higgins, with this textbook inside overtake, through into turn 1, and then Walker was quick on the counter-offensive, going through into turns 2 and 3, side by side. Janis Stiek came into the mix as well, as Walker would also do exactly the same to Higgins, as he'd done to him a little bit earlier on in the race with the kart from KR Sport, getting a little bit sideways whilst bumping onto the curbs into turn 1. Then Higgins' move here, at a place you rarely see an overtake happen, meant that Walker would run a little bit wide coming out of the corner, and that would allow Janis Stiek from Germany to try and get through, but Walker was quick to defend from the 339, but then opened the door quite all of a sudden, allowing the likes of Tobias Clausen and Tommy van der Stroys to make their way through. But Archie Walker was able to power past rather easily on Dion van Verven, but it was Austin Lee that would win the race, quite convincingly ahead of Petra Babichkova, who rounded out the top 2. Now we go from senior Rotax to the youngest competitors, as young as 8 years of age. We head to Minimax, and here is your starting grid for Minimax Heat number 1. After time qualifying, it was Jacob Ashcroft that would now start from pole position. Denny Babacek, the younger brother of Petra Babichkova, we'll see older sister Teresa in action a little bit later on is lining up on the front row. Jeremy Roivers and Nikita Lubimov on row number 2. Felipe Reyes and Cole Denham, row 3. Finley Lines in his first European trip starts P7 alongside Boris Verhaag from the Netherlands. Jago Lempen and Charles Kitely round out the top 10. Albert Friend, the Minimax Winter Cup winner from last year, starts on the inside of row number 6, joined by Portugal's Afonso Lopez. Then we've also got Tom Reed and Shibazaki Mikoto from Japan, row 7. Jensen Chalk, the recent Dubai O-Plate winner, and Joao Pereira on row 8. Hugo Fuentes and Ethan Griffiths, row 9. Sigurd Stubrup and Rory Armstrong completing the top 20. Jack Freeman, Oliver Majewski, row 11. Isaac Barker and Unto Olavi Lakonen, row number 12. Min Jae Kim from South Korea and Amelie Davey, row 13, with Kieran Stewart, Daniel Minto, Nathan Kappen, Francisco Lopez, Daniel Ferreira, Sam Mott, Max Gilman and Ryan Gandor rounding out the 34-strong grid. So the drivers make their way out of the final corner. Are we ready? Are we steady? Minimax Heat 1 gets going. Lights are out. We're off and racing. 3 wide is towards the bottom part, and there has been a spinner already through turn number 1. Looks to be a DHR kart. But a lightning quick start already from Jacob Ashcroft. Jeremy Roivers was in P2 for the briefest of moments, but looks like Felipe Reyes for RR Racing now has made his way up into second position as they go through over the top of the hill at turn 8 for the first time. There's a lot of squeezing going on into that first corner, and someone was unceremoniously spun around. Only 3 abreast, a little bit further back. Denny Babacek looking up the inside of Finley Lines in the 194, and there also goes through the 162 of Cole Denham. But it's Jacob Ashcroft that has already gotten away into the distance somewhat. Albert Friend having a very, very close battle with Charles Kitely in the 164, as Ashcroft has a lead of nearly 6.5 tenths of a second. As all bit of a moment there, that was for Felipe Reyes, and all up, then up the inside goes Denny Babacek, the 115, to now take back his second position. Down the hill they go. Jeremy Roivers, however, has ended up dropping down the order down to 10th place as Felipe Reyes looks to try and get past. A little bit of a tap from behind, courtesy of the Dutch driver on the Czech Republic racer in the 115. Felipe Reyes looks towards the inside of Denny Babacek through into turn number 11. Neatly gets through. 7 minutes plus an additional lap for each of the Minimax heats here at Karting Campillos. So Ashcroft has nearly a 1.4 second advantage as things stand, as they go back up the hill now onto lap number 3. Felipe Reyes and Denny Babacek being joined by Cole Denham. Finley Lines not too far behind, neither is Nikita Lubimov. Right, okay. Charles Kitely has just been given a 3-second time penalty for 2 wheels outside of the tram lines, as Cole Denham makes the move through turn 8 on Felipe Reyes to take 3rd place. And now we've had another penalty come in from race control 136. That is Tom Reed, currently sitting in 12th position, has had a 5-second time penalty for pushing. Those will be added to their respective race distances, well, race time after the end. Once the race has been concluded. But still, Felipe Reyes looking to get that 3rd place back from Cole Denham. He's going to try and do everything he can to facilitate that. So all of the 34 drivers still circulating. So the drivers continue on their way to try and do the best they can, because they will be the results from this will then make sure that they go into a respective grid position for the pre-final tomorrow. That will be decided by the ranking after the heats. Jacob Ashcroft has nearly a 2-second advantage with just 2 minutes to go. But the battle wages on a little bit further back. Now this will be the battle for P3. Felipe Reyes wrestling with the steering wheel, trying to keep it pinned to see if he can get past Cole Denham. The 162 from Dan Holland Racing gets his head down. Felipe Reyes looked to nose up the inside through turn number 16, but with a minute and a half on the clock still remaining, Jacob Ashcroft is head and shoulders ahead of the rest of the field and is making good his intention to get on through. And Jacob Ashcroft, a very, very quick driver last year in competition, and has continued that pace into 2023. So with 30 seconds to go on the clock, Ashcroft has extended that gap to 2.2 seconds. There is a bit of a train behind Finley Lines, Nikita Lubimov, Boris Verhaag, the recovering Jeremy Rivers, who is sitting in 8th position. He's got Albert Friend not too far behind, I think, for close company. As we go on to the penultimate lap, lap number 6. As the timer hits 0, nearly 2.6 seconds is the advantage over Denny Babacek, who's firmly holding on to that 2nd position. And side by side, there is the 133, Boris Verhaag, who has been battling away. That is with Finley Lines. Finley getting his head down, as this time around we will have one more lap to go. So Jacob Ashcroft, who had a puncture in morning warm-up, has not had that drama to suffer with here in the first race. As we go on to the final lap, Ashcroft has nearly a 2.8 second advantage. Babicek, Denom and Felipe Reyes are within 0.3, well, half a second of each other. So that battle for P2 very much undecided. But also Finny Lines has been passed by Nikita Lubimov and Boris Verhaag in the meantime. So the 194 has now got Jeremy Roivers right up his backside at the moment, coming down through into turn number 9. But Ashcroft is it's very much the case that Ashcroft has been head and shoulders the class of the field so far. Time qualifying, he showcased that, and punching a hole through the dirty air, so shows that the kart, the driver and the setup is as one right now. 2 more corners remain as Jacob Ashcroft, the 122 based out of Western Supermare, comes out of the final corner and kickstarts not just pole position, but a Heat 1 victory, and it was a commanding one over Denny Babicek by just under 3.1 seconds. Cole Denham completes the top 3 ahead of Felipe Reyes, with Nikita Lubimov, Boris Verhaag, Finley Lines and Jeremy Roivers rounding out the top 8, who were covered by just under 5.8 seconds. There is your race winner. Albert Friend and Charles Kitely provisionally ran at the top 10, but Kitely will have a 5-second time penalty. I've also just seen as one being issued for the 117 of Min Jae Kim from South Korea, currently in 20th place. So Afonso Lopez will take 10th position, by my reckoning. Tom Reed, Jensen Chuk, Shibazaki Mikoto and Oliver Majewski rounding out provisionally the top 15 at the moment. Isaac Barker, Daniel Minto, Joao Pereira, Rory Armstrong and Min Jae Kim provisionally are your top 20 finishers. Max Gilman and Sam Mott making up to 21st and 22nd respectively, with Sigurd Stubberup 23rd, Iago Lempen, Daniel Ferreira, Kieran Stewart, Jack Freeman, Ethan Griffiths, Ryan Gandor, Unto Olavi Lakonen, Nathan Kappen, Amelie Davey, Hugo Fuentes and Francisco Lopez rounding out the 34-strong grid. So it was time for the young superstars of the future to shine here in Campillos, as Minimax would head out onto the circuit for the first of their 3 heats here in Spain. Jacob Ashcroft and Denny Babicek would lead the field heading into the start-finish straight. And Ashcroft, whilst putting the power down, managing to get ahead of the field, and was followed by quite a few other drivers. And there was one driver looked to be a little bit further back, maybe Iago Lempen, who was actually P9, so in the inside of row 5. And it looks like the youngster, unfortunately, not able to recover from that drama on the early stages, ending up 24th. But then the battle started happening as Ashcroft pulled away into the distance between Felipe Reyes from the Netherlands and Denny Babicek from the Czech Republic. But it was a textbook commanding performance by Jacob Ashcroft, which meant he took the first victory of the race weekend, with Babicek, Denholm and Felipe Reyes rounding out the top 4 overall. And Ashcroft looks set to command this weekend at the very early stages. Right, so we now go to our next race of the day, which will be Junior Rotax. And it will be Heat 1, Groups A versus B. And here is your starting grid. So 19 drivers in total. It'll be Kasper Schormans and Nikita Nikishov on the front row of the grid. Sebastian Mins and Days van Dijk round out the top 2 rows. Alvaro Jimenez and Thomas Ingram Hill on row number 3. Then it's Vitti Väinänen and Raimon Bansal. So it looks like we have had a red flag just being issued circuit wide. So we now restart after the brief red flag stoppage. We now have a revised starting order as Kasper Schürmanns will start from pole position, was the fastest in time qualifying yesterday. Nikita Nikishov will be alongside on the front row ahead of Sebastian Mins and Thijs van Wijk, who rounds out the top 2 rows. Alvaro Jimenez will be starting from the dummy grid, so will be from the pit lane, so will not be in 5th position. There is Alvaro in the pit lane and will be allowed to go through. Thomas Ingram Hill will be along all on his own on row 3. Vitti Väinänen and Rajaman Bansal, row 4. Max Cuthbert and Rasmus Koskinen complete the top 10 with Sebastian Koch, Nemanja Jovanovic, Jack West, Charlie Neve, Timofey Vladimirov, Jimmy Kokalainen, Jor Kaspar Jodpera, and then we've also got Armand Hamilton and Marius Karsiaukas rounding out the grid. So the drivers make their way out of the final corner. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out. Junior Heat 1, A versus B underway as Schürmanns keeps the lead going into turn 1. Alvaro Jimenez will now be released from the pit lane as everyone has already taken the start as they go up the hill for the first time. Schürmanns absolutely blistering in the qualifying yesterday. And in 2nd position, looks to be Nikita Nikishov, who's jumped under the KR Sports awning. So down they go. Sebastian Mins trying to close in on Thijs van Wijk from JJ Racing in the battle for 3rd position. Some drivers having a very different style. Sebastian Mins leans just to help the adhesion on the respective sides of the chassis, depending on which corner you're going through, as there is a little bit of a move. Jack West, I think, has just managed to get through on Sebastian Koch from Dams Racing. That will be for 10th position as they come across the line to complete the opening lap. And Schürmanns already has a lead over Nikishov by the tune of nearly 3.5 tenths of a second. So a little bit of side-by-side action. That's for 5th place. That would be between Rajaman Bansal and Thomas Ingram Hill, with the latter was originally in 5th place as they come down the hill. They'll go through into turn 10 and 11. And Bansal from India is ahead. They have also got Chelmsford's Max Cuthbert closing in on them very, very quickly indeed. But Nikita Nikishov is about 2 to 3 kart lengths behind Kasper Schürmanns. That gap now down to 0.18 of a second. And look at the train, 5, 6, 7 and 8. They're all in a row. Up the hill they go. And Thomas Ingram Hill is leading that as, oh, bit of a robust move there from Max Cuthbert. Bansal trying to counter-attack. Jack West nearly had the barn doors open for him right there and then. But because he was also battling away with the 214 of Sebastian Koch just behind, he was put between a bit of a rock and a hard place with Jack West. Now they are really starting to... The accordion effect very much prominent in the mid-pack from about 7th position onwards. So they are all battling away. But Nikita Nikishov waiting in the wings, trying to see if he can put if there can be an unforced error from Casper Schormans, but with the way that the youngster from Born in the Netherlands has managed to come out of the gate with the blocks flying, Nikita Nikishov is going to have a hard task to do so. There is a bit of side-by-side going through into turn number 1. So we're past the halfway point of the race itself. It's Heat 1 for the junior Rotax drivers. So first, second and third separated by nearly half a second, but Nikita Nikishov got a great run coming out of turn number 11. And now Casper Schormans will feel the heat underneath the collar, so to speak, by the Spaniard, as they go into turn number 16 once again. So, lap 4 completed. Schormans still continues to lead with 2 minutes and 40 plus an additional lap still to go. And there is an attempt by Nikita Nikishov up the inside, trying to take a page out of Petra Babichkova's books from earlier on. If you can really get the braking on point, that can significantly help your turn in. Now they go through into turns 10 and 11, and the run down to turn number 12. And Nikita Nikishov goes to the outside of Casper Schormans to try and do the round the outside job there, but the 220 from Spain was simply denied. Schormans managed to just keep it penned where it needed to be, and Nikishov is going to have to do that all over again, but has to watch out now because Van Wyk is right behind the 220 and Sebastian Mins is closing in as well. Van Wyk has put in the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 4.4. Oh, well, now it's Armand Hamilton, and there is the black and white flag that has just been shown to Casper Schormans. So the lead between the top two was just a tenth and a half, then it was a further tenth and a half back to third place. And while this is all happening, Sebastian Mins has been improving. And what's more, the 277 was nearly half a second quicker than the race leader. 60 seconds to go. Nikita Nikishov again round the outside of turn 11. And it's side by side out of the exit of the corner. And Nikita Nikishov got 3/4 of the move done, but the final quarter was uncompleted. It was like an uncompleted pass in American football, but then Van Wyk up the inside through turn 16, and Sebastian Mins threads the eye of the needle, gets through on Nikita Nikishov, and then gets through on Thijs Van Wyk through turn 17. Inspired driving by the 277, who goes defensive into turn number 1 down the start-finish straight. Incredible, incredible poise by Sebastian Mins to just really had the door opened on a silver platter, and the 277 took full advantage of the situation that was presented in front. So we're now on to our penultimate lap, lap 7 out of 8 as the timer hits 0. All that battling behind has allowed Casper Schormans to get away into the distance, and Nikita Nikishov looking up the inside through turn 11. That's the more traditional racing line there from the 220 up the inside of Thijs Van Wyk on that particular occasion to now take P3. When you give a driver an opportunity like that, they will take it hand over fist. And Sebastian Mins is within 4.2 tenths of a second of Casper Schormans, who leads the field onto the final lap of this first Junior Rotax Heat, Groups A and B. But Nikita Nikishov is closing in on the 277. And there's the old think gesture, tapping the side of the race helmet by Sebastian Mins, heading into turn number 12. The checkered flag will be prepared this time around. And is Mins going to try and go for it? Well, he's right up close and personal. He's going to go for the lead. Penultimate corner. Sebastian Mins tries to get through, and he does. It's going to be a run to the line. It's a drag race to the finish. I think Sebastian Mins has just taken it. 62 thousandths of a second. He saw the door open through turn 17, and Sebastian Mins steals that one from right under the nose of Kasper Schurmans by 62 thousandths of a second. And the closest finish so far this weekend, Nikita Nikishov, 74 thousandths behind the race winner after 8 laps. It all came to a head with about 2 laps to go. It was Mins that started his move towards the sharp end of the field and has made it count in the opening race heat for juniors. So Sebastian Mins provisionally takes the race victory ahead of Kasper Schurmans. Nikita Nikishov rounding out the top. But there has been a development, folks. There has been a time penalty issued to Kasper Schurmans for blocking, so will be demoted from that second place, and that will put him around about 9th position. So Sebastian Mins takes the race victory. Kasper Schurmans will be demoted as a result of that 5-second time penalty for blocking, down to 9th position. So Nikita Nikishov, Thijs van Wijk, Max Cuthbert, Raymond Bansel, Armand Hamilton, Thomas Ingram Hill, Jack West and Kasper Schurmans round out the top 9. Charlie Neve in 10th, ahead of Nemanja Jovanovic. Sebastian Koch, Rasmus Koskinen, Timothy Vladimirov, Joel Kaspar Joipera, Jimmy Kokalainen, Viti Veininen, Alvaro Jimenez and Marius Karsiaukas rounding out the 19-strong grid, finishing within 12 seconds of each other. So it was the calm before the storm for the first junior road tax heats of the Winter Cup. A brief red flag stoppage meant that Alvaro Jimenez would have to start from the dummy grid. But we got under starters orders. And then things got underway. Kasper Schurmans managing to sweep across and break formation at the right time after the lights went out and led the field into turn number 1. Got a bit close for comfort for the remainder of the field, but then saw this kind of robust move by Max Cuthbert from the United Kingdom on Aryaman Bansal from India, going through into turn 5 and into turn 6. The Indian had the opportunity, and Jack Quest nearly had a sniff at getting up the inside of the Indian driver from Strawberry Racing, but was unable to take advantage of it. Then, one of several attempts by Nikita Nikishov to try and get through on, and it wasn't just once, it was twice, and that was the move where it was 3/4 of the way completed, but then the interception happened by the race leader. But then a little bit later on, we saw some great battling with the likes of Sebastian Mins, having taken 2 for the price of 1, having gotten past Thijs van Wijk and also Nikita Nikishov. But then this move here was what decided it. 2 corners to go. Sebastian Mins plants it up the inside, neatly on the apex on Kasper Schurmans. And then it was this drag race, fast and furious style, 3 karts battling for the race victory. And Sebastian Mins would take it by 6/100ths at the flag. Schurmans being penalised with a blocking penalty, demoting him to 9th, and Nikita Nikishov thereby inheriting 2nd position. So let's take you through the starting order for Heat 2, Junior Rotax C versus D. And the starting grid is as follows. Boris Maximov and Timo Jungling on the front row of the grid, with Noah Janssen and Tom Sverle on row 2. Cameron Nelson and Oliver Sander rounding out the top 3 rows, with Thomas Behrman and Oliver Kerg rounding out the top 4 rows. Alberto Kiko Fracassi and Domi Kakkonen round out the top 10. Santeri Laittonen and Hans Markus Narusk round out the top 12, ahead of Julian Kovacevic, Sky Parker, Thomas Rudokas, Olivier Jonkers, Santiago Medina and Kenan Bartenstein. Now, if anyone might remember that Boris Maximov and Tom Sverle were battling tooth and nail for the Minimax crown in the Euro Trophy last year, it went down to the wire at the season finale for them at Marienborg, where Maximov would win by just 1 point after the races had been completed. So we see a little bit of that rivalry re-emerge out on track. Once again with this one, it will be, so for Minimax, it will be 7 minutes plus an additional lap. Junior Rotax, 7 minutes plus an additional lap for all their respective heats. And then DD2 and DD2 Masters plus Senior Rotax will be 10 minutes plus an additional lap. So we are very soon about to get underway with our second Junior Rotax Heat. Revs rise, are we ready, are we steady? Full start, first one of the day. So another formation lap to take place to get the drivers settled, ready. So that's the first one out of the races so far. So the drivers now will have to reset, refocus, and get themselves ready to go racing once again. So, second time to try into the tram lines. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Second time. We are lights out and underway. 2-3 abreast at certain points as they hurtle their way through. Couple of drivers running wide. More notably, Timo Jungling in the 265 from Dan Holland Racing. But Boris Maximov has got the initial lead. Noah Janssen, the 231 from Germany, now up into second position. But it's all carambolaging a little bit further behind, side by side for third and fourth position, as they go over the crest of the hill and then down in towards turns 8, 9, 10 and 11. So in third position is Cameron Nelson. That could very soon change as Thomas Behrman gets through, and a bit of argy-bargy there between Cameron Nelson and Timo Jungling, who takes a look over his right shoulder and now looks to move up the inside. That's through. Oh, that was nearly 2 for the price of 1 there for Timo Jungling. Managed to get through on Cameron Nelson. But that was very, very close indeed. So at the moment, leading the way, it's Boris Maximov, who has just under 3.5 tenths of a second advantage over Noah Janssen. Thomas Behrmann rounding out the top three. Timo Jungling now in fourth. Cameron Nelson. And then there is also Alberto Kiko Fracassi, the youngster from Italy. Oliver Sander rounds out the top seven ahead of Santeri Lautanen. Tom Stelella down in ninth, ahead of Domi Kakkonen from Finland. But Maximov trying to pull away early doors as he makes his way towards the hairpin at turn number 12. And it's the double right here at turns 13 and 14. And then it's a little bit more of a sort of a sweeper corner. So you're basically nigh on doing a triple apex at one point because there is a slight kink down the back straight away. But Maximov continues to lead proceedings. Gap last time around was nearly 3.5 tenths of a second. Now that further extends to half a second, and Thomas Behrmann has just put in the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 4.689, and he is just over 8 tenths behind Boris Maximov. And was quite a considerable amount quicker than Noah Janssen, to the tune of half a second, I might add. Behrmann is trying to close on in. I'm sure that Noah Janssen will probably be looking either over left or right, the respective left or right shoulder. There we are, there's the top three. Behrmann is closing in. Jungling looks over the left shoulder. There's Nelson and also Alberto Kiko Fracassi. Behrmann now trying to look for an opportunity to get through, and he does. Up the inside of Janssen, through into turn 16, gets through for second position. So top three covered by half a second as we go on to lap number 4 of the race. It's not a case of if, it's a case of when will Thomas Behrmann get through on Boris Maximov. He's teeing up for it right now because they've just come out of turn 7, over the crest through turn 8, down the hill they go into 9. Behrmann is literally right up the back bumper of Boris Maximov into turns 10 and 11 and could get a better run. Maximov drifts wide, looks over his left shoulder. There comes Behrmann up the inside, through on Maximov to now take the race lead on lap number 4 through turn 12. Thomas, the younger brother of Oliver Behrmann, currently, who's currently testing at the moment for FIA Formula 2. Himself, Oliver also has shown great success in multiple karting championships, both internationally and domestic in karting. So 2.5 minutes to go. I don't think the battle's quite over yet, because it's one thing to be the hunted, it's another thing altogether different when you are the hunter. So 2 minutes and 15 seconds plus an additional lap. Thomas Behrmann leading the way. But Maximov looks to be closer. Yep, just under 1.5 tenths, and now he's looking for the lead. Up the inside through turn 1, using the slipstream to great effect was Boris Maximov. And now Behrmann up the inside, gets through, retakes the lead, and now the floodgates are opened. Janssen gets past through turn 7 by Timo Jungling, and now is probably going to lose another position, this time to Cameron Nelson. So Janssen drops from 3rd to 5th at the drop of a hat, and through 2 corners. Make that 3 places because Fracassi's through too. Always about taking the opportunities when they present themselves, and that's exactly what happened. A bit further back, that was Kiran Bartenstein up the inside of Nemanja Jovanovic through turn number 16. We now go on to the penultimate lap, and Thomas Behrmann still leads by a fraction, just over 0.2 of a second, as Noah Janssen trying to get through on Alberto Kiko Fracassi, going through up the hill. Now they're going to go into the left-hander at turn 4, now turn 5, or turns 4 and 5, then into 6. Now we're going through turn 8 with the race leader, Thomas Behrmann. He's got a fairly decent advantage at the moment. A little bit more switching of positions, most notably between Alberto Kiko Fracassi and Noah Janssen. Fracassi back up into 5th place as the timer has expired. We'll get the final lap board very shortly for this race. A little bit further back. Looks to be possibly Tom Seiler and Oliver Sander going into battle for position, which would be 7th. Last lap board is now out this time. And Thomas Behrmann has about 1,300 metres still to negotiate to see the checkered flag first and take the victory. Boris Maximov bumps over the curbs, nearly unsettles the back end of the Tony Kart chassis. It's underneath him. Could have opened the door for Timo Jungling in 3rd place. Down the hill they go once again. Just a few more corners after this, straight away in the middle part of the track. Behrmann takes a look over the left shoulder, and Jungling sends it up the inside of Maximov and gets the tap from behind, and then Maximov gets through, going into the next right-hander, but a switchback. Brilliantly timed there by Timo Jungling. And now he's saying, come on, let's get after the guy in front, and then he gets another tap from behind. But it's not going to be enough. Jungling a little bit frustrated, I fear, there. And now there's going to be more switching between the pair of them, as Behrmann's going to take the race victory. Maximov is going to take 2nd. Jungling takes 3rd. And I think that, yeah, there's no love lost there between Boris Maximov and Timo Jungling on that particular occasion. You can see the gesticulation from Jungling coming out of turn number 13, but Thomas Behrmann takes the race victory by 0.9 of a second ahead of Boris Maximov, with Timo Jungling completing the top 3. Cameron Nelson and Alberto Kiko Fracassi complete the top 5 positions, with Noah Janssen in 6th, Santeri Laitonen from Finland in 7th, ahead of Oliver Sander, Tom Seiler and Domi Kakkonen rounding out the top 10. Kiran Bartenstein making his way up to 11th towards the end of the race, ahead of Sky Parker. Julian Kovacevic in 13th. So Olivier Jonkers, Oliver Kerg, Hans Markus Narusk. Santiago Medina, one of a handful of Colombians that have ventured over to Campillos, so good to have some South American representation, not just the Colombians as well. We've got Peru and Paraguay as well here with us this weekend. Thomas Rudokas still remaining in juniors, rounding out the 18-strong field at the end of 8 laps of racing. So we got our first full start of the day, but under the second time of asking, the second heat for the juniors duly complied, and we were into the tram lines and off and underway when the lights went out. It was Boris Maximov that would lead the field, as Timo Jungling went a little bit wide going into turn 1, nearly making it 3 abreast, going up the hill for the opening lap. Timo Jungling and also the 241 of teammate Cameron Nelson would be nearly at each other's side pods, and then Jungling nearly got 2 for the price of 1 going into turn 16 in the opening 3 laps. But then Thomas Behrmann was the man on the move, the driver pushing forward. And with this nice clean overtake on Germany's Noah Janssen through into turn number 16, and then managed to grab the lead off of Boris Maximov with a handful of laps remaining through turn number 12 at the hairpin. But Maximov would strike back and get through on the youngster from the United Kingdom through turn 1. But it would still be the fact that the story was very much undecided until this move here from Behrmann towards the end of the race meant that he would capitalise. But then Timo Jungling's launch up the inside of Noah Janssen, followed by Dan Holland Racing teammate Cameron Nelson, would then come to the fore. Timo Jungling would then do to Maximov what Behrmann had done a little bit earlier, and then got a tap from behind for his troubles. And they were still squabbling as Behrmann came out of the final corner and took the checkered flag to win Heat 2. So we have 3 more races to go until we hit the lunch break. And, well, we've had our first comment in the YouTube chat. And a very hello and big warm welcome to Chinese Taipei and the island of Taiwan's Roger Young. Hope you're keeping well, buddy. You've been keeping in touch with that man since Portimao at the Grand Finals last year. But up next, we've got DD2 and DD2 Masters. For this weekend, they have been amalgamated. And quite a few young chargers now making their moves, going straight from juniors to DD2, some of which you will know that have competed in the Euro Trophy before. Some stalwarts within both classes as well. And it is going to be a rather exciting time. So we are running both DD2 and DD2 Masters here this weekend. Now we go to the first of 3 heats for DD2 and DD2 Masters. Here is your starting grid. A welcome return back. This time in DD2, Teresa Babišková will start from pole position for DD2 and will be joined by Italy's Gregorio Bertocco, who was fastest in Group 2 yesterday, but will line up alongside her on the front row. Last year's Winter Cup champion, Martin van Leeuwen, will be joined by Patrick Snolslock-Mellis on row 2. The young Italian sensation that made his mark in European road tax last year, Leonardo Baccaglini, will be joined by fellow countryman Michael Rossina on row 3. Tom Bracken and Nicolas Picot round out the top 4 rows, with Picot pole in Masters. 2019 Senior Grand Finals champion Axel Sarniala will be joined on row 5 by Enzo Boll. Emil Zachmans and Jamie Smith, row 6. Sebastian Schue and Finch Diak, row 7. Maxime Stachurko, Jules Cousin, Laurent Seyfried, Maxime de Higgs, Nicolas Guillaume and Tino Egeskov round out the top 20. Martina Stankiewicz, last year's Winter Cup champion, will start on row 11 with Kilian Guerra, Raúl Vargas, Christophe Capitan, Andreas Neumann, Daniel Carmona, Jonathan Wimore, Jericho Kalainen, Alejandro Barambio, David Perel and Antonio Teixeira rounding out the 31 strong. We were due to have Cristiano Morgado join us, but unfortunately Cristiano has had to withdraw due to a neck injury that he has sustained a little while ago and would not chance it, but it's great to have him with us here this weekend, the most decorated Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals driver in history. And good to see Jan Schwitter in the chat as well. Yes, there's plenty of great racing still to come, folks. We're now into race 6 out of 8 this morning, 14 to go this afternoon. And don't forget, you can have a look at the description of what the timetable currently is and also the live timing. So it is Babišková and Bertocco on the front row. Out of the final corner, into the tram lines, revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? The red lights are out. We are underway. Let's see who gets into turn 1 first. It's going to be Babišková, followed by Van Leeuwen. And up the hill they go for the opening time. As Patrick Snolslock-Mellis was very, very late on the brakes, going into the left-hander. There's someone a little bit, but there has been a little bit of a coming together. And someone is beached on the outside curbing. That will be at round about turn 6, or the exit of turn 6. So someone's first heat has not gone to plan. A little bit further back, there is all kinds of bedlam starting to kick off, including the 4-2-4 Leonardo Baccaglini trying to go round the outside of all people. Nicolas Picot, you can't do... And there's more dramas. There's the 577. Well, that was the one that I think that has just managed to get off the curbing. That's Antonio Teixeira from Portugal. So Babišková now has the lead of nearly 2.5 tenths of a second after the opening lap. Nicolas Picot still holding on to the lead in DD2 Masters, currently running P7. As someone went for a late old lunge. That's the battle for 4th position. There is a round the outside move. Do not tell me that's Leonardo Baccaglini trying to go round the outside, going up into turn 8, nearly 3 abreast. Down the hill, and it was 3 wide through turn 9. That is absolutely incredible how much confidence they have. The 4-5-1 looking to go up the inside. That's Jules Cousin. And it is all getting... And we've had a massive turnaround. That is the 439. 439. Finn Stiak, the older brother of Janne. And that is off of the entrance into turn number 12. So yellow flags at Marshall post 7. And that front right steering is not working well at all. That is going to be a big, big repair job for the team at Craft Motorsport for Finn Stiak. A real shame. Babišková, in the meantime, has started to pull away. She's now got a lead of nearly 4.5 tenths of a second. With 7.5 minutes to go, ahead of Martin van Leeuwen and also Gregorio Bertocco is still in the mix. 9/10 covers the top 3. Rosina and Pico. That rounds out your top 5. Pico still leading DD2 Masters. And Jonathan Wimor and Raul Vargas. Raul Vargas is also out, the Spaniard. So it might have been that they came together. I'm not 100% sure. But early eliminations happening. And but Babičková just keeps on plugging away. Over 6/10 is her lead right now. Tom Bracken, one of the youngsters who also made the switch from juniors last year to DD2, actually went out to did some driving in a DD2 kart in the Netherlands, and then thought, well, I'll do this instead of seniors. Did have a broken wrist last year, but has come back fighting. Enzo Bol, one of the other young chargers, who was also in a junior Rotax last year, now currently runs overall in terms if you amalgamate DD2 and DD2 Masters to P8, currently running P7. Leonardo Baccaglini down in 10th position overall, as Lawrence Seyfried is going into battle with Axel Sarniala. And then they've also got Jamie Smith just ahead as, that's a send and a half from Sarniala right through turn 16 on Jamie Smith. And then did that open the door for Lawrence Seyfried? Yes, it did. So great work there. Smith opened the door and then, it was Sarniala just read the move perfectly and got through without any hesitation whatsoever. So there is still some battling going on as they're coming through turns 8 and 9, down the hill once again. So Michael Rosina leading the train, and that is a big train right there. Jamie Smith trying to close on in with quite a few other people. Also in the middle of all of that, I think I do spot the Lithuanian race suit of a certain Martina Stankiewicz. So now it's getting a bit closer between Gregorio Bertocco in 3rd and Martin van Leeuwen from the Netherlands in 2nd. Just over 2/10 separate them. Babičková now in the lead by just over 7/10. Emils Akmans from Latvia now has put in the fastest lap of this race. 1 minute 2.066 as Bertocco closing in fast on 2nd position. And we've also had Maxim Didix is also out, so I'm wondering if he might have been involved in that tangle with, I'm not 100% sure because I caught the back end of that incident where I saw Finchdiak pointing the wrong way. 4 minutes and 10 seconds still to go. So that means out of the 31 starters, we still have what looks to be more than likely 27 still circulating. I'm not too sure if I've seen Nicolas Guillaume come through. Might be out of the race, I'm afraid, so we could be down to 26 out of 31 competitors. Yeah, Nicolas Guillaume looks to have pulled the kart into the pit lane, and unfortunately the Belgians' race is done, I'm afraid, and we'll have to wait until Heat 2 after the lunch break to get another try. So things might be heating up a little bit further behind Gregorio Bertocco, because you have got the likes of Michael Rosina, Nicolas Picot, Tom Bracken, has got Patrick Snolls-Lockmelis right on his back bumper heading into turn 16. And the Latvian looked for the move. But Enzo Bol is not too far behind them either. Neither is Leonardo Baccaglini. So there is a cavalcade of karts not too far behind this quartet. It could be closing in over the course of the remaining 2.5 minutes, plus an additional lap of this race that remains. Lochmelis within a couple of kart lengths of Tom Braken. And there goes the move from the Latvian, just textbook through the hairpin there from Patrick Snows Lochmelis to take 6th position away from Tom Braken, but Braken is not going to give that one up. Down the back straightaway, heading into turn 16. Braken switches to the outside. Could he get the undercut? Not quite. He could get the run coming out of turn number 18. Down the start-finish straight. He's about a kart length behind. Before 18 from Latvia. Minute and a half on the timer remains. Gaps seem to be stabilising between several of the drivers, especially down from around about 6th position backwards. And we still have 26 drivers because of Antonio Teixeira from Portugal. However, the 577 is quickly being caught by the race leaders. Teresa Babičková still has the lead. It's about 6.5 tenths. Van Leeuwen still in 2nd. Bertocco 3rd. Rossina in 4th. And it's pretty much stayed as it has been for the majority of this race, as we are on lap number 10 out of 11. Timer now hits 0, so after this, one more lap will remain. And the blue flag is actually being waved for the first time, but Teresa Babičková, she will be one of the first people on the lead lap to see the last lap board. Slightly extends her lead. Nice work there by Antonio Teixeira to pull off of the racing line to let the top 3 go through. But just a few more corners remain. Bertocco trying to close on in on Van Leeuwen. Was actually slower on the previous lap and looks to be a little bit more throwing a caution to the wind, but a little bit further back there is a battle happening as Patrick Snows Lochmelis was trying to fire it up the inside of Nicolas Pico going through turns 13 and 14. But out of the final corner, it's going to be a win. This time in DD2, Teresa Babičková comes out of the final corner and wins the race ahead of Martin Van Leeuwen and Gregorio Bertocco. Michael Rossina takes 4th. Nicolas Pico, who finishes 5th in this race, also takes the DD2 Masters victory. Patrick Snows Lochmelis was hounding the Frenchman based out of Bordeaux right up until the checkered. And the 418 finishes in 6th ahead of Tom Braken with Enzo Ball, Leonardo Baccaglini. Axel Sarniala completes the top 10. Maxime Sechurko finishing in a credible 11th position. Ahead of Jules Cousin, Laurent Seyfried, Sebastian Schul and Daniel Carmona rounding out the top 15. Jamie Smith in 16th ahead of Emil Zachmans with Christophe Capitain rounding out, well, finishing runner-up in DD2 Masters on this particular occasion. Ahead of Martina Stankiewicz, Tino Egeskov, Andreas Neumann, Jere Kokalainen, Kilian Gerhard, Alejandro Barambio, David Perel and Antonio Teixeira are the 26 finishers after that race. Nicolas Guillaume, Maxime Dirix, Finn Stiak, did not finish. Neither did Raul Vargas and Jonathan Wemo. So 26 out of the 31 drivers finished the race. So both Gregorio Bertocco and Teresa Babičková were being spoken to by race director Thomas Leiner ahead of what he expected to be a very, very competitive race. And that it was. Not just DD2, but also DD2 Masters, with Nicolas Picaud being the highest placed one, starting 5th on the grid. But as the drivers then would get into the tram lines, they'd be under starters' orders, and the revs would build, the engines would roar into life, and the lights would go out. It was a good start by Babičková, with Van Looyen slotting behind, with the pair keeping ahead of Gregorio Bertocco, who had no option but to stay a little bit wider off of the racing line going through into turn number 1. The field was 2, 3 abreast at points. Then there were dramas, first of all for Antonio Teixeira, with a lot of pickup on the Mojo Racing tyres, flapping about all over the place. And then this moment here that ended abruptly the race of Germany's Finn Stiak, with the right front steering arm completely bent inwards, not allowing him to continue. Locomelis was on fire, threading the eye of the needle and firing it up the inside of Tom Bracken, one of the young hopefuls in DD2. But Babičková would hold on to that lead and eventually take the race victory after 11 laps, with Van Looyen and Bertocco rounding out the top 3, and Picaud completing his first victory in DD2 Masters.
Raúl, ¿me puedes confirmar que está apagado? Vale, pues te confirmo yo. Me dice Tomás que te vaya para abajo y lo desenchufe. Que lo desconecte, ¿ok? Desconecta. Spanish. Ahora te lo digo, te lo confirmo ahora.
Right, we head to our penultimate race before the lunch break, and here is your starting order. It's going to be Kai Hunter and Lewis Gilbert on the front row. Lewis Gilbert was given a 5-second penalty post Heat 1 for a jump start, so Zomor Kovac would inherit the victory. Miska Kaskin and Devian Horst rounding out the top 2 rows. The returning Kai Relats and Colin Vajny will be on row number 3. Ethan Jeff Hall, last year's junior Rotax champion, now goes to play with the big boys. He starts on the inside of row number 4 alongside Vic Stevens. Jan Schultz and Alberto Hurtado round at the top 10. Matti Sturlo and Jens Christensen, row 11. Row 6. Ollie Stevens and Jort van Wyk, row 7. Andrea Kostic and Mohamed Wali rounding out the top 8 rows. Henry Beaumont and Jamie Perrelly, row 9. Camille McFarlane and Camille Murad round out the top 20. And now, Lucas Pernot, moving from DD2 to seniors for this year, will line up alongside Serbia's Andrej Petrovic with Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort, Kao Karenik, Enki Kalteren, Tom Bilou, Jason Krajewski, Justin Koenig, Leandro Calvarjo, Atti Verta and Sim Sepp completing the 31-strong running order. So the 31-strong driver grid goes into the tram lines. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out first time. We're underway. The field hurtles its way down towards turn number 1. And Kai Hunter keeps the lead. Lewis Gilbert keeps it pinned in second. Miska Kaskinen was looking rather feisty, looking to go up the inside. And Kai Rillert's trying to go around the outside of, look to be Devian Ross, going through into the mid part of the ascent up the hill. 374, also one of the new recruits at Kraft Motorsport, having decided to make a change after so much success over the past few seasons with JJ Racing. But it is going to be very, very quickly indeed, and it was nearly 3 karts coming into each other, coming out of turn number 12. I think 3 of them, I think it might have been all 3, it might have nearly given Dan Holland a heart attack there, because they were literally in a staggered formation coming out of that corner. But at the moment, it is the 395 of Kai Hunter that leads, as Rillert's trying to go into battle with the 385 of Finland's Miska Kaskinen. That's for 4th place into turn number 1. 8 3/4 minutes still to go as they go back up the hill again. Through into turn 6, now into 7, up the hill into 8, and Rillert's has got the run on Kaskinen going through into turn 8, and a 374 from Belgium makes it through to 4th place. Down the hill they go once again into the middle part of the circuit, where there's this nice little lengthy straight, and you could really size up a nice move into the hairpin. There is a move happening a little bit further back. That was from the 369 of Vic Stevens. That would have been actually, funnily enough, on Ollie Stevens in the 381 that got past. That would have been for 10th position. But Kai Hunter still leading the way. Gilbert in second. 3rd, it's Hurst. 4th, it's Rillert's. As there's a black and white being shown to Miska Kaskinen from Finland, and someone had just went exit stage left off of turn number 1 just now. Didn't really quite catch the number of the driver. Okay, such a significant rate of speed. Difficult to pinpoint them. Ethan Jeffel currently sitting in 5th place ahead of Mattis Turlo. The pair have both got past Finland's Miska Kaskinen. Colin Vajny sitting in 8th place ahead of Jari Jarin Schultz and Vic Stevens. Top 10 last time around after the first 2 laps covered by effectively looking at it, the top 10 were covered by exactly to the decimal point 3 seconds. And now there's going to be an attempt by Rilets on Devian Rust, and he gets through nicely on turn number 17 on the Dutch driver for P3. So Rilets now sporting a new race helmet, having given his previous one that was retired to his mechanic Rick Bergert just before this season. Nice little token gesture when you've worked with a mechanic for so long who's helped towards such great success as a junior and also a senior. Rilets has had a busy week this week. He was actually he was flying back to Belgium the other day. Actually, it was Thursday, I believe, to go and do some Porsche testing. And then when he posted on his Instagram story about the fact he didn't want the 3:30 a.m. wake-up call. And then Ethan Jeffel, as I say that, has just gone through on Devian Host to now take 4th position. Both those drivers were competing against each other last year, and now they've decided to jump up at the same time. And now they are being caught by the 340 of Mattis Turlo. Running with Scott Svart these days with the SR Solutions crew. He's being caught by Colin Vajny of all people. It's under 5.5 minutes still to go, plus an additional lap in this race. And Hunter has got a measured gap, let's say, 0.6 of a second. So 5 minutes still to go in this race. Rilets has got the fastest lap, 1 minute 3.106, but Hunter still leads. Rilets has been closing in on Gilbert, took 0.2 of a second out of him on the previous lap. The gap was nearly 0.6. And that gap now switches to just under half a second. 4th, 5th and 6th still being hotly contested. There's Ethan Jeffel in 4th position. They're in Rust in 5th, Mattis Turlo. There's Colin Vajny waiting in the wings. Vic Stevens now up into 8th, past Miska Kaskinen. Ollie Stevens is in 10th, ahead of Camille McFarlane. Jarin Schultz, Jamie Parry, Alberto Hurtado and Henry Beaumont completing the top 15. All 31 runners and riders still continuing onwards. As we're 60% of the way through this 3rd heat out of 10 for senior Rotax. Now Ethan Jeffel has been passed by Devian Rost, and the two engage into battle into turn 1. Ethan Jeffel looking to try and get back past the Dutchman, retake that 4th place. About a second away, might be even more than that, behind Kai Rilets, who still rounds out the top 3. And Rilets and Gilbert literally within a 1/1000th of a second of each other on the previous lap. But Gilbert has taken time out of Kai Hunter on that previous tour, nearly to the tune of 0.2 of a second. With 2 minutes and 50 plus an additional lap still to go. It's anyone's guess what might happen at the sharper end of the grid. 0.87 of a second covers the top three as we head now onto lap number 8 of this race with just under 2.5 minutes to go. Still all to play for. The sun has been very prominent in the sky up above, but 4th and 5th, oh my goodness me, the train has started, and Ethan Jeff Hall in the meantime has got past Evian Horst. They haven't got Mathis Turlov that far behind them. Down the hill they go. Turlov is a few more kart lengths behind the pair in front than he'd like to be, but Ethan Jeff Hall is keeping Devian Horst at bay. And now the 3-4-5 looking up the inside through turn 12 at the hairpin. Ethan Jeff Hall powerless to do anything about it. Mathis Turlov looks to the outside, has to back out of it. Down the back straightaway they go. Still not over yet between that trio, and then Ethan Jeff Hall just absolutely launches it from nowhere. Might have been even into northern Spain, let alone being here in Andalusia. And that nearly opened the door for Mathis Turlov. And now Devian Horst is getting impatient. He's trying to get past Ethan Jeff Hall, and Jeff Hall is just saying to him, no, you are not getting past. No, sunshine, you've got to do a hell of a lot better to get past me than that. And now it's opened the floodgates. There's Vic Stevens up the inside. Colin Vajny now waiting in the wings. But now that's allowing Ollie Stevens to try and get through. That just goes to show when they start battling hard, you are not focusing on what's going on behind you. And now Lewis Gilbert is closing in on Kai Hunter for the race lead. And Kai Hillitz is not that far behind them either. But this battle here for 4th place is going to be an absolute firecracker. Ethan Jeff Hall still holding on to that 4th place, but how much longer will that be for? Because he's got the pair behind of Devian Horst and also Mathis Turlov. Well, make that. No, Mathis Turlov is a little bit further behind. He's behind Ollie Stevens because Vic Stevens has also got through. But Jeff Hall has really he's having to put on the defence right now. He's trying to hold on to that position. And now there's Vic Stevens up the inside. Through on Devian Horst to take 5th position. And there could be more drama waiting the wings for the 345 from the Netherlands. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, the leaders are nearly alongside each other. There they are, Kai Hunter and Lewis Gilbert. Hunter takes a look over his right shoulder, puts on the brakes, Gilbert to the outside, looks to the over-under. He's going to try to get to the outside in the next corner. They tangle and Hunter's backwards and onto the grass. Well, my goodness. It's the immovable force versus the unstoppable object, and something had to give. And out of the final corner, it is going to be Lewis Gilbert that's going to provisionally take the win ahead of Kai Hillitz. But the gaggle behind, there's an absolute cluster coming through side by side between Mathis Turlov, and I think that was going to be quite a few more trying to get through. But the final lap board is out, and Lewis Gilbert is more than likely going to take the provisional victory. But Kai Hunter being dealt a decisive blow, but they're side by side into turn 8. Side by side into turn 8, and down the hill. And then behind Mathis Turlov, there comes the cavalry. Miska Kaskinen, Camille McFarlane, amongst others, side by side, and up the inside went the 364 of Hurtado from Spain on Vajny from Poland. And then just behind them, they've got Jamie Perley. And out of the final corner this time, it is going to be the checkered flag for Lewis Gilbert provisionally on this occasion. Kai Hillitz takes second, 7.5 tenths behind. Ethan Jeff Hall, in his first European race as a senior, takes P3. Ahead of Devian Horst, Ollie Stevens in 5th. Vic Stevens, Mathis Turlov, Miska Kaskinen, Camille McFarlane from France. Well, the 328 managed it to 8th at the 9th at the end of that. And great to see Spain represented in the top 10, courtesy of ALC Motorsports Alberto Hurtado. Colin Vajny, Jamie Perley and Henry Beaumont rounded out the top 13. Kai Hunter would finish 14th after that touch with Lewis Gilbert. ahead of Henki Kalteren and Tom Bilou running at the top 16. Jort van Wijk, Jaren Scholz, Kamal Mrad, Andrea Kostic, Brandon Klein-Nagovor, Jens Christensen, Andrei Petrovic, Mohamed Wally, Kao Korenik, Ativirta, Leandro Carvalho from Portugal, Lucas Pernaut, a difficult first one for the Canadian here in Europe as a senior, in 28th, ahead of Jason Krajewski, Tristan Koenig and Sim Sepp, rounding out the 31 strong. Senior Rotax doesn't fail to disappoint, and here in this particular heat was no exception. We got under Sarda's orders with Hunter and Gilbert on the front row, and as the throttles were pushed down to the floor, the lights went out and we went racing. Hunter and Kaskinen would try and get the jump on the rest of the field, but Lewis Gilbert was trying to keep himself in second position, and the Scotsman managed to do that to keep it round the outside of turn 1 on the fin. Then also, Kai Rilitz was trying to make his move, and he made his mark against Miska Kaskinen by going up the inside of the fin at the top of the hill at turn 8. Then there was this clean battle between Devian Horst and Ethan Jeff Hall, last year's junior Rotax champion, that would take place over the course of the race itself, with the pair swapping positions at multiple points, most particularly at turn number 12. Even Mattis Turlo would throw his 2 cents into the ring and would go side by side with last year's junior Rotax European champion. Then the floodgates started to open as Vic Stevens would throw his hand into the conversation, but also once again Jeff Hall and Devian Horst would still be battling away before Stevens had said otherwise. But it was this moment here that was the biggest touch paper moment, as both the wheels clattered into each other as Kai Hunter and Lewis Gilbert came together, with Hunter backwards on the approach into turn 13 and would end up 14th at the end of the race. A difficult, bitter pill to swallow for the 19-year-old from Sunderland. Also some other great position changes, courtesy of that one by Hurtado from Spain on Vajny from Poland. Lewis Gilbert would take the victory at the end of it, with Kai Rilitz finishing in second. Now we go to race 8 of the meeting. Out of 22 today, it's Senior Rotax Heat 4, Group C versus D. Let's have a look at your starting grid. On pole position, it will be Matthew Higgins. Alongside him on the front row will be Zsombor Kovács. Austin Lee, one of the heat winners from earlier on today, will be joined by Poland's David Outlechner on row 2. Petra Babičková and Paul Hamburg from the Czech Republic and Estonia round out row 3. Dion van Werven and Montego Masson round out the top 4 rows. Tobias Clausen, and I think I did spot that Lachlan Robinson may not be taking any further part due to illness. Due to start on row 5, Nevia Fischer and Marcelo Cui. Row 6, Alejandro Samaniego on and William Christensen ran at the top 14. Jules Roussel and Yuri Tenhef round out row 8. Row 9, it's Sverre Ubben and Pablo Colomer. Angus Scrivener and Amanda Salonen round out the top 20. Nicky Gauci, Mats Johan Overhoff, Laurie Lecry, Rafael Jesus, Richard Lilien, Pedro Barbosa, Tom Vuau, Anthony Bilou, Zino Falca, and Pedro Arango round out the 30-strong grid. It is confirmed, according to the timing, that Lachlan Robinson has not ventured out onto the circuit. So we will have 29 out of 30 starters. So one more race to take us into the lunch break. Red lights on the gantry. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out. We are underway. Looks like Matthew Higgins got a very good start. So did Austin Lee. Got a repeat of the previous race, which Austin Lee came out on top and won the race as they go up the hill. Sunshine continuing to beat down on the circuit once again in terms of intensity. So across the hill they go. Higgins leads the way. Austin Lee in second. Third, it's Zsombor Kovács. Fourth, it's going to be the 365 of David Outlechner. Higgins goes defensive into turn number 12. And Austin Lee trying to find a way through. He might be a newcomer to the Strawberry Racing crew as Austin Lee, but my goodness me, he's definitely, well, it's going to be, I mean, look at the top 5. Petra Babičková right at the tail end of that field. But keep your eyes on her. She was second behind Austin Lee in the previous heat that they competed in. As now, oh, it's getting a bit close for comfort as now Austin Lee looks to the inside. And is he going to get through? No, he's not, because Higgins, I think, might have kept it planted. Zsombor Kovács looking for the move up the inside, and he gets through on Austin Lee to take second. Brilliant anticipation, as always, by Zsombor Kovács, especially when it comes to those close-fire combat situations like that one. Petra Babičková has now made her way up into 4th place, which she has. Battle a little bit behind. Outlechner now into 5th place. Did lose out ever so briefly to Dion van Werven from the Netherlands in the 377. They've got the 373 of Paul Hamburg from Estonia right with them. And the entire field from 1st to 29th after the opening lap was covered by just 7.7 seconds. And now it's going to start kicking off at the front end of the field. Higgins keeping defensive ahead of Kovács, who was looking. He was trying to take a little bit more curb as the Hungarian, going through into turn 17. Austin Lee has got the double slipstream coming down the start-finish straight, and now pulls to the inside of the 341. Kovács went for the move and sent it, and gets through on Higgins. And Austin Lee was also trying to make sure that he was in that situation, and Petra Babičková is just waiting in the wings to see what transpires. And then, oh my goodness, Austin Lee has ended up a little bit wide. Outlationer has got through. Van Verven nearly getting through at the meantime too. And we haven't even gotten started yet, folks. And then there's a change between Higgins and Kovac, and Higgins is back in the lead through turn number 11. Mistake from Kovac, I suspect, there. So he slots back into second position. And still after 2 laps, the field entirely covered just by 4 1,000ths shy of 8 seconds. Look at the front end of this field. There is probably, I'm going to say this right now, there is a dozen karts that could, maybe even slightly more than that, that could compete for this race victory in heat number 4 for Senior Rotax. Higgins on the limit of adhesion going through into turn 1, keeping it planted in front of Zombor Kovac. Babičková in third. Austin Lee trying to get past on David Outlationer for 4th position. Top 5 after the last lap around, lap 3 completed. 6.5 tenths. Kovac takes a look over the left shoulder. Waits for the opportunity to get past Matthew Higgins, as there is a change between David Outlationer and Austin Lee, with the latter getting through for 4th position. And a little bit further back, oh my goodness, a little bit further back, I think Paul Hamburg just launched the back end of his kart over the curbs, going through into turn number 14 and through into 16 and 17. There is some side-by-side argy-bargy happening right about now. A couple of them are from Kraft Motorsport, one of which might be, that's Nevio Fischer is one of them. And Montego Masson being the other. Oh my goodness me, you put 2 very, very highly motivated young drivers from Kraft Motorsport side by side, be warned. But there has been a change. Petra Babičková has now made a move up the inside of Zombor Kovac to take 2nd position. So a great move from Petra there to get through for P2. Zombor Kovac, Austin Lee, David Outlationer still line astern, 2nd to 5th. Keep your eyes on Dion van Werven. A little bit further back, I've just spotted Sverre Ubben from GKS. A little bit further back behind them, Montego Masson just sent it. Like literally sent it up the inside, more than likely on Nevio Fischer. So as it's all kicking off at the front of the field, Babičková has lost 2nd position to Kovac once again. And Kovac is gesticulating. You do not need to do that right now. Just concentrate on what you need to do and keep pushing forward. If there's been a little bit of a touch, I can understand it completely. One of the things you don't want to do is lose your head, your cool head in the heat of battle. Austin Lee up the inside through on Petra Babičková, and they nearly run wide. And oh my goodness me, Outlationer up the inside, and so is Dion van Werven. Oh, that was a perler. Outlationer read that situation perfectly. Austin Lee sent it. Babičková returned the favour, and Outlationer was past the pair of them. So was Dion van Werven, and a pair of quicker than a pair of rats up a drain pipe. Incredible awareness by both those drivers. And now it's all changed once again. And folks, this is just the start of what's going to happen over the next few hours today. Got a long old day, and Dion van Werven points to David Outlationer and says, right, come on mate, let's go forward, let's move. Let's catch up to those people at the front. I want to go for a top 3, maybe even a victory. But Matthew Higgins now has started to build a little bit of a lead over Zombor Kovac. That lead was nearly 8 tenths last time. It's gone down to 6 tenths because Zombor might have just gotten a little bit, well, he's really picked up the pace. He was nearly a second quicker than his previous lap. It was a 1 minute 4.234. Now he's just put in the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 3.349, and was nearly 1.5 tenths quicker than Higgins in the race lead. So just over 3 minutes to go. Now another change. Austin Lee up the inside of Petra Babičková, and there is the 390. Tobias Clausen from Denmark has been stealthily making progress, and now is battling way for what would be 5th position on the road. 2.5 minutes still remains. Signals from the mechanics on the gantry, just on the start-finish straight, overlooking the final corner. Still plenty of chess games to be chess moves to be played in the strategic game here in Senior Rotax. They're battling for positions, which, more importantly, for those new to karting that have joined us on the Rotax Max Euro Trophy official YouTube channel, effectively what that means is the higher up you finish, the less points you score towards the ranking after heats. Move has happened a little bit further back. Marcelo Cri has lost out to Angus Scrivener. And also the fact that Hunter Motorsport for this year, they have now renamed the brand on their engines. Well, Venator racing engines, Venator being the Latin for Hunter. A big thank you to Radio Le Mans' Joe Bradley for informing me of that information. Hello, Joe. Hope you're keeping well and I hope you're watching, mate. So 1 minute and 15 still to go. Battle not over yet between Matthew Higgins and Zsombor Kovac for the race victory. Kovac has already won a race earlier on today. That was Heat 1. Higgins has yet to take a win to his tally. Anyone might remember his efforts a couple of years ago when he, as a young 14-year-old, when he was still with Dan Holland Racing, and now Zsombor Kovac is like saying, come on, man, let's just get away from everybody. Get away from everybody. Just keep going. And Higgins is not looking. Higgins is concentrating on what he's doing, not worrying about what Kovac is wanting to say. Now Matthew takes a look over his shoulder. 35 seconds on the clock remains. We're going to have 2 more laps after this one. So they are line astern, Higgins and Kovac. 2 more laps to go, including this one. A 10th separates them after 9 laps. On to lap 10 out of 11 we go. Timer now expiring as we speak. That's it, 10 minutes are up. And 1 more lap to go after this one. Outlechner holding a firm grasp on 3rd place ahead of Austin Lee and Petra Babichkova, who round out the top 5 positions. Tom Vuo, we unfortunately lost early doors on lap number 4. But still 28 of the 29 starters are on the same lap as the leaders. Last lap board out this time. Matthew Higgins is the first one to see it. Zsombor Kovac is about 2 to 3 kart lengths behind, equating to 0.2 of a second. Through into the right-hander at turn 1, through turn 2, now into the left at 3. Up to 4, then into 5. Into the right at 6. And it's effectively pretty much a quadruple, quintuple right-hander complex. As they go down the hill once again. Just a few more corners to go. And Kovac is just looking behind him. Is he going to try something? Well, he's pulled to the outside of Higgins. Can he try and get the undercut? Not on this particular occasion. Higgins looks over his left shoulder. You see the proximity of the front bumper to the rear of his kart. As down towards turn 16, they fly, do the 2 leaders. Kovac to the outside. Higgins takes the tighter line. 2 more corners remain. Kovac gets a really good run coming out of turn 16, 17. Is it going to be a drag race to the finish? It could be. Kovac slots in behind, but it's Higgins that takes the victory by 89 thousandths. David Outlechner takes 3rd position. 9.5 tenths off of the race leader, race winner. So Austin Lee and Petra Babichkova round out the top 5. Dion van Werven, Tobias Clausen, Montego Maassen, Sverre Ubben and Nevio Fischer complete the top 10 overall. Paul Hamburg, Angus Scrivener, Marcelo Cri, William Christensen, Alejandro Samaniego, Jules Roussel, Yuri Tenhef, Ilian Richard, Rafael Jesus having a better time this time around, finishing ahead of Malta's Nicky Gauci in the 3-1-0. Mats-Johan Overhoff, Pablo Colomer, Laurie Legris, Zino Falca, Pedro Barbosa, Anthony Bilou, Pedro Arango and Amanda Salinen from Finland round out the 28 drivers that finished all 11 laps. And unfortunately, Tom Voaul retiring on lap 3 and Lachlan Robinson non-starting. So to cap off the last race before the lunch break here on Heats Day, Senior Rotax would provide some pretty nice overtaking and a great racing spectacle. So the lights went out and it was the pair of Matthew Higgins and Austin Lee again that managed to get in front of everybody else and start to pull away. Zsombor Kovac would slot back into third position, ahead of the likes of David Outlechner and Petra Babičková. Then it was this move from Zsombor Kovac, meaning that Austin Lee would find himself dropping ever so slightly down the order, as the likes of Babičková would also try and make her way through and get past with the elbows out on David Outlechner. Austin Lee would also try and make his presence felt whilst he tried to move up the inside of Zsombor Kovac, who was sideways as he went past Matthew Higgins into turn 1 to retake the lead. But then Higgins and Kovac would then start going door to door, side pod to side pod, but the 375 from Trafalgar in Wales would make sure that he would stay ahead of the Hungarian. Even Petra Babičková thought she had an opportunity to contest for the race victory, managing to get past Zsombor Kovac, who then managed to put in a great defensive move on Austin Lee in the meantime. Austin Lee, however, would manage to try and go toe-to-toe, wheel-to-wheel with Petra Babičková, and like a rat up a drain pipe, enter stage left came David Outlechner and Dion van Werven. More battling was to be had between Lee and Babičková in the latter stages of the race, which would eventually be the battle for what would be P4 at the end of the race. But Matthew Higgins and Zsombor Kovac would continue, with Kovac gesticulating to Higgins, saying, "Come on, man, let's just pull away from the rest of the field." And that's exactly what they did, finishing 89 thousandths apart at the end of 11 laps of racing, with Kovac trying to go fast and furious towards the checkered flag, but it was to no avail.
Right, well, joining me here on just in front of the start-finish line here at Karting Campillos, last year's Junior Rotax champion, who's made the move. Yes, folks, he's jumped up to seniors for 2023. Ethan Jeffall from Strawberry Racing. Firstly, good to see you. Glad to see that you've actually got a little bit more height since I last had a chat with you at Wackersdorf last year at the season finale, and then catching up with you at Portimao.
Yeah.
Firstly, how are things, mate?
Yeah, not too bad. Obviously, we made the step up from junior to senior, winning the Euro Series last year. So hopefully this year will be a good one, but it'll be a lot more hard.
Quite a tough grand finals. I mean, everyone was at each other's throats, and you know, we had a great grand final, which you were involved in as well, with Scott Marsh picking up the picking up grand finals titles. He's now moved on to become a Sodi Works driver, but to still be with Strawberry Racing and the team there, jumping up to seniors. How's the transition been, sort of jumping in from, you know, something you know very, very well? You know, you were at the sharp end for the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. You know, we saw you in B&L, we saw you in the Euro Trophy. How's it been sort of making that acclimatisation to more power and also to sort of, you know, your ribs are going to be a bit more under duress going through the first sector and a half, going through from turn 1 on this clockwise variation of the circuit all the way up to turn 8 at the crest of the hill. How's the transition been for you personally?
It's not been too hard. I feel a lot with the tyre. That's the main difference. But yeah.
Yeah, because you're now moving up to the, the D5s, a very different kettle of fish to the, to what we had with the juniors running on, the other compounded tyres. Just give the folks at home an understanding of when you say that you feel more with the tyres. Is it down to grip? Is it down to turning the kart in, rotating it on the apex and getting the power down? Is that where you really find a big difference? Or is it sort of like all the way through, coming out of corners, putting the power down, getting a nice exit and getting a good amount of toe, especially if you're in the slipstream?
Yeah, for me, I feel like it's more lateral grip.
Yeah.
Obviously, all around the tyres a lot softer, so it has more grip. But yeah, it feels a lot better. You can go in a little bit harder, and you don't bog as much off the corner. Whereas with the junior and the harder tyre, you just sometimes not come off the corner so great.
I mean, the thing is that last year we nearly had the opportunity of seeing one particular driver, that driver being Campillos, who you're going up against this year.
Yeah.
Won the Euro Trophy 2 years in a row, 2020, 2021. Came into being a rookie with JJ Racing. Now has moved to Kraft Motorsport this year. He's the yardstick you've got to measure yourself against, haven't you? Because he was that close at Wackersdorf to win the title. Do you think you could be the first person in Euro Trophy history that might make that happen? That you go from juniors to seniors, having won the title last year, and think that you've got a good chance of, what have we got here? Over 75 senior Rotax drivers vying for their chance to get a full season entry into the Euro Trophy this year.
Yeah, I hope so, but it will be a lot more difficult. Tough grids, a new class coming in. But I hope so. Hopefully it can go really well, and if we just keep out of trouble, hopefully things will go as planned.
Brilliant. Ethan, thanks very much for taking the time to talk to us. All the very best of luck this weekend here at Campillos.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Just after, for those watching on the stream at home, that was an interview that I conducted earlier on this week with outgoing junior Rotax Euro Trophy champion Ethan Jeff Hall, who's now made the move to seniors. And with that in mind, that's it for now here on the stream until just before 1:10 this afternoon. We are now going to go to the official lunch break, where we'll then continue with the remainder of the action right up until about 5:45 this evening. See you very soon. Welcome back, everybody, as we return for the next barrage of racing action here on Heat Stay for the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup here at Karting Campillos. And Minimax are about to kickstart the racing action this afternoon with their second of 3 heats. And so far, over the 8 races, we have had winners from the following countries: the United Kingdom, Hungary, Germany, the Czech Republic, and France. How many more of the nations will be able to take pride in a victory in the heats here today? Well, we'll find out over the course of this afternoon. Time for Heat 2 for Minimax. Here is your starting grid for the 7-minute plus an additional lap race. On the front row, it's Heat 1 winner and pole sitter from yesterday's time qualifying, Jacob Ashcroft once again on pole position. Denny Babacek will join in alongside on the front row. Jeremy Roivers and Nikita Lubimov on row 2. Felipe Reyes and Cole Denham, row number 3. Finley Lyons and Boris Verhaag, row 4. Iago Lempen and Charles Kitely on the completion row of the top 10. Albert Friend and Alfonso Lopez, followed by Tom Reed and Shibazaki Mikoto. Jensen Chalk, Joao Pereira, Hugo Fuentes, Ethan Griffiths, Sigurd Stubberup and Rory Armstrong complete the top 20. Rounding out the 34 strong, it's Jack Freeman, Oliver Majewski, Isaac Barker, Unto Olavi Lakonen, Min Jae Kim, Amelie Davey, Kieran Stewart, Daniel Minto, Nathan Kappen, Francisco Lopez, Daniel Ferreira, Sam Mott, Max Gilman and Ryan Gandor, rounding out the 34 strong grid, comprising of 17 rows of competitors. So the drivers now start to line up in the 2x2 side-by-side formation, as customary in Rotax racing circles. We've already had one full start out of the 8 races this morning. Hopefully we get first time, a good start every single time, right the way through to the end of tonight. Into the tram lines. Are we ready? Are we steady? The afternoon's action gets underway. Let's see who gets into turn 1 first. And once again, it's going to be Ashcroft. But looks like Denny Babacek has dropped down to 5th position. Jeremy Roivers again gets another great start. And the Spaniard now up into 2nd position. Felipe Reyes up into 3rd. Fourth looks to be Finley Lines from the United Kingdom, followed by Denny Babacek, and they have started to slightly break away from the train behind. Into turns 10 and 11 they go. Now it's about trying to battle away, use your wits, and react accordingly and instinctively. As I did just see from the likes of the 133 of Boris Verhaag and also Jago Lempen, who didn't have a great first heat. The 109 from Dan Holland Racing ending up on the receiving end of an unfortunate spin as Denny Babacek gets through on Finny Lines. Whereas Felipe Reyes has got past Jeremy Roivers. So the lead now for Jacob Ashcroft is nearly 4.5 tenths of a second. A second and fourth position, both being hotly contested. Reyes versus Roivers, Babacek versus Lines. Behind them, Cole Denham and Boris Verhaag battling over sixth position. Nikita Lubimov has dropped down ever so slightly, down to ninth position, with Albert Friend now rounding out the top 10. Roivers takes a quick look over his shoulder. 2 minutes down, 5 to go. The action is very, very frantic indeed here in Minimax. It always has been, it always will be. So some overtakes happening as now Finny Lines has got past Jeremy Roivers. Denny Babacek in the meantime has gone back up to P3 and is charging forward. And Alfonso Lopez now up into 10th position, following in the wheel tracks of Albert Friend, the 191. And Finley Lines having to battle away with Jeremy Roivers for that fourth position at the sharper end of the field. Still, there's always a possibility that Babacek will throw a surprise in the general direction of Felipe Reyes from the Netherlands. So with 3 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock to go, we're nearly at the halfway point of the race. The second out of 3 heats, as there has been a change for second. Denny Babacek has got through on Felipe Reyes for that second place. Very, very crucial from the youngster from Krakow in the Czech Republic. Gap now between him and Ashcroft is just under 8.5 tenths as Roivers was looking up the inside of Finley Lines through turn 1. Cole Denham has joined the party in the 162 and now looks up the inside of the Spaniard and gets through. That's a change for position. That's now P5 for Cole Denham. Roivers still has an opportunity to pass the 2 in front. The 162 of Cole Denham and then the 194 of Finley Lines. So 4th, 5th and 6th very much close together. Looks like the drivers in 7th and 8th are also closing in on them. Jeremy Roivers wrestling with the steering wheel coming out of the final corner. The 121 based locally here at Campillos. Doesn't race that much. Normally does 3 to 4 events of karting a year, but this being his home track, knows it like the back of his hand. So you would think he would have a distinct hometown advantage. It's easier said than what can transpire. Babacek is losing the opportunity to try and close on in. on Jacob Ashcroft, who now leads by 9.5 tenths of a second. It's 1.1 between first to third, and side by side, Cole Denham gets up the inside of Finley Lines. That is now a positional change for fourth position on the road, and not too far behind them, I spy Charles Kitely for KR Sport in the 164, has really been doing some great work behind the wheel. But then here comes Rivers, two. Was it two for the price of one? Yes, it was. An inspired lunge up the inside. Two for the price of one. He got past Denham, he got past Lines without even thinking of what he was going to do. But now Cole Denham back on the counter-offensive through T1. Rivers drifts wide, lines up the inside. There goes Kitely. Incredible precision from the youngsters here in the Minimax class. And they're not too far behind. They've also got Boris Verhaag. Watch out. There's Albert Friend. And also the recovering Nikita Lubimov from Estonia, who rounds out the top 10. 45 seconds on the timer remains. And Jacob Ashcroft has been punching a hole through the air, and again it's side by side. Running wide was Finley Lines. Charles Kitely points forward. Jeremy Rivers waiting in the wings. Kitely up the inside of the Lines. They're side by side heading into the next right-hander. There's a little clash between the two, but Lines still makes it through. Keeps ahead, does the 194 from Dan Holland Racing. And Rivers gets through, gets a touch from behind courtesy. Well, it was an assist from Albert Friend, who's got through on Kitely. They're all squabbling. And it's more than just two or three, there's 7 of them. That is absolutely crazy. There's quite a few others. There's Boris Verhaag, there's also Lubimov in there. They're all jockeying for position through into T1. Albert Friend is going to get through on Rivers and Lines through turn 1. The 191, last year's Winter Cup Minimax champion, showcases what we've been waiting to see as the timer hits 0. Around about 12 to 15 seconds ago. Ashcroft doesn't have the commanding lead that he did in Heat 1, but that doesn't really matter to him because he is on course for a second victory in a row. No one, I repeat, no one has had Jacob Ashcroft's number apart from himself. Oh, and walking away, that is the 108 of Canada's Ryan Gandor. A real shame for the young Canadian. But very shortly, Jacob Ashcroft again, for the second race in succession, will be the first one to see the last lap board. Denny Babacek in second, 1.3 seconds is the gap, but there's squabbling behind. Lines needing to, he's trying to get past the 164 of Kitely, but Haag is waiting in the wings. Up the hill they go for the final time. There is no way on God's green earth you can separate these drivers as Lines and Kitely go side by side on the mid part of the infield, going towards the crest of the hill. And Lines has to back out of it. So there's second and third. Babacek and Felipe Reyes battling away over P2. But look at the train here, led by Albie Friend. You've got quite a few in there as well. Lopez, Rivers, amongst others. I think maybe even at the back of that is the 112 of Lubimov, who's dropped again. But the final lap is about to come to its inevitable conclusion because Jacob Ashcroft will seal the victory, but second is still under hot contention. Out of the final corner, Felipe Reyes gets the slingshot. Is he going to pit Babacek? No. 51 thousandths separating second and third at the line. But Jacob Ashcroft makes it 2 for 2 in rapid succession. Cole Denham takes fourth. Albert Friend, from 11th on the grid, manages to finish 5th, having steadily made progress through those that were battling in front of him like children at a playground. Well, we are talking about young drivers here. Finley Lines in 7th, behind Charles Kitely. Boris Verhaag, great work by County Downs' Rory Armstrong. In all the melee, he got 9th. Well done to the 166 from Strawberry Racing. Afonso Lopez from Portugal finished in 10th, ahead of Jeremy Rivers. Nikita Lubimov Jensen Chalk, Tom Reed, Ethan Griffiths, Oliver Majewski, Hugo Fuentes, Joao Pereira, Daniel Minto, and Shibazaki Mikoto rounded out the top 20. Sigurd Stubberup, Isaac Barker, Kieran Stewart, Iago Lempen, Sam Mott, Max Gilman, Unto Olavi Lakonen, Nathan Kappen, Daniel Ferreira, Emily Davey, Jack Freeman, Min Jae Kim, rounding out the 32 that did take the finish. Francisco Lopez might not have made it to the end. And unfortunately, on lap number 6, we lost Canada's Ryan Gandor. Well, if they said that business was just getting started in the first heat, business certainly picked up in Heat 2. Once again, it was Ashcroft and Babicek on the front row leading the field into the tram lines. And when the lights went from red to out, it started a chain reaction. Everyone was in close quarter combat heading into turn 1 on the opening tour out of 8. But there were plenty of lunges, plenty of dive bombs. There was one from Denny Babicek in the 115, making good his intentions to showcase that I might not be able to do anything now, but I'll do my damnedest. Also, some great work from the likes of Cole Denham. Jeremy Roivers also trying to get himself into the mix along with Finlay Lines. And then moments like this where you see two teammates side by side and there's always a driver waiting in the wings. And then a few others, such as this fantastic move by Jeremy Roivers, a standout move through into turn 16 to get 2 for the price of 1. And then the 164 of Charles Kitely going side by side with Finlay Lines. There was a little bit of a rub between the pair of them, but Lines kept it pinned on the racing line to stay ahead of the 164. But then this was the drag race for second position, and that's how close it was. It was basically half the length of a front fairing between Babicek and Felipe Reyes when they came across the start-finish line. There's someone who's definitely chilling out there, Mats Johan Overhoff in the dummy grid. So we go back to senior Rotax action. Good afternoon, Jen Wade, who was watching. Also, a shout out to my good friend over in Poland, Karting Rapots Bartosz, who's also just tagged the Euro Trophy Facebook page as well. Yes, it has been fantastic racing so far, but folks, the 3-minute board has just been shown, so the mechanics now will have to clear the pre-grid. Winners so far in the 4 senior Rotax heats we've had. So Zombor Kovac, Austin Lee, Lewis Gilbert and Matthew Higgins are the 4 confirmed race winners so far. Could have been 2 for Lewis Gilbert had it not been for a jump start in heat number 1. There's Ollie Stevens. He'll be starting from the inside of row number 7. There's Matthias Turlo. Has competed in the Euro Trophy before. And there is Ethan Jeff Hall, who you will have seen the interview just before we went to the lunch break. Right then, time for the halfway point of the 10 senior Rotax races here on Heats Day. Heat number 5 is A versus D. Let's have a look at your starting grid, folks. So it's going to be Kai Hunter versus Zombor Kovac on the front row. Miska Kaskinen and David Altleichner on row 2. Kai Gillets and Paul Hamburg on row 3. Ethan Jeff Hall and Montego Masson, row 4. Jaren Schultz will be on his own on row number 5. No Lachlan Robinson, who I understand has withdrawn for the rest of the weekend due to illness. Mathis Turlo and Marceau Lecuy ran out the top 6 rows ahead of Ollie Stevens and William Christensen. Andrea Kostic and Yuri Tenhef, row 8. Row 9, Henry Beaumont and Pablo Colomer. And completing the top 20, it's Camille McFarlane from France and Amanda Salonen from Finland. Lucas Pernod, Mats Johan Overhoff, Brandon Klein-Nagelvort, Rafael Jesus, Enki Kalteren, Pedro Barbosa, Jason Krzyzewski, Anthony Bilou, Yandri Carvalho, Pedro Arango, and Simset running at the 31-strong grid. Will be 30-strong grid. Quite a few drivers straggling at the back end of the field. As the red lights are on the gantry, the revs start to build. Lights are out. We are underway first time. Good start by the pair of Kai Hunter and Miska Kaskinen as they go through into turn 1 for the first time. 2-3 abreast towards the back part of the top 10 as Kai Hilletz now finds himself in 3rd position. 4th is Ethan Jeff Hall in the 397. David Outlechner will be a couple of carts behind because it looks like Zsombor Kovac has dropped down to, looks to be 5th position as they hurtle their way down the hill for the first time. Looks like there has been a little bit of a drama at the back end of the field. A couple of carts, well, one was running very, very slowly and now has started to pick up racing speed. As getting very, very close between 2nd to 6th position. That train is being led by Miska Kaskinen as Kai Hunter is trying to break away early. Now Hillet sends it up the inside of Kaskinen. Ethan Jeff Hall gets through. The Finn runs a little bit wide. Kovac nearly gets through as well, but then has someone trying to go through past him, and that is David Outlechner. Great anticipation once again from the 365. And now Ethan Jeff Hall decides to throw one up the inside of Kai Hilletz of all people. Miska Kaskinen nearly went through as well. Outlechner just waiting in the wings. Kovac is going defensive on Mattis Turlo. Paul Hamburg, I think also Yarin Schultz and Ollie Stevens complete the top 10. But Hunter's already started checking out, and we're not even halfway through lap number 2. He's over 7/10 of a second up the road, whilst everyone else is squabbling away. So coming up to the first 2 out of 10 minutes completed in this race. And Hunter is already starting to, he's trying to light the afterburners, so to speak. As Ethan Jeff Hall keeps ahead of Kai Hilletz for the moment. Miska Kaskinen in 4th, Outlechner waiting. And there has been a little bit of a, not a coming together, but a bit of a melee with drivers trying to get through. And Ethan Jeff Hall is looking to his right, looking to his left, seeing where on earth is Kai Hilletz behind me. And then he realises he's to his immediate left-hand side. Outlechner still in, well, is currently in 4th position now, so Miska Kaskinen drops to 5th. And Jason Krajewski from Germany looks to have dropped down all the way down to the back end of the field, I'm afraid. The 307 from Larea GT1 Racing. As now Kaskinen going defensive on Kovac. Turlu looking for the opportunity, and there's the window that Zsombor Kovac needed through the double right. And Mattis Turlo also trying to slingshot past the Finn. Going into turn number 16, and the Dutchman gets through. Nicely poised there by the 340. A little bit further behind. Liam Christensen from RS Competition has got Ollie Stevens for close company. Kraszewski looks to be in an impending retirement, I'm afraid, after just the opening lap of the race. They've suffered some damage as a result of a possible incident that happened going up the hill on the opening lap itself. It's a real shame. That means we'll have 29 still competing. We're on lap number 4 at the moment. So 40% of the race has been completed, 60% to go plus an additional lap. Still plenty more twists and turns, I fear, in this story. How convoluted it gets, well, you're going to have to watch along with me to find out. But still 2nd and 3rd very hotly contested. Kai Hilletz trying to go toe-to-toe with Ethan Jeff Hall. So it's up the incline, down the dip, then turn right. On the power once again. Modulate it going through turn 7, now into 8, and then go pedal to the metal, down the hill. The top 3 covered by just over 1.1 seconds after the opening 4 laps. Fastest lap of the race just set by Zsombor Kovac, currently sitting in 5th position behind David Outlechner from Poland. Henki Kaltonen has made some moves up. So has Israel's Yarin Schultz and Marcel Lecui from France. They now currently occupy positions 11 and 12. Still too close to call on who might be the one that wins the battle for second position. Will it be Ethan Jeff Hall? Will it be Kai Hillets? Well, they were literally nigh on line astern going through turn 1, into the right at 2, now into the left at 3, before again up into 4, now into 5. Got the right-hander here at 6, 7. Now applying with throttle as they come out of turn 7, over the crest here at turn 8. You've got to just really carry that momentum through and have full confidence in the kart and the setup underneath you. And now here comes the move. Well, nearly did. That was the move a little bit further back, actually. I got confused by the colour schemes because the drivers that were in second and fourth are from the same outfit. But it was Kovac on Outlechner through turn 16. So the 3-4-1 has just said to Outlechner, come on, let's push each other along, shall we? Let's get going and move forward to those at the front. Kovac would like to have more than just one heat win today. And I'm sure that there's a few at the front of the field, most notably Kai Hunter, who will want to pick up a victory on Heats Day. There's 10 heats here at Campillos. So second and third still hotly contested. This is very, very crucial. The higher up the rankings you are in terms of where you finish on a race result, the less points you score and higher up the ranking after heats you will be. Right. Black and white flag being shown to the 393. Which is, oh, slap on the wrist for Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort there from Dan Holland Racing in the 393, sitting in 18th position. But we are coming down to the final minute and 45 seconds. And at the moment, well, when it comes to fastest laps, Zsombor Kovac at the moment is the one that is really pushing the envelope. 1:03.119 on lap number 7 as we come round to complete lap number 8. The lead now that Kai Hunter has over Ethan Jeff Hall is 0.6 of a second. Jeff Hall was over a tenth quicker on the previous lap. Yeah, just also catching in shot there. We saw Anthony Bilou battling away with Pablo Colomer and Henki Kalteren. That would be for 22nd on the road. But things are starting to close up because Zsombor Kovac was over 0.2 quicker than Kai Hillets in third position. As they make their way down to turn 16 once again. Kovac now will get the slipstream off of Hillets. They head up into turn number 1. Thing is that you might be under the same awning, but you still have the motivation, just like your teammates, to battle for the sharper position, the sharper end of the grid, sharper end of the field, especially when it's the top 3. timer has expired. Next time around, we'll get the last lap board for the 11th and final lap of this race. But it will be the fact, well, could we have a new winner? Could we have a repeat winner for the first time today? Last lap board is out. Lead between Hunter and Jeff Hall is now just under 3.5 tenths of a second as they hurtle their way through turns 1, 2, now into 3, left into 4, and then another left into 5 before the right-hander here at 6. And Ethan Jeff Hall is within a couple of kart lengths of Kai Hunter. So go over the crest into turn 8 for the final time. Ethan Jeff Hall gets a really good run down the hill and manages to get the slingshot going into turn 12. Could tee him up very, very nicely to make the move maybe on the final sector. As Hunter takes a look over his right-hand shoulder. That gap is still very minimal at best. So after this, there's going to be just 3 more corners remaining of this 1,580-metre circuit here at Campillos. Ethan Jeff Hall just trying to carry that momentum through the final couple of corners, but I don't think it's going to be enough out of the final turn. Looking over his right shoulder, Kai Hunter finally gets a race victory, and he becomes the 5th different race winner on Heats Day in a row. So Kovac, Lee, Gilbert, Higgins, now add Hunter to that one. Another solid finish for Ethan Jeff Hall, taking 2nd position, along with Kai Gillerts rounding out the top 3. Zsombor Kovac and David Outlechner completing the top 5, with Mattis Turlo, Miska Kaskinen, William Christensen, Ollie Stevens and Monty Gomasson completing the top 10. Jarin Schultz, Paul Hamburg, Camille McFarlane, Yuri Tenhef and Henry Beaumont completed the top 15, with Marceau Lecruy, Andrea Kostic, Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort, Lucas Pernod and Mats Johan Overhoff completing the top 20 in this one. Henki Kalteren, Anthony Bilou, Pablo Colomer, Leandre Cavalho, Amanda Salinen, Pedro Arango, Rafael Jesus, Pedro Barbosa and Sim Sepp rounding out the 29 strong finished. And unfortunately, on lap 1, we lost Jason Krajewski, with Lachlan Robinson no longer taking any further participation this race weekend. Well, now we were at the halfway point of the 10 senior Rotax heats. The halfway point just goes to show that everyone is out for themselves, looking after numero uno, number 1. Getting into the tram lines, the red lights extinguished, and the drivers would go at full throttle in towards the approach for turn number 1 here at this 18-turn, 1.58 kilometre circuit, with Miska Kaskinen slotting in behind Kai Hunter going into turn 1, with Kai Gillerts finding himself in 3rd ahead of Ethan Jeff Hall. And also the fact that we saw battling between Gillerts and Jeff Hall, especially with this nice little move from the youngster from Lancaster going through on the inside into turn 1. And then all of this started to happen with the likes of Mattis Turlo, but a banzai manoeuvre absolutely timed to perfection by Hungary's Zsombor Kovac on Miska Kaskinen allowed the 340 from the Netherlands also to try and factor in, whilst Kovac was looking very, very distinctly over his right-hand shoulder. But after a long time coming, it was a first heat win of the day for Kai Hunter, with it being nip and tuck between the Kraft Motorsport teammates in 3rd and 4th of Kai Gillerts and Zsombor Kovac, with Ethan Jeff Hall picking up the runner-up spot. So, 5 senior Rotax heats down. Now we go to heat 6, groups B and E. Let's have a look at your starting group. So, on the front row will be Archie Walker and Lewis Gilbert. Laurent Legault and Devian Horst will be on row 2. Yannick Stierk and Colin Vajny, row 3. Tommy van der Soys and Vic Stevens, row 4, with Archie Button and Alberto Hurtado rounding out the top 10. Then, from that aspect, it will be Archie Buttle, Jens Christensen, Lotus Tveen, Jort van Wijk, Elia Papasena, Mohamed Wali, Hugo Latorre Vega, Jamie Perrelli, Arthur Robin, Kamal Mrad, Harun, Andrei Petrovic, Baptiste Schneider, Karl Korenik, Shiraishi Itsumo, Tom Bilou, Tonis Johannes Dominguez, Tristan Koenig, Matteo Pianizzola, Ati Virta, and once again, Gustav Susako starting from the back of the grid. And I see that Mr. Olivertus is supporting Tristan Koenig from Switzerland in the 367. We'll see how he gets on in this one. So we did have a chance in the previous heat to have a double race winner. Could we have one now here in heat number 6? Out of the final corner, into the tram lines they roll. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out. We are underway first time. Lewis Gilbert stays ahead of the field going into T1. Archie Walker looks to have slipped down probably at least to P3. As Devian Hurst now up into second position. Someone's getting a bit brazen around the outside of all people, and that was Janis Diak. Inspired move from the youngster from Gunsthof to go round the outside of a place you would never expect here at Karting Campillos. But Gilbert leads the way. It's Devian Horst. Then it's the 366 of Colin Vajny. Archie Walker rounds out the top 4. There are some moves happening. Vic Stevens trying to get himself up the order a little bit. Someone that's struggling as a result. Laurent Legault from Canada has lost at least one position. Maybe even make that a couple. And it's really starting to get a bit fever pitch, so to speak, as drivers making moves. One of the JJ Racing drivers, looks like Jort van Wijk, made a nice little move on Jens Christensen. And now it's really starting to, oh my goodness, Janis Diak had to hold on for dear life going through turns 1 and 2 right there. Archie Walker now up into second position, followed by Colin Vajny. So Devian Horst now drops to 4th place ahead of Janis Diak. Vic Stevens in 6th place. Hurtado from Spain, Legault from Canada, Van Wijk from the Netherlands, and Christensen rounding out the top 10. Kuwait's Mohamed Wali is doing a great job in the 399, currently sitting in 11th position on the Praga chassis. Closing in on now, well, has been passed by Jamie Perrelli, the number 392 running with Strawberry Racing. A bit of side-by-side action happening a little bit further back, probably towards outside of the top 15. And some lunges and then some going into the final right-hand hairpin at turn 16, but the train is being led by Lewis Gilbert. Now the race really begins. Devian Horst up the inside of Colin Vajny through turn 1, and I think Janis Diak also made it through. Yes, he did. And now it's all starting to get very, very hairy indeed. There are switchbacks aplenty. And now the lead has changed because Archie Walker, who was in contention for the Winter Cup crown last year, now gets ahead of Lewis Gilbert. There's definitely a fire in the belly for the 391 from KR Sport, but he's got the pride of Scotland right on his back bumper. Russ is not that far away either. Neither is Stiak. Vic Stevens now looks to be in 5th position. But there has been, well, there's a bit of a send and then some. That was by Legault, I think, from Canada, who got through on Stevens. And that is the case. Well, that was Vajny, actually, that got through on Stevens. So Tommy van der Stoijs, unfortunately, well, didn't even make it past lap 1. So Tommy van der Stoijs did a great job in his first heat. His second heat has been an absolute disaster for the youngster from The Hague in the Netherlands. But now it is changing again. Gilbert now has reasserted himself as the de facto leader of this race. Walker in second. Stiak at the back of this 4-cart train. As Devian Rus now looks to send it up the inside through turn 12. Archie Walker keeps it pinned to the outside and still gets the racing line going into the next right-hander. That is what you want. You want close quarter, clean, hard but fair racing. Yannick Stiak trying to do the undercut on Devian Rus going through turn 16. Rus now sends it up the inside of Walker, who still keeps it on the racing line. But here comes Yannick Stiak. Is he going to do the pair of them coming down the start-finish straights? It's 2 wheels nearly on the dusty grass. Stiak is through. Oh, there's a tussle. A touch between Devian Rus and Archie Walker. And the Briton is denied of being in that battle. But there's still 5.5 minutes remaining on the counter, so don't count him out. But Vic Stevens gets through on the 391. That was a major, and I'm going to say the 2 words I don't normally, it was a Code Brown situation right there and then. It could have been so much worse. But 5 minutes and 5 seconds still to go. Lewis Gilbert now is starting to stride away. But that lead over Walker, well, on the previous lap when it was Archie Walker in second position, was nearly 3/4 of a second. I would probably mitigate the fact that it might be closer to a second by the end of this lap. As Yannick Stiak, now the 339 from Germany, finds himself in second position. And it is just over a second that separates the 2 Kraft Motorsport drivers. Archie Buttle, unfortunately, looks to be retiring as well on lap number 3. The 322 from KR Sport no longer taking any further participation. I don't think we're done quite yet, folks, because there's still plenty of time. 4 minutes still to go in this race, plus an additional lap. That's 5 minutes of racing. And Archie Walker, after that slight drama, has gathered himself back up, dusted himself off, and is now chasing those in front. And now he's closing in on Vic Stevens for 4th place as they go through the right-hander at turn 1. Now into 2. Little bump on the curbs for Walker. Now he's going to wait for his opportunity to close on in to the 369 from Belgium for Dams Racing. Lewis Gilbert's lead over Yannick Stiak now extends to nearly 9/10 of a second. On to lap number 7 of this race. A bit further behind, there are some battles happening, including with the 323 of Canada's Laurent Legault, battling away with the likes of possibly Arthur Robin from France, maybe even Jens Christensen and Hugo La Torre Vega from Spain. Gilbert gets his head down on the start-finish straight. 2.5 minutes to go. Lead now 8.3 tenths of a second. And the top 10 covered by just a shade over 5.7 seconds. Top 21 covered by 8.8. They do say never, well, they do sometimes intonate the words never say never. But sometimes you can go to battle for a race win in the heats, but sometimes you have to let that slide in order to get yourself into a prime position, particularly in the ranking after heats. These 75 plus drivers are battling to get automatically through to the top 30 for tomorrow's pre-final and final. But then the remainder of the field, possibly 36 of them, will be battling, and there's a 5-second penalty coming to the way of one driver. Trying to make out who that is. And that is for the 317. And that's Arthur Robin in 10th position, who's just been given a 5-second time penalty, waiting to have clarification on what that will be, as we have 60 seconds on the clock, plus an additional lap still to go in Heat 6, Groups B versus E here in Senior Rotax. So we're now going to head on to the penultimate lap of this race. 25 seconds remain. Gap between Gilbert and Stiak now drops to half a second. A little bit further back, there is some fighting going on with Hugo Latorre Vega and Laurent Legault. That is going to be effectively for 10th position. Archie Walker now trying to get through. Right, the 317, Arthur Robin gets a 5-second time penalty, just had it confirmed for pushing. The timer, in the meantime, has expired in this race. So Lewis Gilbert controlling the race in the way he sees fit. Not putting a foot wrong, not clipping a curb excessively, powering out of the corners when required at the right time, as now we get the last lap board. Lead between first and second was half a second, it's now 3.5 tenths. Janis Stiak is the one that holds the fastest lap of this race, 1 minute 3.185. It's not that far behind his Scottish teammate, who also has a nice little bit of the Scottish Solskjaer representation on the shoulder parts of the race suits he now wears. So just a handful more corners to go. Could be very, very close indeed. If Archie Walker wants to get past Vic Stevens, he's going to have to launch it up the inside of turn 16 or try and get the undercut, which he is trying to attempt. But we now head to the checkered flag, and it is going to be 2 wins for Lewis Gilbert here today. So he becomes the first driver out of 76 to take 2 heat victories here at Karting Campillos at the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Winter Cup. Winning by 0.171 ahead of Janis Stiak. Devian Rust running out the top 3 with Vic Stevens and Archie Walker completing the top 5. Walker was in clear competition for the race victory, but ended up rounding out the top 5 ahead of teammate from KR Sport, Colin Vajny. Another solid performance for ALC Motorsports Alberto Hurtado from Spain. Jamie Perley in 8th. Jens Christensen will be 9th. Hugo Latorre Vega will be promoted to 10th position for the penalty that has just been applied to Arthur Robin, who drops to 23rd. Laurent Legault from Canada, Lotus Tween from Denmark, Jod van Wijk, Andrei Petrovic and Mohamed Wali running at the top 15. Matteo Pianezzola, Elia Papasina, Baptiste Schneider, Erharun, Tom Bilou, Kor Korenik, Gustav Yusakovs finishing in 22nd. Robin demoted to 23rd ahead of Tomingas, Virta, Itsumo, Mrad and Koning running at the 28th. They finished. Archie Buttle retiring on lap 3 and Tommy van der Sluis not even making it to the end of the first lap itself. So, heat number 6 out of 10 really provided a dynamite, explosive affair with multiple drivers in close competition for the racing itself. And it was Walker and Gilbert on the front row that would kick things off into a story that would unfold before our very eyes. And what a story it was. Everyone threading the eye of the needle and Lewis Gilbert managing to keep ahead of everybody else, with Devian Ross looking to challenge early, with Archie Walker trying to make best his intentions. This was the move between Lewis Gilbert and Devian Ross, with Archie Walker getting his elbows out, giving an assist to Gilbert and thereby going through into T1. And with that, Colin Vajny also decided to make his presence felt. Walker would then take the lead a few laps later and managing to get through where it was nearly 3 abreast between Rust, Stiak and Vajny. Gilbert and Walker would tussle and battle away for the race victory. But however, with Janis Stiak close following both the likes of Rust and Walker, it was this moment that really changed Archie Walker's race. As a bump on the curbs, a touch between Walker and Devian Ross put the 391 wide, and he would have to settle for 5th at the flag. More racing up and down the order, including the 323 of Laurent Legault from Canada and the 360 of Hugo Latorre Vega. But it was Lewis Gilbert who became the first double victor of the event so far. Now we go to the halfway point of the junior. We're getting towards the halfway point of the junior Rotax competition so far. So here is Heat 3, Groups A versus C. Here's your starting grid. So, on the front row, it's going to be a double Dutch delight, courtesy of Kasper Schormans and Boris Maximov, who will be on the front row. Sebastian Mins, one of the Heat winners from earlier on today, will have Noah Janssen alongside for company. Alvaro Jimenez and Cameron Nelson on row 3. Viti Väinänen and Thomas Behrman rounding out row 4. Max Cuthbert and Alberto Kiko Fracassi complete the top 10. Sebastian Koch and Santeri Laittonen, row 6. Jack West and Julian Kovacevic, row 7. Timothy Vladimirov and Thomas Rudokas on row 8, with Joel Kaspar Joipere and Santiago Medina, row 9, with Marius Garciaucas rounding out the 19-strong grid. Once again, it will be 7 minutes plus an additional lap of racing. This will take us to the halfway point, and then we'll have Heat 4 up very, very shortly indeed for junior Rotax. So far, it's been Sebastian Mins and Thomas Behrman that have each won a race in the heat stages so far. We've still got this and 3 others to go. So there is a potential for either having a third different race winner or maybe a double race winner in the heat stages so far. So the drivers come out of the final corner. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out first time. We are off and racing. Good start by Schormans, who leads the field. Good start from Sebastian Mins, but there's been a turn 1 incident. 2 cuts. Exit stage left, I'm afraid. So a couple of drivers already compromised before we'd even gotten started. And trying to pick out one of the numbers. 213 is one of the drivers. So that was Santeri Laittonen, I believe. So the racing now continues onward, and it is Kasper Schormans who continues to lead the way. Thomas Behrman showed good prowess in the second heat, Group C versus D, earlier on to take the race victory. Schormans was the quickest one in time qualifying. However, the first heat didn't exactly go according to plan. And he not only lost out to Sebastian Mins, the drag race to the finish, which also involved Nikita Nikishov, but then got hit with the 5-second time penalty for blocking. So once again, they go up the hill, fastest lap of the race. Currently held by the race leader, Kasper Schormans, as Alvaro Jimenez trying to close in on Sebastian Mins for that coveted second position. But Mins still holding on to that second place. Always seems to come alive in the second part of the race, just gets his head down, builds a rhythm. Thomas Behrman already has got himself up into 5th position. So he is also on the move. They now make their way through turns 17 and 18 once again. Schormans continues to lead. The gap last time was nearly 4 tenths. Looks to be truncated by not much, 0.346. And Thomas Behrman now sets the fastest lap of the race and is the first driver to go sub 65 seconds. And he's very, very close indeed to the 2:41 of Cameron Nelson. And now he's up the inside. through into 4th position goes Thomas Behrmann. Boris Maximov sitting in 6th place ahead of Germany's Noah Janssen. Kiko Fracassi rounds out the top 8. Max Cuthbert and Jack West in 9th and 10th, and it was oh my goodness, well it was 2 Finns that took themselves out of the race, unfortunately. Vetti Väinänen and also Santeri Laitinen out after the turn 1 incident earlier on. A real shame for the pair of them. They still have another race to conclude heat stay here. It's going to be a change a little bit further back behind Thomas Behrmann because Boris Maximov has just got past. And I think has got past, that's Cameron Nelson he's disposed of. That's right, to Noah Janssen right in the wheel tracks. Then also the 276 of Fracassi from Italy. Up the hill they go once again. Gap is staying pretty much the same between the top 2 at the moment. But Thomas Behrmann again has gone under the 105s. So now has Kasper Schormans and Sebastian Mins. But Thomas Behrmann took nearly a 10th out of his personal best and once again holds the fastest lap. 1 minute 4.854. 3 1/4 minutes still to go on the timer. Plus an additional lap. And Jimenez is probably feeling the heat under the collar right now because Behrmann is charging forwards. And Behrmann now gets through for that 3rd position. Once again, the youngster making steady progress forward. It's exactly what he needs to do at this moment in time. But Jimenez, who started on the dummy grid in the first heat, didn't really showcase what was capable for the 218. Running in the well, it's nice to see that the diamond logo of Renault is being shown on Jimenez's, so it must be someone in the family has a Renault dealer group. As it says Group Jimenez on the front fairing of that. Thomas Behrmann again. Well, Thomas Behrmann is absolutely flying in terms of pure race pace. 1 minute 4.597 for the 259. Based out of Chelmsford. Now, between the top 3, it's 1.2 seconds. Despite the fact that both Schormans and Mins have both improved, Behrmann, even though he didn't set a personal best, is still quicker than the pair of them, but not by much, I might add. So 6th to, what is that? That is going to be, well, Jack West has managed to get past past Max Cuthbert and got himself up into 9th place. And Jack West now looking up the inside. That's on Kiko Fracassi. Well, the 280, well, they've started duking it out. The elbows are very much sharpened and waiting to point in a certain direction. Max Cuthbert now joins the fray. West goes towards the outside into the approach into turn 1, nearly opens the door for Cuthbert. It still holds on to that place. And we've still got Sebastian Koch just behind them in the 214 for Dams Racing, representing Germany. As the timer now strikes 0. 7 minutes are up. At the moment, it is still Kasper Schormans, who hasn't really put a foot wrong in this heat. So looking at it from this perspective, by my reckoning, going into their final respective heats, Mins would be ahead on the ranking after heats because he's got a first and a second. Behrman now a first and a third. Schurmans, if he wins this one, it's a first and a 9th place finish. Schurmans doing the business as required. On to the final lap we are now. And the remainder of the drivers, 17 out of the 19, including your current race leader, who goes down the hill for the final time on lap number 8. Having a very, very different race helmet design. Kasper Schurmans also headed over to Langkawi in Malaysia for the RMC Asia Festival, which he won in the junior Rotax classification. Sebastian Mins trying to get closer and closer still, but it may not be enough. It won't be enough. Schurmans takes the 3rd heat of the day. Mins finishes just over 0.2 of a second adrift, with Thomas Behrman rounding out the top 3. That makes the 3 different heat winners so far in the top 3. Alvaro Jimenez takes 4th ahead of Boaz Maximov, who rounds out the top 5. Cameron Nelson, Noah Janssen, Alberto Kiko Fracassi, Jack West and Max Cuthbert round out the top 10. West was on the precipice of maybe gaining 8th in the dying moments. Sebastian Koch, Kaspar Jodpera from Estonia, Timothy Vladimirov from the Ukraine, then 2 Lithuanians in the form of Tomas Rudokas and Mariusz Karsiaukas, with Julian Kovacevic and Santiago Medina rounding out the 17 that finished the race. And unfortunately, on the turn 1, lap 1 incident, we lost Viti Väinänen and Santeri Laitinen on lap 1. Now being at the halfway point of the Junior Rotax competition here at Karting Campillos, we were going to have 3 different possible, two respective successive heat winners, or maybe even a new race winner. The lights went out and everyone floored the throttles heading into turn 1, and it was Kasper Schurmans leading from Sebastian Mins into turn 1. But then a couple of karts coming together, one spinning, and it was the 2 Finns of Väinänen and Laitinen that unfortunately came together on the opening corner, and that was their heat 2, done and dusted, having to watch by the sidelines. As the race progressed, overtaking moves were definitely in full abundance, most notably Jack West in the 280 from KR Sport doing some great moves at the turn 16 right-hand hairpin. But Kasper Schurmans, not putting a foot wrong in heat number 3, would end up picking up the victory ahead of Sebastian Mins, our heat 1 winner, and our heat 2 victor, Thomas Behrman. They do say that a race helmet with a distinct paint colour scheme is all the rage. There's Sky Parker, based out of Trologan in Wales. Remember when that young lady was competing in the Bambino Kart Championship a couple of years ago. Good to see them making the trip over here to Europe. So the sun has really been able to provide us with a great spectacle in terms of the racing action that we've had all the way through the course of the race day so far. As we now get into the 4th heat for Junior Rotax. Looks like someone's channeling their inner Venom there on the race helmet. And that would be the 239 of Oliver Sander. There is the 238 of last year's vice champion for Minimax, Latvia's Tom Sēle. And there is Timo Jungling, based out of London. Also had the opportunity of commentating on him at Rye House in Hoddesdon when he was still a Honda cadet. Time now for race 13 of the meeting here on Heats Day. It's Junior Rotax Heat 4, Groups B versus D. Let's take you through your starting grid. So on the front row from pole position, it will be Spain's Nikita Nikishov with the United Kingdom's Timo Jungling alongside on the front row. Tez van Wijk and Tom Sēle, row 2. Thomas Ingram Hill and Oliver Sander, row number 3. Raymond Bansal from India and Estonia's Oliver Kerg rounding out the top 4 rows, with Rasmus Koskinen and Domi Kakkonen rounding out the top 10. Nemanja Jovanovic, Hans-Markus Narusk, Charlie Neve, Sky Parker, Jimmy Kokalainen, Olivier Jonkers, Armand Hamilton and Kiran Bartenstein rounding out the 18-strong grid. Air temperature currently 17 degrees Celsius. And that does not really puts pale into comparison how red hot the track action has been all the way through so far today. Seven minutes on the clock, plus an additional lap. Nikishov and Jungling lead the field into the tram lines. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out first time. Let's go racing. Nikishov keeping it pinned to the inside. Jungling runs wide, very, very wide, and loses out a gaggle of positions heading into turn number 1 and 2. And there has been a little bit of a drama behind way back when. But Nikita Nikishov has already made sure to make good his intentions and has a comfortable lead. And it looks like Thijs van Wijk has got second down the hill into turns at 10 and 11 for the opening time. Looks like third position is Thomas Ingram Hill. Fourth, it's Tom Seele. Fifth might be, it looks to be the 239 of Oliver Sander. So Timo Jungling will have to do a recovery drive and then some. I think it might be Hans Markus Narus that might have been one of those drivers that was compromised early doors. Jungling is behind Sander and is currently sitting in 6th position. Nikishov has a lead of 2.5 tenths of a second as they go on to lap number 2. And the other driver involved, unfortunately, was Sky Parker. So Sky Parker currently sitting in 17th position. But Van Wijk trying to close in on Nikishov to go for the race lead. Ingram Hill and Sterler working together. Sander and Jungling are, well, Jungling's firing up the inside through turn 10 and 11 and gets through to now take what is effectively 5th position. The leaders make their way through turns 13 and 14, down the back straightaway through the slight kink at 15, on the approach into the hard-braking right-hander as Tom Seele up the inside of Ingram Hill to take P3 through turn number 16. Jungling looking to move forward and close in on the 2 in front. 4 3/4 minutes plus an additional lap remaining. We're now on to lap number 3. And Van Wijk trying to do everything to see if there's an opportunity. Bumps over the curbs quite significantly, loses a bit of traction as a result. There's a battle side by side for 4th and 5th ever so briefly. And I think the fact that Jungling might have got past Ingram Hill, which he has done, so it could be the case that we will have more than likely 4 different winners. Oh, bit of a moment there for Oliver Sander. Around the outside of him goes Arayman Bansal from India through turn number 13. Sander got it a bit wrong on the exit of the hairpin and the Indian went straight through. But now Sander has retaliated through turn 16. The Indian trying to go through up the inside through turn 17. Makes the move. And not only that, the 212 gets through. Armand Hamilton makes the move through turn 17. We have got a 5-second penalty coming. So there is a 5-second penalty inbound for one of the drivers. But I'll wait for the timing to confirm that in due course. But Timo Jungling has been on an absolute tear and threads the eye of the needle, squeaks through past Tom Seele, and then to add more to that through turn 13, Thomas Ingram Hill gets through on the inside of the Latvian with literally millimetres to spare. If they keep on battling the way they are now, they're not going to contend for the race victory. More changes this time for 4th. Jungling's gotten away from Ingram Hill and Sterler, with the latter now in 4th place. 2 minutes 35 on the clock remaining. Ingram Hill retaliates up the inside of the Latvian. They might be teammates, they might be under the same stable, but they want to be ahead of the other. Now into the next left. Strela parks it on the racing line. Armand Hamilton now looking up the inside, and now we have, jump start penalty given to the 265 of Timo Jungling. Oh, moment there, that was for Armand Hamilton over the back bumper possibly of Thomas Ingram Hill, and he's right up the back bumper of Banzal coming through turn 11. Ingram Hill now making it 3 wide into the hairpin, and it gets through. Audacious but spectacular move from Thomas Ingram Hill from Dan Holland Racing. And now trying to get into the mix as Oliver Sander once again looks up the inside of Bansal going through into turn 14. And Tom Strela has just been given a 5-second time penalty by race control for pushing. Oh, and there's more dramas. That was coming out of turn number 17. Oliver Sander might be one of those karts involved. It is. And who's the other driver? Well, it's a Tony kart chassis. I'm trying to catch the number, and that is... Oh, don't tell me that is the 251 of India's Ariman Bansal. They came together. Thomas Ingram Hill now having to fight with Armand Hamilton in the 212 as they go down the hill. That has really changed the complexity of the race. And those two drivers, Sander and Bansal, are going absolutely nowhere. Yellow flag at Marshall Post 10 on the approach into turn number 18. But, oh my goodness, there's more elbows out action. And that was a little bit further back behind Tom Strela. One of the drivers that was racing, that was the 211, Nemanja Jovanovic, has got past through on Armand Hamilton and also got through on Thomas Ingram Hill. So the Serbian driver now has gotten up into 5th position. But in the meantime, whilst that all has been going on, Nikita Nikishov has still kept the lead. The timer now expires. 7 minutes have elapsed, and we are on course for our 4th different race winner on Heat State in Junior Rotax. But who will it be? Will it be Nikishov or Van Wijk? We are probably the best part of 2,000 meters away from finding that out. That answer being provided to the question. Last lap board out this time. Nikishov from Spain. Now we'll go round this circuit one more time. 1.58 kilometers. Maybe even make that 1,400 meters as they go through the left-hander at turn 4 and 5 for the final time. Through into 6 and 7. Nikita Nikishov has held onto the lead from lights out. And now it's looking like it's going to be right up to the checkered flag. So just 3 more corners remain. And there will be a few smiles on some Spanish faces very, very shortly, because out of the final corner, Nikita Nikishov wins heat number 4 for Junior Rotax. B versus D by nearly 0.5 of a second ahead of Thijs van Wijk, who started on the inside of row number 2. There are a couple of penalties coming, and to the people in 3rd and 4th place, Timo Jungling with a jump start penalty will have 5 additional seconds, dropping the youngster out of the top 3, and the same will be said for Tom Strela, who got a 5-second time penalty for pushing, and that will drop them significantly down the order, meaning that Serbia's Nemanja Jovanovic will be promoted accordingly to 3rd place. And they are just adjusting it on the live timing as we speak. Jungling's penalty has been applied and will drop him down to around 6th position. But provisionally, Nikishov takes the victory. Van Wijk second. Serle provisionally might be a little bit further. That they might have already applied the penalty. It has been reapplied. Jovanovic will be third. Hamilton fourth. Ingram Hill, Jungling, Kakkonen, Kerg, Bartenstein, Koskinen, Charlie Neve. Tom Serle demoted all the way down to 12th position ahead of Olivier Jonkers. Jimmy Kokalainen, Sky Parker rounds out the top 15 with Hans Markus Narusk rounding out the 16 strong finishers. And unfortunately, that lap 5 incident out of the final couple of corners between India's Ariman Bansal and Oliver Sander meant their race would be abruptly put to a halt. So some fist bumps in the pre-grid before the mechanics were sent on their way. The fourth race got underway with a clean start, but Timo Jungling was deemed by race control to have jump-started, but went very, very wide coming into turn 1 and lost a bag full of positions. But it was Nikita Nikishov. There was the incident that actually involved 4 karts, with Sky Parker having to turn the kart around along with Hans Markus Narusk. And then this was just one of the many moments where we saw Oliver Sander battling away with India's Ariyaman Bansal. Timo Jungling was on a charge, even though he would have known that he had a 5-second time penalty. But the racing was fast, it was frantic. Thomas Ingram Hill managed to get up the inside of Tom Serle, who would also be fine to be pushing during the race, and the pair would swap positions over the duration. But then Armand Hamilton had this drama, this code brown, as he went over the back bumper of Thomas Ingram Hill, following in the footsteps of Bansal going down the hill. But then 3 wide, and this audacious but superlative move from Thomas Ingram Hill on both Bansal and Hamilton, getting 2 for the price of 1. But then coming into turn 18, Sander and Bansal came together, and their race abruptly ending at an absolute stop, with Sander on the front Nassau of Bansal. But Nikishov brought smiles to Spain, winning the 4th heat. So with the 3-minute board now being shown to the dummy grid, the mechanics are now being asked to clear ahead of our next race. It's going to be heat number 2 for DD2 and DD2 Masters. Earlier on today, both Teresa Babišková and Nicola Pico took the respective race victories in what was a very, very intense and very, very close fought first heat. So this marks the halfway point of their heat stay, with their final race coming up later on. Now we head into race 14 in the meeting. Heat 2, DD2 and DD2 Masters. Here's your starting grid. After the earlier heats, pole position and Heat 1 winner Teresa Babišková will again line up on pole position. Gregorio Bertocco on the front row. Martin van Nooyen and Patrick Snows-Lokmelis on row 2. Leonardo Baccaglini and Michael Rosina, row 3. Tom Bracken and Nicola Picot round out the top 4 rows, with Axel Saniala and Enzo Boll completing the top 10. Emil Zaxmans and Jamie Smith on row 6, with Sebastian Schou and Finn Stiak, row 7. Maxime Sechurko and Jules Cousin rounding out row 8. Row 9, Lawrence Seyfried and Maxime Derix, with Nicolas Guillaume and Tino Egeskov rounding out the top 20. Martina Stankiewicz, Kilian Gerhard, Raúl Vargas, Christophe Capitain, Andreas Neumann, Daniel Carmona, Jonathan Wimor, Jere Kokalainen, Alejandro Barambillo, David Perel and Antonio Teixeira will round out the 31-strong grid. The drivers now start to settle in their 2x2 rolling start formation ahead of 10 minutes plus an additional lap of racing. Babičková and Picot, the respective race winners for Heat 1. What will happen in race 2? We are seconds away from getting the lights to go out and find out over the course of the next 11 minutes of racing. Out of turn number 18, into the tram lines. Red lights on the gantry. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out first time. We're at full throttle, heading down into turn number 1. Babičková keeps the lead as it's 3 abreast. Some drivers getting a bit crossed up, going through into turns 1 and 2 on the opening lap. Everyone pretty much trying to keep it all together. Change for 5th position as Nicolas Picot. He might be in DD2 Masters, but he knows DD2 and Senior Rotax very, very well indeed. The racecraft that the driver from Bordeaux has is pretty good, and when he's on his A game, it's very much clear to see. An absolute melee of drivers. I count at least 15 to 20, maybe even the remainder of the field. David Perel, an absolute howitzer of a move, making his way past 2 drivers coming out of turn number 12. You see, David, you've been away from karting for 10 years, you still got it. Lap 1 in the books. Babičková now has the lead of nearly 0.4 of a second. Van Leuven again up to P2. Bertocco, Baccaglini now joins the fray. But Babičková trying to get away early. Nicolas Picot, in the meantime, still has quite a big buffer between himself and the next highest placed DD2 Masters driver, who is all the way down in 20th position. That is Martina Stankiewicz, last year's Winter Cup winner and the runner-up in last year's Euro Trophy season. Side by side, a little bit further back, looks to be maybe Rudokas was trying to get through. Suchurko on Didix, so Didix managing to keep himself out of harm's way thus far. He's now trying to close in on the 420 of Lauren Seifried from Germany as they hurt their way down this long start-finish straight. They are line astern going up the hill, and some great brazen overtakes. And now Van Leuven now has been passed, and that is by Baccaglini. Baccaglini now up into second. Bertocco drops to 4th position in the meantime. Lochmelis is hot on their heels, and so is Enzo Boll, who's 6th ahead of Michael Rossina. Tom Bracken rounds out the top 8. Jamie Smith just keeping an eye on where he is at the moment. And now Lochmelis looking up the inside and nearly touches wheels. Nearly touches wheels, and that might have been possibly with Van Leuven. I'm not 100% sure that is the case. Yes, it is Van Leuven. And they are side by side. And now Enzo Boll trying to thread the eye of the needle. He gets through. DD2 at the sharp end of the grid has really come alive with this injection of young, hungry, motivated wolves in the wolf pack. And Enzo Boll being just one of them. And considering the fact that Martin Van Leuven is about a decade older than Enzo Boll. Quite frightening how these youngsters, and there has been an incident, I think, going up onto turn 5, and someone's off at the crest of the hill. Yellow flags out. Looked like a Birel ART chassis possibly. Driver out of the car. That's possibly, judging by the colour of the race suit, maybe Raul Vargas, who is absolutely despondent, who is running in 22nd, and it is, and the Spaniard absolutely desolate. And also seeing another driver going very, very slowly. Might have been Sebastian Schul. The 418 has just been pinged with a black and white flag. But in the meantime, at the front end of the field, Teresa Babičková has a 1.1 second advantage. And Alejandro Barambio is probably more than likely out. There is a cart actually stricken at the top of the hill on the other side of the circuit. As a little bit further back, Van Leuven's just been passed by Tom Bracken into turn 12. Nicola Picot is still running in ninth. He's ahead of Axel Sarniala from Finland, and 20-year-old from Espoo. But Teresa Babičková still pressing forward, trying to extend that gap over Leonardo Baccaglini. Gap now 1 second. And Nicola Picot might be in the most senior class here as a DD2 Masters drivers. Might be one of the youngest actually in the class, but he's the fastest out there. 1 minute 2.583. He's still got it. So Martin van Leeuwen all the way down into 8th position now. Top 10 rounded out by Sarniala. They were covered by 4.4 seconds. And yes, unfortunately it was Vargas and Barambio that might have come together. A real shame for the two Spaniards, I'm afraid. Down to 29 drivers we go. Three and 3/4 minutes to go. And Teresa Babičková now retakes the fastest lap of the race. 1 minute 2.463. Extends her gap over Baccaglini to 1.154 seconds. As we're now on to lap number 7. There's still some fights to be had, still some battles to be won out on circuit. Good to see that Vinstiak is having a better race, placing in 14th ahead of Jamie Smith, running for Biralat, South Africa. Even though he is running under a British flag, he's from Benoni in South Africa, so good to see that we've got some South African representation here this weekend. Baccaglini has done a personal best, and I've just spotted that Enzo Boll and Patrick Snolls-Lockmellis, in 5th and 4th respectively, have just both set an identical lap time and have both improved. Something's not quite right for Martin van Leeuwen. He's just put in his fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 3.051. Uncharacteristic, so I'm not too sure if he might be driving with a problem that he's having to drive around in order to get the kart to the finish. A little bit further back, another position. So Van Leeuwen has just lost out to Emils Akmens from Latvia. Signals from the mechanics on the gantry just by the final corner. And Maxime Dirix has been making some headway this time around. The 405 from Belgium started down in 18th, now currently running 13th behind Jules Cousin. They've now got Van Leeuwen in their crosshairs, so has Vinstiak. Jamie Smith not that far adrift, but we're coming into the final minute of this penultimate heat for DD2 and DD2 Masters. Nicola Picot still running in 8th and leading the class. And all the way down to 1st to 20th overall between Teresa Babičková and Martina Stankiewicz after 8 laps. The gap was just a shade under 10 seconds. it's been calmness from this driver here, the 406 from Tep's Racing Team, running on the Birol ART chassis. The Birol ART was the chassis used by the DD2 drivers, the original class of Rotax itself. Following on from Rotax's decision to go with the concept known as the RM1, and now the DD2 is the standard bearer when it comes to top-tier competition in terms of the Rotax Max Challenge globally. The timer has now expired about 15 seconds ago, and Teresa Babichkova again will be the first person to see the last lap board. So will Nicolas Picot, who very shortly has come out of the final corner, and we'll see it for the last time, leading the DD2 Masters class in 8th position. But there is still going to be a battle. Maxime Dirix has brought out the dance moves finally. And he's currently sitting in 12th position. Babichkova makes her way down the hill for what's going to be the final time, lap number 11. And, oh, right, another driver has just had a drama. That is off of turns 1 and 2. Lawrence Ivory trying to battle away with Jamie Smith to go into the top 15. But we now concentrate on our race leader. Out of the final corner, it's 2 for 2 for the Czech Republic and Teresa Babichkova. Second, this time, it's not Van Leuven, it's not Bertocco, it's Bakaglini that takes second, 9.6 tenths behind the Czech Republic driver. Bertocco in third, Lokmelis in fourth, Enzo Boll, 5th position after really putting the cat amongst the proverbial pigeons. Michael Rossina, Nicolas Picot takes 7th and also again strikes twice whilst the iron was hot for DD2 Masters. Axel Sarniala, Tom Bracken and Emils Akmans rounds out the top 10. Martin Van Leeuwen ends up 11th ahead of Maxime Dirix with Jules Cousin, Jamie Smith and Lawrence Seyfried rounding out the top 15. Finn Stiak, Kilian Guérin, Tino Egeskov, Sebastian Schul and Martina Stankiewicz, the next highest placed DD2 Masters driver, rounds out the top 20. Daniel Carmona, Christophe Capitain, Jonathan Wimont, David Perel, Jericho Kalainen, Andreas Neumann, Antonio Teixeira, Maxime Sechurko, and it looked like it was Nicolas Guillaume that was the driver, unfortunately beached on the dust, coming out of turn number 1 on the final lap with Raul Vargas and Alejandro Barambillo possibly coming together on lap 3. So the halfway points of the DD2 and Masters heats got underway under the Andalusian sunshine. The temperature surrounding the circuit was getting warmer, but the action on track got things even hotter, nearly to volcano standards as the lights went out and we went racing. Teresa Babichkova once again led the field into turn 1, with Martin Van Leeuwen looking to make his way through and did so early doors. Waiting in the wings was a certain Leonardo Baccaglini, who after a couple of attempts managed to get past countryman Gregorio Bertocco, and then through turn 5 got through and Van Leeuwen. Van Leeuwen would also find himself dropping down the order as the likes of Patrick Snolls Lokmelis was sideways trying to go up the inside of him through turn 13. Raul Vargas completely despondent and a very, very dusty second-hand kart and the disappointment was clear to see in the body language of the 404 from Spain. Tom Bracken, just one of the young chargers in this DD2 field here at Campillos, showed that even age is nothing but a number, with a great overtake on Van Leeuwen. And even, just another replay, just showing that even the youngsters get to grips with DD2 very, very easily. And then drama for Guillaume from Belgium, spinning up the rear tyres, flicking dust and gravel everywhere. His race was done on the last lap. But Babičková and Picot, once again, two-time heat winners from today. We now head to Heat 7 Senior Rotax, Groups A versus C. Let's have a look at your starting grid. It's an all-British front row, courtesy of Kai Hunter and Matthew Higgins, with Miska Kaskinen from Finland and Germany's Austin Lee on row number 2. Belgium's Kai Hilets and the Czech Republic's Petra Babičková on row 3. The United Kingdom's Ethan Jeff Hall and the Netherlands' Dion van Verven round out the top 4 rows, with Israel's Jarin Schultz and Denmark's Tobias Clausen rounding out the top 10. Matis Turlo and Nevio Fischer on row 6. Ollie Stevens and Alejandro Samaniego on row 7. Andrea Kostic and Jules Roussel, row 8. Henry Beaumont and Sverre Ubben, row 9. Camille McFarlane and Angus Scrivener rounding out the top 20. Rounding out the 31-strong grid, it's Lucas Bernot, Nicky Gauci, Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort, Laurie Legris, Henki Kalteren, Emilia Richard, Jason Krzyzewski, Tom Vuaou, Leandro Carvalho, Zino Falke and Sim Sepp. Another 10-minute plus an additional lap of racing, and there is the fact that we have so far 2 heat winners so far here on Heat Stay. Lewis Gilbert has had 2 race victories, and in this race we have 3 that have already won one. Hunter being one, Higgins being one, and Austin Lee being the other. So we could have 2 drivers that might have 2 race victories to their credit. But could someone spring a surprise I know for a fact there's quite a few drivers in this field that very much are capable of doing so. And given the opportunity, they will jump at the chance. They do need to get into formation rather quickly, however, because the red lights are on the gantry. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out first time. We are underway, and it's the run down to turn number 1. And Hunter leads the way. Higgins ends up in 4th as Gilets has got through to 3rd position. Kaskinen again slotting in behind his DHR teammate. As they go through towards the top of the hill, it's too wide a little bit further back. As they go across the crest at turn 8. Down the hill for the first time. And Hunter has already got possibly the best part of 4 to 5 kart lengths on Kaskinen, who goes defensive on Gilets going into turn number 12. They go down the back straightaway, heading towards turn number 16. Is there going to be a lunge from somebody? There is, and it's just towards the bottom part of the top 10. Look to be Mattis Turlo, I believe. As they come into the final corner, Hunter's got a comfortable gap at the moment. As Austin Lee now is ahead of Ethan Jeff Hall, but Matthew Higgins trying to put the pressure onto Kai Gilets going up the hill. Might find an opportunity into the next left-hander, but no, Gilets finds the opportunity and finds the window to get through past Kaskinen. And then Austin Lee, as that was happening, got through on Matthew Higgins at the very same corner. So now they've got to start chasing down Kai Hunter up front. And Gilets is leading the train. Looks over his right shoulder. Kaskinen looks for the move up the inside into the hairpin. Gilets shuts that off very, very quickly indeed. And keeps it pinned on the racing line. Coming up to 2 minutes elapsed out of the 10 minutes. Oh, very, very sideways from Kaskinen there. And I think that opened the window of opportunity for someone to get through. Kaskinen held on. Kaskinen held on for dear life at that point. There's now Higgins trying to get through on Austin Lee. And there is a 5-second penalty coming to the way of the 384. Lilian Richard from France. I'll wait to confirm on the live timing what that is for. But the train, there is an absolute freight train. As Gilets has now managed to scarper away from Kaskinen. So now the hunting begins. Right, Lilian Richard, 5-second time penalty for pushing. With the driver currently sitting in 27th position. Bit of side-by-side going through turn 13 towards the back part of the top 10. Might have been Tobias Clausen that might have gotten through. It looks to be the case. That is an RS competition kart that got through on a DHR kart. So Ollie Stevens drops a position in the meantime. And now this is where the real battle starts as Matthew Higgins sends it up the inside of Ethan Jeff Hall. There is room for Austin Lee to get through, and he threads the eye of the needles as the 372 from Germany manages to get past. Now Petra Babichkova up the inside of the 397, and Mattis Turlo does the pair of them. Well, there you go. It just all starts happening, and Ollie Stevens now up the inside of Ethan Jeff Hall, who is getting a very, very quick lesson on how different senior Rotax is to juniors. If anyone might remember the lesson that Kai Gilets got at the 2021 Rotax Golden Trophy at Karting Genk, he was on pace. You might be one of the quickest out there, but you do get a very steep learning curve when you make the jump to seniors. Five minutes and 50 still to go, plus an additional lap. And it's not getting any easier for some of the drivers towards the bottom part of the top 10. There's more changes than maybe I've had hot Sunday roast dinners. 5 minutes and 35 still to go. Black and white flag being given to the 3:08 of France's Jules Roussel, currently sitting in 9th position. As the freight train makes its way up the hill once again, there's more side-by-side action. I think maybe Jaren Schultz has just got past the 3:90 of Tobias Clausen going through in towards the approach for turn 6. And at the moment, the fastest lap of the race is being held by the 3:74 from Belgium, Kai Gillerts, 1 minute 3.483. A little bit further back, there is some toing and froing. I think Dion van Verven just made up a position on Jaren Schultz, and the Israeli just managed to get that position back and has now got the 3:47 of Dumfries' Angus Scrivener right on the back bumper in the number 3:47. Matisse Turlo and Petra Babičková battling away over 6th position, with the number 3:03 just having taken that place. And Austin Lee has just got past Matthew Higgins now. That's another change for 4th position as they go down the hill once again. Four minutes still to go, plus an additional lap. Still plenty of stories to be told in this race. A bit further back, just keeping an eye on Tom Vuau and Zino Falca getting into battle. Going through into turn 12. With Falca now ahead of the French driver. But the gap has slowly been coming down. Austin Lee now has the fastest lap of the race. Gap between the top two, Kai Hunter and Kai Gillerts, 6.5 tenths of a second apart, with 3 minutes and 30 still to go. In our 7th senior Rotax heat, we've got one more to hit the 80% mark, and then we'll have the 2 final races later on to close out heat stay. That gap between the top 2 is starting to come down quite significantly lap by lap. Might not be 2 to 3 tenths, but if it's a tenth here, a tenth and a half there, it makes all the difference. And the battle for 3rd is still very much undecided, because you've got multiple drivers in contention for that. You've got Kaskinen, Austin Lee, Matthew Higgins, Babičková, Turlo, Jeff Hall, amongst others. And Austin Lee has just again put in another fastest lap of the race. 1 minute 3.216, and he's right with Miska Kaskinen. Did have a think about maybe going through on the inside of the left-hander at turn number 5, but thought better of it. Now might get a chance to go down the hill, and maybe like he did on Matthew Higgins in the opening heat, to get through at turn 12 at the hairpin. You can see the 385 up rather nicely right now. He's got an opportunity, and he is in the window. He's pulling to the inside already. Austin Lee up the inside of Miska Kaskinen. Now that's 3rd place. 1 minute and 45 still remains on the timer. Still more battles up and down the order. And Austin Lee will now have to start fighting a little bit. He's got to start going a bit defensive, as Matthew Higgins now has. Petra Babičková up the inside through turn 17 as the 3:03 makes it through. That's now for P5. Half a second now separates the 2 leaders as they go up the hill into the left-hander at turn number 5. Higgins now trying to see if he can force an opportunity to get through on Babičková, but that's easier said than done. So 60 seconds remain on the timer. There are battles going over the crest of the hill as I speak. But the gap between the 2 guys at the front, Hunter versus Gillerts, it's about 8 or so kart lengths between the pair. So we're going to get 2 more laps, including the one that we're just about to go on to, lap 10. But there is a skirmish. There's a foray. There's action happening. Kaskinen versus Babichkova and Higgins up the inside of the 303. And that was for 5th position. Now Ethan Jeff Hall and Mathis Turlo have entered the fray. Jules Roussel, who has got a 5-second time penalty. Coming as, well, not Jules Roussel, it's the 384 of Linia Richard. My apologies there. So this battle for position, still waging on, is going to go right up to the checkered as the timer has expired. Gap between first and second, last time around was just over 0.4. That's not the battle that really needs to be focused on, it's the one we're seeing here. The likes of Ethan Jeff Hall, Mathis Turlo, Petra Babichkova and Matthew Higgins amongst others. But the 2 leaders now will come out of the final corner. Kai Hunter leading Kai Gilets. 3rd it's Austin Lee. 4th it's Miska Kaskinen, then Higgins, Babichkova, then Jeff Hall, Terlou, Roussel and Nevio Fischer. Last lap board is in the air. Gap between first and second now less than 3/10. Gilets might be teeing something quite special up right now because he is gaining. He gained nearly 1/10.5 on the previous lap, but was that going to be enough? If he was 2 to 3/10, I think he would have been with Hunter right now as they go down into the straight down the middle part of the circuit for the final time. But sometimes a good heat stay doesn't necessarily have to be including race victories. If you are mitigating the circumstances and you make sure your kart is 100% scratch-free by the end of the day, you've done a very, very good job indeed, and you can set things up for the following day, which is where it counts the most. Out of the final corner, Gilets has got the slipstream. Is he going to go for it? He thinks of it, but 67 thousandths of a second away from a race victory with the new team. He's done pretty good today as Mr. Gilets, but Kai Hunter joins Lewis Gilbert as a 2-time heat winner here on Heat Day for the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Winter Cup here at Campillos. So, Hunter takes the victory, takes the second one of the day, ahead of Kai Gilets, with Austin Lee rounding out the top 3 positions. Miska Kaskinen had to fight tooth and nail and ended up finishing in 4th ahead of Matthew Higgins, with Petra Babichkova in 6th ahead of Ethan Jeff Hall, Mathis Turlo, Jules Roussel, Tobias Clausen completing the top 10. Nevio Fischer, Ollie Stevens, Jarin Schultz, Dion van Werven, Angus Scrivener, Sverre Ubben, Camille McFarlane, Alejandro Samaniego, Henry Beaumont and Jason Krajewski rounding out the top 20. Also, Ethan Jeff Hall, in the meantime, has just been given a 5-second time penalty for pushing, demoting the youngster from Lancaster down to 15th. Henki Kalteren, Brandon Klein, Nagovort, Sino Falca, Lucas Pernod, Lilian Richard, Andrea Kostic, Laurie Lepri, Leandro Carvalho, Nicky Gauci and Sim Sepp rounding out the 30 that finished the race. Tom Boahou, unfortunately, we lost on lap 8. So the tension over the course of the day for senior Rotax has increased in fever pitch over the course of the racing today. And here was no exception as the lights went out. 31 drivers would head into turn number 1 and all would pretty much remain unscathed, despite the fact there was some toing and froing and jockeying for position, with 2-3 abreast moments on the early stages. Kai Gilets again showed great prowess with his new team at KAF Motorsport, quickly getting past Miska Kaskinen, who had to fight tooth and nail with those behind, the likes of Austin Lee, Matthew Higgins and Petra Babichkova, amongst others. A bit of a scare for Austin Lee there. However, he would still make sure he was there in the thick of things, along with Ethan Jeff Hall, who also showed his hand at some points during the race. Babišková again using turn 5 to her advantage, showcasing her prowess at that particular part of the circuit, which seems to be a sweet spot for her to overtake. But Matthijs Turlo not only overtook her, but also the driver that she had passed. Also some dramas a little bit further down the order for Dion van Verven, and also the likes of Tobias Clausen and the 389, amongst other, of Israel's Yarin Schultz. Austin Lee teed up a nice move that was textbook, going through with the left rear wheel going up in the air as he passed Finland's Miska Kaskinen. But the run to the line between the two Kais meant that Hunter versus Rillets would end up with the former winning by 67 thousandths. Time to take you through the grid for Heat 8, Senior Rotax Groups B versus D. So it's going to be effectively, because there is no Eliska Babišková, she'll be supporting the rest of the family from the sidelines, having done some, done some training earlier on this weekend. So it's going to be the likes of Archie Walker and Zsombor Kovac. Then you're going to have the likes of Lauren Legault and David Altlichner, Janis Diak, Paul Hamburg, Janis Diak, Montego Mas and Tommy van der Soys. No Lachlan Robinson, he's out for the weekend, I'm afraid. Archie Buttle, Marcel Lecui, Lotus Tveen, William Christensen, Elia Papacena, Yori Tenhef, Hugo Latorre Vega, Pablo Colomer, Arthur Robin, Amanda Salinen, Er Harun, Mats Johan Overhoff. He needs to get back into the top 20 again, does that young man. Bati Schneider, Rafael Jesus, Shiraishi Itsumo, Pedro Barbosa, Torres Johannes Dominguez, Anthony Bilou, Matteo Pianezzola, Pedro Arango, and Gustav Ziusalkovs bringing up the rear of the grid. So the lights have gone out and we are underway and racing in the 8th heat for senior road tax. Kovac gets the jump on everybody. David Altlechner follows the Hungarian up the hill. With Archie Walker looks to have now made his way up into 3rd place ahead of Paul Hamburg. Laurent Legault from Canada looks to be in 5th position as they now make their way out of turn 8 down the hill for the first time. Drivers adjusting the radiator flaps as they go down from turn 11 to the hairpin at turn 12. Everyone jockeying for position side by side at some points. I think I just spotted one of the drivers trying to make an overtake, which might have been the 3:32 of Germany's Juri Tenhef. Tommy van der Stroy is rounding out the top 10 at the moment. He looks to be making the move up the inside through turn 16. More changes a little bit further down towards the bottom of the turn 5. They go from Canada really putting in some great switchback moves as we head back up the hill once again, this time on lap 2. It's getting a bit close for comfort, going through into turns 5 and 6. 2x2 side-by-side action outside of the top 25. At the front of the field, Zsombor Kovac is controlling proceedings. He could be the third driver that might pick up 2 victories here on Heats Day. We still have 2 more heats to go. They go down the back straightaway. Some getting the side draft, including one of the RS competition carts. Might have been Lotus Tveen going through on Juri Tenhef. And there is still side-by-side action coming through turn 17. No one's giving any quarter whatsoever, one of which might have been the 360. Hugo Latorre Vega, who we saw at the sharp end of one of the races earlier on today. But now it's getting to be very close indeed between the top 3. Zsombor Kovac, David Altlechner and Archie Walker battling it out for the race victory. Walker has been close, so has Altlechner. Kovac has already got a race victory here on Heats Day to his credit. Then you can't count out some of the other drivers. I mean, even the likes of Paul Hamburg, Janis Diak, Laurent Legault, even Tommy van der Sloijs has been absolutely motoring forward. And now there's going to be a change for 4th place. There is Janis Diak up the inside of Paul Hamburg to take 4th place. Legault is coming under fire from van der Sloijs. And also Montego Maassen. The 394 from Germany, right on the back bumper. There is also a notification reference to number 306, who's just got the black and white warning flag. And that is Baptiste Schneider from France. Walker's got through on Altlechner. That's one move of the jigsaw puzzle completed, with 6.5 minutes still to go, plus an additional lap. So just over 6 minutes remain on the timer. Montego Maassen currently has the fastest lap in this race, 1 minute 3.596, as there is a move courtesy of Legault. Well, that was Legault being passed by Hamburg, and then just behind, Lequi on Christensen for 9th place. It is nip and tuck on who will make a move and when will they pull the trigger. And Legault now pulls the trigger, goes up the inside of Paul Hamburg. Nice move by the Canadian. Now it's going to become a 4-kart scrap for the race lead. Now looking at it from this perspective, Kovac has won a heat. Walker hasn't. Altlechner hasn't. Stiak hasn't. Keep your eyes on Van der Stroys. There's still half of this race left to go, and it's anyone's guess who is going to be top dog after this one. Will Kovac make it a third respective driver that will have won 2 heats today? 4 minutes 40 plus an additional lap. The top 4 were covered by just under 7.5 tenths of a second on the last lap. Back down the hill at full throttle, full pace. They'll be pushing the best part of over 105 to 110 kilometers an hour coming down the hill, and then hard on the brakes, rotate the kart through turns 10 and 11. And it's the driver in 4th that has the fastest lap of anybody and was pretty much 3 tenths quicker than the 3 in front of him. That driver is Janis Stiak. Van der Stroys has also improved, but was running on the same pace as the top 3. So needs to make a little bit more of an indent, but might be hoping that the drivers in front might start to battle. With 3 minutes and 35 seconds plus an additional lap, that is still conceivable. Over the crest of the hill once again, Harun has got past Yuri Tenhef as the Spaniard in the 386 now goes into 16th position. Leaders now coming back down the hill once again through the left-hander at turn number 11. The run down to the hairpin here at turn number 12. And there's the move from Janis Stiak up the inside of David Altlechner. So the German now decides it's the time to really start winding up the wick to volume number 11. In the previous tour, Van der Stroys put in his fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 3.6. Top 4 covered by 9 tenths, about 9 tenths of a second. There's a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel between Archie Walker and also Janis Stiak in 2nd and 3rd respectively. Walker that last time around was the best part of over 0.5 tenths of a second quicker than Sombor Kovac, who continues to lead the race at this stage. 8 minutes down, 2 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. Looks like Van der Stroys and Montega-Masson are catching the 4 in front. So it could be even more convoluted towards the dying stages of this race. Top 6 covered by just under 2.2 seconds. Kovac has responded and has gone nearly 1.5 tenths quicker than Archie Walker on that last lap. We're now onto lap number 9 out of 11, based on the amount of time that is still left on the timer. There's Lucky and Robert running in formation from the team PKS Competition, running on the Gillard chassis. As we head into the final 50 or so seconds, plus an additional lap of the race. But at the moment, right, okay. Penalty has just come through. 5-second time penalty for pushing. And it's been given to Rafael Jesus, who currently sits in 17th position. Gustav Zusakovs actually now gets past the Emirati driver on track and now goes up to effectively 17th position. The timer now strikes 0. One more lap remains as we're on our 10th and penultimate lap of this race. Zsombor Kovács has kept himself very, very calm and reserved. Oh, and we've had a little bit of a coming together, unfortunately. One of which is... Oh, did I just spot Mats-Johan Overhoff? Yes, 3:55. And Matteo Pianezzola. Oh, that's a real shame for the pair of them. Out on the spot. Final lap board is out. And now Archie Walker is coming under fire from the driver behind. That is Janis Štiak. Štiak's going to go for the move up the inside through turn 7. Makes it stick. Now, is this when he decided he was going to go for it? It looks very much to be the case, but don't count out Walker, whatever you do. Kovács has kept it calm. Now he's looking over his shoulder. Walker goes to the outside, trying to get the over-under on Janis Štiak, but you've got a right-hander straight away after that left-hand hairpin. But could Walker do himself a favour and pull alongside? He does. Going into turn 16, up the inside of Štiak. They're going to be side by side through the next couple of corners. Who's going to come out on top? It might be Walker, it might be Štiak. Kovács is going to take the victory. Walker nips it in the bud with second by a fraction. 65 thousandths between second and third at the checkered. So, provisionally at this moment in time, Zsombor Kovács becomes the third different senior Rotax driver so far this weekend that has picked up 2 victories, joining Lewis Gilbert and Kai Hunter. He wins the race by just over 5.6 tenths of a second ahead of Archie Walker, Janis Štiak, David Outleichner, and another solid performance from the Netherlands' Tommy van der Stroys in 5th. Montego Maassen, Laurent Legault, Paul Hamburg, William Christensen and Arthur Robin rounding out the top 10. Marcelo Cui, Hugo Latorre, Archie Buttle, Lotus Tveen and Er Haroun round out the top 15. Jori Tenhef, Gustav Zusakovs, Elia Papacena, Pablo Colomer, Baptiste Schneider complete the top 20. Pedro Arango, Shiraishi Itsumo, Pedro Barbosa, Anthony Bilou, Tonis Johannes Dominguez, Amanda Salonen and Rafael Jesus rounding out the 27 that finished. And unfortunately, coming together with 2 laps to go, Mats-Johan Overhoff and Matteo Pianezzola from Germany and Italy eliminated on the spot. So once again, the Rotax Roar burst into life here at the Circuito Karting Campillos for the 8th out of 10 senior Rotax heats with Kovács and Walker on the front row. With everyone trying to jockey for position, they were doing their very, very best. As Outleichner would slot in behind the Hungarian and Walker would thread the eye of the needle to get up to 3rd in the early stages. Good work by Laurent Legault from Canada in the 323. Normally races with RPG over in his local territory in North America and Canada. And also Janis Štiak still has got it, still planning to race in Porsche Carrera Cup Germany this year, but still can't get enough of karting with that spectacular move. Very clean up the inside of David Outleichner, and a little bit of a talking between Matteo Pianezzola and Mats-Johan Overhoff, with the Italian quite clearly not happy with what transpired. But nevertheless, things were getting a bit heated towards the end of the race in the battle for the lead, and also for 2nd and 3rd, as Janis Štiak managed to get through on Archie Walker going through the exit of turn 8. But then, through turn 16, Archie Walker made the move stick, kept it pinned, despite the fact that Janis Stierk was trying to go towards the outside through into the penultimate corner, and the Brit would take second behind eventual two-time heat winner today, Zsombor Kovács, with Sziak a fraction behind, and Outlechner and Van der Sloys completing the top 5. Now we head into the final straight of today's heat days, and next up we go to race number 17. It's Minimax, heat number 3. Here's your starting grid. So the order pretty much as what it was earlier on for the last two heats. Jacob Ashcroft, who's won 2 for 2 today. Can he make the clean sweep so far this weekend? He starts from pole position. Denny Babacek has been next in line and has been also alongside him on the front row for every single race today. Jeremy Rivers and Nikita Lubimov represent Spain and Estonia on row 2. For the Netherlands and the United Kingdom on row 3, Felipe Reyes and Cole Denham. For the UK and for the Netherlands on row 4, Finley Lyons and Boris Verhaag. Iago Lempen is in the 109, and he represents Peru. We'll have Charles Kitely from the United Kingdom completing the top 10. It's the UK and Portugal, row 6 with Albert Friend and Alfonso Lopez. The UK and Japan with Tom Reed and Shibazaki Mikoto on row 7. The UK and Portugal, row 8, Jensen Chalk, Joao Pereira. Spain with Hugo Fuentes and Ethan Griffiths from the UK on row 9 with Sigurd Stubberud from Denmark and Rory Armstrong from the UK row 10. Jack Freeman, Oliver Majewski and Isaac Barker ran at the top 23, all three of them representing the UK, with Finland's Unto Olavi Lakonen, South Korea's Min Jae Kim, Great Britain's Amelie Davey, Kieran Stewart and Daniel Minto, with the UAE represented by Nathan Kappen, Francisco Lopez representing Spain, Daniel Ferreira from Portugal, Sam Mott and Max Gilman representing the United Kingdom, and the Maple Leaf of Canada being represented by the 108 of Ryan Gandor. So, can anyone better Jacob Ashcroft in the third and final heat? Out of the final corner, into the tram lines we go. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? The final Minimax heat goes lights out, and we are racing. Ashcroft getting the inside line into turn one, with Rivers following behind him. Babicek slots into third place, with Nikita Lubimov rounding out the top four. Babicek looking to try and get through on turn 5 on Rivers, but the Spaniard stays resolute. Side by side a little bit further back, Albert Friend trying to make his way through and get into the top 10 early doors. And on that particular occasion, it did not transpire. However, Ashcroft has already got a bit of a gap within the first two-thirds of the opening lap of 1.58 kilometres. Babicek now again looking up the inside of Rivers. So does the 1-1-2 of Lubimov. So Rivers drops down to fourth position. Down the back straight away they go. And already after the first lap, Ashcroft has a half-second advantage over Babicek, Lubimov and Rivers running at the top four. Cole Denham now ahead of Felipe Reyes for RR Racing. So Denham up into fifth place. Albert Friend now up into seventh. Boris Verhaag, Finlay Lines and Charles Kitely complete the top 10. Looks like not been a good day for Kieran Stewart. Might have just ended on a bit of a downer because the 116 not showing on the timing screens and was due to start 27th. But Lubimov having now made the switch to Bouvin Power with Birger Bouvin and his crew. Looks to have been an inspired choice. Now, oh, wow, that's a beautiful move there from Lubimov on Rivers going through into turn 16. It's side by side, 2 by 2 hurrah outside of the top 15 going through into turn 16. And there is Cole Denham, who also is now ahead of Jeremy Rivers. Felipe Reyes waiting in the wings. RR Racing now working with Gamoto in Italy with the EKS chassis. Had a great chat with Raymond Riedfeld this morning about the association between the two parties. So both Max Gilman and Kieran Stewart unfortunately out, I'm afraid. Max Gilman not even making it to within the first half of the first lap itself as we head into 4 minutes to go plus an additional lap. Lubimov has closed in on Babicek for that second place. And the Estonian is looking to make the move when the opportunity presents itself. Felipe Reyes, in the meantime, has got past on Cole Denham, and they've got Jeremy Rivers just behind them. But as that has all been transpiring on what is going to soon be the completion of lap 4, Jacob Ashcroft not only has the fastest lap, but has a comfortable 0.8 of a second advantage. So with just under 2.5 minutes to go, there's still going to be some battling happening, and we're seeing it right now. Kitely versus Lines. Oh, that was a bit close between the pair. Quick cat-like reflexes from Finley Lines, managing to get himself out of harm's way. As Kitely went to shut the door, and Lines now back up the inside of the 164. That is to take position. That's 8th place. And now the floodgates could proverbially open because Jensen Chalk is in the mix. Oh, one round the outside. Oh, no, that was Boris Verhaag round the outside of Charles Kitely, and the Dutchman spins with Jensen Chalk managing to thread the eye of the needle to get through, and Boris Verhaag tumbles down the order like a stone thrown into a pond. As soon as his back left wheel touched the grass, well, touched the dirt and the grass as he went round the outside of Charles Kitely, there was a little bit of a touch between the pair of them as well. So Boris Verhaag, all that hard work where he was running in a solid 10th, was gunning for at least 8th. And now he's going to find himself probably towards the back part of the top 20. 1 minute 18 still to go on the clock. Lubimov still keeping Babicek very, very honest as they go through turn 1. Lead now is just over a second in the favour of Ashcroft. They do say that you haven't talked about them at leader much. She's done a pretty good job at the front end of the field, and that's very much exemplary of what Jacob Ashcroft has showcased. Babicek still holding on to that second position. Lubimov wants to round off the day with a solid top 3 finish, and that's exactly what the Estonian is doing in the 1-1-2. Felipe Reyes, Cole Denham and Jeremy Rivers rounding out the top 6. Albert Friend languishing a little bit further behind to the tune of nearly 2.6 seconds. As we now go on to our penultimate racing lap of heat stay for the Minimax drivers. Ashcroft just under 1.1 seconds ahead of Babicek and Lubimov, who you see on your screens. There's Felipe Reyes, not too far away either. And Felipe Reyes just put in a lap time 7/1000 slower than Ashcroft on that particular occasion as the timer hit 0. Next time is the last lap board for heat stay for Minimax. Could come down to the wire on this particular occasion. Lubimov could have a last opportunity, maybe through turn 16. Is starting to work towards it, takes a little bit of a wider sweep through turns 14 and 15, and now is going to get the slipstream. Is the Estonian going to go for it through turn 16? No, I don't think he has done. No, he has not. But out of the final corner, it is going to be a clean sweep. Jacob Ashcroft dominates heat stay, and Babicek takes second by the narrowest of margins, 86 thousandths. With Nikita Lubimov rounding out the top 3. Felipe Reyes in 4th, Cole Denham in 5th, with Jeremy Rivers from Spain rounding out the top 6. Albert Friend, Finley Lines, Charles Kitely and Jensen Chalk round out another 4 drivers, 60% of the top 10 representing the United Kingdom. Afonso Lopez, Rory Armstrong, Tom Reed, Oliver Majewski will be rounding out the top 14 ahead of Ethan Griffiths Isaac Barker, Peruzzi Iago Lempen, Joao Pereira, Shibazaki Mikoto, Daniel Minto, Jack Freeman, Sam Mott, Hugo Fuentes, Sigurd Stubberup, Boris Verhaag, finishing a lowly 25th after that drama earlier on. Ryan Gandor, Amelie Davey, Min-jae Kim, Francisco Lopez, Unto Olavi Lakonen, and Nathan Kappen rounding out the 32 that finished, with Max Gilman and Kieran Stewart, unfortunately not making it to the checkered, I'm afraid. There is your race winner. Jacob Ashcroft has done 3 for 3 and also picking up the fastest lap, if I remember. So there are your results for the final heat for Minimax here today. Jacob Ashcroft goes into tomorrow with a target on his back that he knows he's got the pace to win. Can anyone unfurl all the hard work done by the 122 from Western Supermare? Tomorrow we find out in the pre-final and the final, where it's winner take all on Sunday afternoon. So the third and final heat as Speedy Gonzalez, aka Felipe Reyes, just showing the characters that we have in this paddock with their identities through the race helmet, showing the colour of karting. We got under full racing speed as the lights went out and the Minimax race, the final one of the day, got underway here under the Andalusian afternoon sunshine here on Saturday. Ashcroft would take the initial advantage like he has done all day long, with Jeremy Roivers again making sure he was going to be one to be reckoned with. But early on, it was the pair of Denny Babacek and Nikita Lubimov that managed to get past the Spaniard quite early, with Roivers having to fight tooth and nail. Also, Cole Denham put his hat into the ring and made sure he was one that was going to be noticed over the course of the race day. Even with the likes of Charles Kitely, and with Finley Lines having the biggest scare, I think, of his karting career so far on the approach into turn number 1. And then this moment saw that Boris Verhaag touching right rear wheel to left rear wheel of Charles Kitely, spinning the Dutchman, who luckily enough held onto the brakes and held on for dear life, but would end up placing 25th at the checkered. Lubimov would try everything in his power to get past Babicek, and this moment here was a sign of light at the end of the tunnel. However, it wouldn't be the case. Ashcroft dominant all day long, Babicek best of the rest, Lubimov ending the day on a high. So now we go on to our penultimate junior Rotax heat. And it is Heat 5, Groups A versus D. Let's take you through the starting grid, folks. Pole position, one of 4 drivers that have won a race today. Kasper Schulmans will start from pole. Timo Jungling has been close, but not close enough. He'll line up alongside on the front row. Sebastian Mins, the opening heat winner from earlier on today, will start on the inside of row number 2. Alongside will be Tom Strele, with Alvaro Jimenez and Oliver Sander rounding out the top 3 rows. Viti Väinänen and Oliver Kerg round out the top 4 rows. Max Cuthbert and Domi Kakkonen round out the top 10, ahead of Sebastian Koch, Hans-Markus Narusk, Jack West, Sky Parker, Timothy Vladimirov, Olivier Jonkers, Joel Kaspar Joipere, Kieran Bartenstein and Marius Karasiaukas rounding out the top 19 strong grid. So 4 different winners from 4 different heats so far. Could we have a driver that picks up 2, or could we have someone else that makes it 5 different drivers from 5 different heats? Well, over the next 8 or so minutes, we will get to that inevitable conclusion. As the drivers now make their way through turn number 17, and now the final corner. It's Schulmans and Jungling on the front row. Are we ready? Are we steady? The revs rise. We are underway. I think we are. Yes, we are. The lights have officially gone out. And the drivers now make their way up the hill. Schulmans leads. Sebastian Mins has managed to springboard past Timo Jungling, who's now down into 4th position as Alvaro Jimenez has got through. So Mins, Behrman, Schulmans and Nikishov have all won a race today. Now there's the signal from Timo Jungling back to Tom Strele, who has also been in contention, and now the pair of them within the last couple of corners have just got past. There comes the 2:39 of the UK's Oliver Sander trying to get past Alvaro Jimenez through into turn 16, and I think has just made it through. That is the case. Schulmans is trying to scarper away, but Mins is keeping the Dutchman very, very honest indeed. Jimenez looks up the inside of Sander through turn 1, and the Spaniard gets through. So the 218 back up to 5th position. Oliver Kerg, Domi Kakkonen, Sebastian Koch, and also Sky Parker. Sky Parker now up into the top 10 and looking to push forward, might get an opportunity and does get through for 9th at the top of the hill through turn 8. A train and a half down the middle straightaway here at Karting Campillos. Overtakes happening, and there is another move. Sky Parker, I think, has also gotten through and taken another position. But Schurmans still continues to lead after what is now going to be the second lap of this 1.58 kilometre circuit. Now, having started down in 14th, Sky Parker has made up 8 positions. So has made up 6 positions, now up into 8th position. For some of the junior Rotax drivers, this will be their first foray into European Rotax competition. And believe you me, whenever I've spoken to some of the drivers that I haven't seen for quite a time, Sky included in that, it's great to see that they've come over here with a new reinvigoration when it comes to racing. Move now happening to 14. Sebastian Koch has just made a move, and that was possibly on Vittivainen from Finland in the 209. But it looks to be that things are getting a little bit closer together, and I've just spotted that the top 4 are running in the 105.1s. Schurmans is the quickest of them. 3 minutes and 40 plus an additional lap remains on the timer. Bit close there for Sebastian Koch in the 214. As Oliver Kerg was trying to get through. Kieran Barterstein has also moved up the order, having started down in the penultimate position on the grid, which was 18th. Now up into 12th goes the GKS Lemons Power driver from the Netherlands. And now looking for another move up the inside of Oliver Kerg and gets through. Neatly done by the Dutch driver, but going through into turn 13, side by side with Vladimirov and Jonkers. Jonkers manages to thread the eye of the needle, and the 216 from Belgium is through and up another place. Schurmans now starting to stretch the legs of that lead that he's now got. And that lead now extends to 8.5 tenths of a second. 2 minutes 30, plus 1 lap still to go. And now Max Cuthbert has got past Sky Parker in the battle for 8th position. They've got Vittivainen and not too far behind them either. Another position gained, once again, this time by Olivier Jonkers, as it's side by side between Joipera and Vladimirov going into the top of the hill at turn 8. But Sky Parker hanging on at the moment, but the 209, Vaininen manages to get through off of turn number 14. And now that's a change for 9th position. But Parker, I think, has just gotten back through again. Yes, she has. Back up to 9th goes the 252. Schurmans now has the lead after 5 laps of 1.146 seconds. As Timo Jungling now is in second, having got past Sebastian Mins in the meantime. But Schurmans and Jungling both have gotten into the 104s. So has Sebastian Mins. Schurmans has the best lap of the race so far, 1 minute 4.739. Jungling on his fastest lap so far, only 11 thousandths adrift. 1 minute 4.750. 35 seconds on the timer remains. Kasper Schaumanns will now go onto the penultimate lap of this race. As we're on to lap 7. Jimenez trying to close in on Latvia's Tom Sēle in the 2:38. Sēle, along with the likes of Boris Maximov, having made the move up from minis to juniors for 2023. They are getting a steep learning lesson out on track in real-time racing conditions, but they will thrive off that. They'll learn and continue to evolve their racecraft. Timers now run out, and Jungling hasn't managed to scarper away from Mins. Neither has the 2.65 from the United Kingdom been able to close in on the Flying Dutchman out front. So, last lap board for this race. 1.7 seconds is the gap between first and second position. Top 10 covered by 7.9 seconds. Some moves have happened in the meantime. Sky Parker, unfortunately, has dropped down to 12th position. She's done a fantastic final heat today, being up as high as 8th place at one point. She's now behind Sebastian Koch and Kieran Bartenstein. All 19 drivers still running, but it's going to be our first double winner of the day for Junior Rotax. Out of the final corner, Kasper Schaumanns. 2 out of 3 by a comfortable 2-second margin. The youngster from Born in the Netherlands takes the race victory. So who will take a race victory in the next heat coming up shortly? Because Timo Jungling, unable to take a race victory, but takes a solid second position. Sebastian Mins closes off the day with also a top 3 finish in third. Tom Sēle and Alvaro Jimenez round out the top 5. Oliver Sander comes back from that heat, his second heat incident with Raimund Bansal to finish 6th ahead of Domi Kakkonen, Max Cuthbert, Vitti Väinänen, Sebastian Koch and Kieran Bartenstein rounding out the top 11. Sky Parker ends her day with a 12th place finish ahead of Olivia Jonkers, Oliver Kerg, Jack West, Timothy Vladimirov, Joel Kasper Joipere, Marius Karsiaukas and Hans Markus Narusk rounding out the 19 strong finishers. So the penultimate Junior Rotax race got underway. And with the lights going out, Kasper Schaumanns led the field at full throttle into turn number 1, with Sebastian Mins making a good start ahead of Alvaro Jimenez heading into turn number 1. Timo Jungling, however, would start moving forward, getting past the Spaniard through turn number 12 early in the race, and still would be able to make some strides forward, along with the likes of Latvia's Tom Sēle. Sky Parker with a great move up the inside through onto turn number 8, and will make her way towards the top part of the top 10, the lower half of the top 10, but still did her very best, managing to pull off some great overtakes all the way around the circuit, including this move on Estonia's Oliver Kerg, which also allowed the opportunity for the likes of Sebastian Koch to get through as well. But still, the racing was hard and fast. Parker finding that Viitti would end up going through, but Kasper Schormans ended his day with another victory to his credit. Nice to see that people, including Rasmus Koskinen, decide to stick the thumbs up the camera. Right, your turn, Nemanja Jovanovic. Thumbs up to the camera, please. There we go. Brilliant. And a nice smile behind the visor as well. So the grid being cleared for the final time for the junior Rotax action, as we're very soon going to be getting underway with the sixth and final heat. Final words of encouragement, fist bumps, handshakes. Right, time for race 19 of the meeting, and it's Junior Rotax Heat 6, Groups B versus C. Let's have a look at your starting grid. One of a handful of drivers that have taken victories here today. Nikita Nikishov will start from pole position, and alongside will be joined from the representing the Netherlands, Boris Maximov. Diers van Wijk and Germany's Noah Janssen ran out the top 2 rows, and it's an all-British row number 3. With Thomas Ingram Hill and Cameron Nelson. Rayman Bansal from India and Thomas Behrman from the United Kingdom ran out the top 4 rows, with Finland's Rasmus Koskinen and Italy's Alberto Kiko Fracassi rounding out the top 10. Nemanja Jovanovic from Serbia and Santeri Laitanen from Finland, row number 6. Row 7 from the UK, Charlie Neve, and from Germany, Julian Kovacevic. Jimmy Kokalainen from Finland and Thomas Rudokas from Lithuania round out row 7, or row 8, and rounding out the final row of the grid, row 9, Armand Hamilton representing Hungary, and representing Colombia, Santiago Medina. Drivers head into the tram lines. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out. We are underway for the final Junior Rotax Heat, and it's a bit too close for comfort going into turn 1. Someone has spun around big time backwards into the barriers, and that is the 230. That is Boris Maximov from the Netherlands trying to move the barriers out of the way, trying to jump into the kart, and he's fired up the engine and he's got back out on track. Well, I did say it was a bit close for comfort, and Boris Maximov is now going to try and just make sure that the kart is okay. So he had started on the front row, and that just goes to show how quickly things can change. But Nikita Nikishov has the race lead ahead of Diers van Wijk. Thomas Behrman now up into what is from 8th on the grid to P3. Side by side coming through turn 14 as Behrman now goes for 2nd and gets it. A great bit of work from the 259 from Chelmsford, and now he's going to go after Nikita Nikishov. Kiko Fracassi and Charlie Neve battling away through into turn 1. They were line astern. Someone did a bit of a send right there. Going through into turn 1, that could have been possibly Thomas, well, it was definitely a Tony kart chassis, maybe Jimmy Kokalainen. So the top 3, when they crossed the line, were covered by just over 6/10. Thomas Ingram Hill currently rounds out the top 4. As now Diers van Wijk now returns the favour through turn number 12, and then instantly Behrman gets straight back up the inside of the 246 with no hesitation whatsoever. Brilliant response there by Thomas Behrman, saying, well, if you're going to send it through the inside of the hairpin at turn 12, I'll get you on the next right-hander. Exactly what he wanted to do. And now Thomas Ingram Hill is gunning for 3rd. Through into the right-hander at turn 1. Up the incline now through the right-hander at 2. Into the left at 3. Now Ingram Hill up the inside of Van Wyk through into turn 5. The Dutchman responds through 6. And this could allow Noah Janssen to close up. And the 2-3-1 from Germany is there. Ingram Hill up the inside through turn 8. That opens the door. Noah Janssen also gets through. And Kiko Fracassi also makes the move as well. So within 2 to 3 corners, Van Wyk drops all the way down from 3rd to 6th position at the drop of a hat. And there is Nemanja Jovanovic waiting in the wings in the 2.11. And Boris Maximov, unfortunately, after that turn 1, lap 1 incident, is out of the race. Santeri Leitonen, I'm afraid, did not start the race itself. There's another move up the inside through into turn number 16. Now that would have been behind Thijs Van Wyk. There was Armand Hamilton on Nemanja Jovanovic. The 2.11 managing to get through. And another change for position. Fracassi up the inside of Janssen. So the Italian trying to make some moves early doors. Van Wyk up the inside of Janssen as well through turn 5. Janssen shuts the door on Jovanovic, which could open the door for Hamilton very, very shortly. But also, again, Jovanovic managing to get through. So does Hamilton on Janssen, and the German wrestling with the steering wheel, trying to turn the cart to keep it on the racing line. Van Wyk up the inside, through into turn number 16. That would have been on Fracassi. And that's a change of position for what will effectively be 4th place. Hamilton up the inside of Jovanovic to now take what will be effectively 6th position as they go up the hill once again. Hamilton looking very, very racy indeed. An ascend and a half from Charlie Neve through on Noah Janssen on the inside of turn number 5. Down the hill they go again. And on the approach into the turn 12 hairpin. Thomas Ingram Hill is leading the charge, and there's been a 5-second penalty issued to Cameron Nelson in 10th place. I'm not too sure if that might be for a push on that one, but I will wait for, and that is for a pushing penalty for Cameron Nelson, who will drop down towards the back end of the field. Just over 60 seconds to go for juniors here on Heat Stay. And Nikita Nikishov looking to become the only other driver, apart from Kasper Schurmans, that will have won 2 heats today. Jovanovic up the inside of Hamilton, and also Ingram Hill at the same time. Great move there from Nemanja Jovanovic, and Hamilton nearly making it 3 abreast. Up the inside of the Serbian goes the 2.12 and pulls alongside and pulls past. Ingram Hill can nearly make this 3 wide into turn 16, and he does. They're 3 abreast. Hamilton still stays ahead. Great work by the 2.12 to stay in front of everybody, and look at the train that Armand Hamilton is bringing along for the ride. I count at least another 6 carts, and then I think that's Ingram Hill back up the inside of the 2.12. That is for 5th place. Azul is getting a bit too close for comfort. The accordion effect might happen, or a little bit of a touch on the back bumper of Cameron Nelson, the 2.41 from Dan Holland Racing, as they went through turn 6 and 7. Timer has expired, as Nikita Nikishov now has over a 1.3 second advantage over Thomas Behrman. Now looking up the inside of Cameron Nelson is Nemanja Jovanovic, who gets through. Nelson has to run a little bit wide. There's also the 2.60 of Charlie Neve. But out of the final corner, one more lap remains for Spain's Nikita Nikishov. Thomas Behrman nearly a second and a half adrift as Armand Hamilton tries to go side by side. There's a little bit of sidewall rubbing between the pair going into turn one. Hamilton gets through. Jovanovic is there as well. Nearly has a little bit of a touch between the pair of them. There's a couple of bits of bumper touching there between the pair, but Ingram Hill still stays ahead. Charlie Neve waiting in the wings. So is Germany's Noah Janssen. And it looks like the rest of the field are pretty much with them as well. All the way down to Jimmy Kokalainen. The top 14 covered by 8.8 seconds after 7 laps of racing. But just a handful of corners make that 3 of them. And it's going to be another way to sign off here on home soil for the 2-2-0. Nikita Nikishov has done everything right in this race. Out of the final corner, Nikishov does the double and joins Schoemans as a double heat winner today. Thomas Behrman rounds out the top 2, 1.35 seconds behind. Thijs van Wijk from the Netherlands rounds out the top 3. A strong finish for the young Dutch driver in the 2:46. Alberto Kiko Fracassi from Italy. Armand Hamilton representing Hungary. Thomas Ingram Hill, Nemanja Jovanovic, and there is the exaltation. There is the sign of joy from Nikita Nikishov after taking that race win. Charlie Neve, Noah Janssen, Rasmus Koskinen, Thomas Rudokas, Jimmy Kokalainen, Julian Kovacevic, Cameron Nelson will end up down in 14th at the end of it. After the push, well, actually, will drop down to 16th. Behind Raymond Bansal and Santiago Medina from India and Colombia, respectively. And unfortunately, after just a couple of laps, Boris Maximov pulled it into the pit lane, knew the damage was substantial, and could not take any further parts in the race. Santeri Laitinen from Force Racing Finland not starting. So the final junior Rotax race got underway here on Heats Day with drama unfolding. A turnaround for Boris Maximov sent the Dutchman backwards into the barriers, exit stage left, and that was his final race of the day. He was eliminated pretty much on the spot, and the body language tells the story. Great battling up and down the order, including with the likes of Alberto Kiko Fracassi and the 2-6-0 of Great Britain's Charlie Neve. Thomas Behrman got through after a great exchange with the Netherlands' Thijs van Wijk and would end up second. Some great battling here with the likes of Thomas Ingram Hill, who also gave a good account of himself and gave the others something to think about. And also with the opportunity of him getting through, and then also the likes of Kiko Fracassi from Italy also making their mark down the hill. Fracassi would then go on to slingshot past Noah Janssen into turn number 1. And then some great exchanges with the likes of Armand Hamilton making it nearly 3 wide, coming out of turn number 14 and getting the run on Serbia's Nemanja Jovanovic. Thijs van Wijk touching the back bumper, the back left of Thomas Ingram Hill, putting the Brit sideways. Jovanovic again showcasing prowess, getting 2 for the price of 1, getting past Ingram Hill and Hamilton into turn 12. But then more gesticularity, 3 wide on this particular moment, with Jovanovic in the centre and Hamilton threading the eye of the needle, finding enough room to pulling alongside the Serbian in the 211 and slingshotting past. But then there was also this kind of action we saw going through into turns 1 and 2, with Jovanovic mounting the curves, Ingram Hill going around the outside at turn 2 and managing to get through, but Nikita Nikishov shone for Spain on home soil, taking another heat victory today ahead of teammate at KR Sport, Thomas Behrman, with Thies van Wijk rounding out the top 3. Three more races to go. Next up is the third and final heat for DD2 and DD2 Masters. Enzo Boll, wave to the camera if you can hear me. Oh, no. Hopefully we might get some waves from some of the drivers here. Okay, right. Who's this we've got here? Jamie Smith, give us a wave to the camera, please. I don't think they're wanting to listen. I think he's in the zone too much. Chat's happening here. So there is Finchtiak, older brother of Yannick. We also got in the background Jules Cousin and Maxime Derix. So far, in both classes, it's been one driver respectively that has taken both race victories. In DD2, it's been the Czech Republic's Tereza Babičková. I'm just wondering if he was actually going to burst into some kind of dance moves there. Maxim, give the camera a wave if you can. Now, this is sportsmanship here between Laurent Seyfried and Maxime Derix. A lot of camaraderie in the paddock. So Tereza Babičková has been the winner in both of the DD2 races, even though we've amalgamated the classes for this weekend. But it's been Francis Nicolas Picot in the 5:17 that has been the one to watch in DD2 Masters. And a nice big smile behind the visor there from Portugal's Antonio Teixeira. In the 5:77, we are literally just a few seconds away from releasing the drivers from the dummy grid to get their final heat of the day underway. Let's take you through the starting grid for the third and final heat today for DD2 and DD2 Masters. She's been unstoppable so far. She starts again on pole position. Teresa Babičková will be on the front row. Gregorio Bertocco will rejoin her on the front row once again. Martin van Leeuwen has got to bring something special to the party for this third and final heat, as he will start on the inside of row 2. Joined by Latvia's Patrick Snols-Lokmelis. It's an all-Italian row number 3 with Leonardo Baccaglini and Michael Rossina. It's Belgium and France with Tom Bracken and Nicolas Picot on row 4, with Finland and the Netherlands on the rounding out the top 10. Axel Sarniala and Enzo Boll. It's Latvia and Great Britain, row 6, Emil Zachmans and Jamie Smith. Denmark and Germany, row 7, Sebastian Schul and Finn Stiak. Lithuania and France with Maxime Sechurko and Jules Cousin, with Germany and Belgium as Lawrence Eifried and Maxime Didix round out row 9. Row 10 completing the top 20, it's Belgium's Nicolas Guillaume and Denmark's Tino Egeskov. Lithuania and France represented on row 11, courtesy of Martina Stankiewicz and Kilian Gerhardt. Raul Vargas might not be taking the start after what happened in heat 2, and there'll be an empty spot alongside Christophe Capitan from France. Germany's Andreas Neumann, Spain's Daniel Carmona, France's Jonathan Wemore, Jere Kokalainen from Finland, Alejandro Barambillo, David Perel and Antonio Teixeira representing Spain, South Africa and Portugal bring up the rear of the field. So 10 minutes plus an additional lap where we will be finding out who will be at the top of the ranking after the heats post this race. Once everything has been confirmed and ratified, then it will decide the lineup for the pre-final tomorrow. Out of the final corner, into the tram lines. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are green, we are underway. Babičková leads the field, Van Leeuwen slots into second position, gets past Bertocco, going through into turn number 1 and 2. Baccaglini as right, it looks like. We have... I'm not too sure what happened there. We might have actually had a full... Yes, we have had a full start, folks. So we'll be resetting and starting things back off again. So we'll have a full restart. Red lights on the gantry. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out for the third and final heat for DD2. And DD2 Masters better start that time, as we find that Babičková will lead the field once again. And it's as you were, but Baccaglini has managed to get through into third position on the restart. Bertocco looks to have dropped down to 5th position. There's been a little bit of a touch and someone's gone a little bit wide going through in towards turns 5 and, well, turns 6 and 7. So someone went over the back bumper of somebody else. Front axle up in the air. As at the back of the field, David Perel's just done another fantastic outside overtake through turn 12. I think that might have been on Andreas Neumann, of all people, from Germany. So some good moves happening in the later stages of the heats. But Babičková is not quite getting away. Van Leeuwen has got her in the crosshairs. Van Leeuwen had a difficult second heat and now wants to make amends for it. So Raul Vargas, unfortunately, not starting this third and final heat. But Leonardo Baccaglini has got Belgium's Tom Braken not too far behind. They are under the same stable at Stampex Motorsports. Braken did a very, very good job in heat number 2. Not just him, but also Enzo Bol. Enzo Bol currently sitting down in 17th position. Maxime Drix makes a move up the order. He's sitting down in 20th, now 19th position. A flurry of DD2 and DD2 Masters drivers come across the line as we complete lap number 2 with 7 minutes and 47 on the clock, plus an additional lap remaining. Babičková has not been able to pull away like she did do in the previous 2 heats and win rather comfortably. Last year having competed in W Series and also the Formula Regional European Championship by Alpine, before having to recover from an injury. Returned by coming back to karting late last year. So one of the standout performers at the 2021 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals in Bahrain. And a send and a half from way back when. That was Axel Sarniala, of all people, now past Tom Braken through turn 16 to take 4th position from the young Belgian. Top 10 rounded out by leading DD2 Masters driver France's Nicolas Picaud, covered by 2.789 seconds. But I have noticed that Martinas Stankiewicz has made his way up to 15th position in this race so far. He's been running in the high 1-minute 2s, and right, we've got a kart upside down. Driver being attended to. And that is the kart of Lawrence Seyfried. Red flag stoppage has been called. Red flag stoppage has been called with 5 minutes and 57 seconds to go. So we have a red flag stoppage. We will have a delay. Just with regards to the incident that has happened off of turn number 6, medical crew is on site dealing with the driver as we speak. We will, for those wondering at home, we will keep you updated as to any further developments as they happen. Thank you.
vámonos. Venga, todos los puestos con carteles no y banderas amarillas.
No waving flags, stationary flags. Stationary, not waving.
Banderas fijas, no agitadas, banderas fijas y carteles. Coger la bandera por favor.
So after the red flag stoppage, we are back underway and we are under a current full course caution before the restart. So the drivers will be under one full course caution lap and then it will be a restart. We'll go back under green flag racing. So we have just under 5 minutes of the race time to go. Drivers now weaving from side to side. Of course, we'll give you any updates as soon as we know. Reference Lawrence Seyfried, who was taken off by the ambulance off the circuit to the local medical bay. But we will be getting back under green flag racing conditions. Single file restart, green flag in the air. We're back underway. And Teresa Babichkova had Martin van Leeuwen right with her, along with Leonardo Baccaglini, Axel Sarniala, Tom Bracken and Emils Akmans round out the top six as we go back under full green flag racing. So over the crest of the hill, green flags in the air, means that all the drivers can push at full racing speed. Babichkova and Pico have been the two drivers that have taken 2 victories apiece so far. It is very, very closely packed at the sharper end of the overall race as it stands at the moment. A little bit of a move up the inside. That more than likely will have been Sarliala on Baccaglini for third position, and that's the case. The Finn now up into P3, and it's getting a bit feisty behind. Akman's trying to look to get past Tom Bracken for P5. Gregorio Bertocco all the way down in 11th position. Move up the inside. That was from Emils Akmans on Tom Bracken through the exit of turn number 5. So the Latvian looking to push forward, as is his countryman behind, Patrick Snols-Lokmelis in the 4:18. Just under 3 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. And in terms of how things are standing in DD2 Masters at the moment, Nicola Picot currently P8. Second in the class, Martina Stankiewicz down in 15th. Jonathan Wimore is third in 21st, and David Perel in the 508 representing South Africa might be down in 23rd, but he's actually 4th in DD2 Masters in this race. Coming to the last 2.5 minutes, plus an additional lap of their heats. As they go up the hill once again, we're on lap number 8. Babichkova doing exactly what she needs to do to keep that lead, and has started to pull slightly away from Martijn van Looyen from the Netherlands. Last year's Winter Cup champion, also was one of the people that managed to get through into the Grand Finals and win the Grand Finals in Bahrain in the DD2 class. And he and also another driver, well, who was also a team boss, who is here this weekend, and I managed to catch up with him a bit earlier, actually at breakfast this morning. Morgan Riche qualified through for Bahrain through the Rotax Euro Golden Trophy at Karting Genk just 2 weeks before the Grand Finals in Bahrain, and both went on to win that year. Minute and a half remains on the clock, and it is still very, very close between the top 5. Just over 9/10 separate them. So the entire field all the way down to Antonio Teixeira, who was all smiles on the pre-grid earlier on. Still running 14.4 seconds after the red flag, and then the full course yellow before we went back under green flag racing. 14.4 seconds, and I think, if memory serves me correctly, Antonio Teixeira is the oldest driver in the field, 55 years young, and still wanting to battle in karting. 30 seconds on the timer remains, and there are some moves happening into turn number 16. There is some side-by-side action happening, but we go on to the penultimate lap. And now the 424 of Leonardo Baccaglini has Emil Ackmans up the inside and past. Through turn number 1, Tom Bracken right on the back bumper of his Italian teammate at SP Motorsports. As now the timer hits 0. One more lap to go after this. Babičková has a 0.3 of a second advantage over Van Leeuwen, who's got Saniala for very, very close company indeed. And now out of turn 11, through into the left-hand hairpin at turn 12. So Saniala will have an opportunity, maybe to get through as Lokmelis gets through on Bracken. And there goes Picot up the inside of the young Belgian through turn 13 and 14. Time has hit 0. One more lap remains, 1.58 kilometres for DD2 and DD2 Masters here on Heat Day. Babičková powers out of the final corner. And there is Saniala in front of Van Leeuwen. Now up into P2 goes the 20-year-old from Finland. The final lap board is out. Picot is looked to set it, make it 3 for 3. So is Babičková. Down the hill for the final time. 4:06. The Teps Racing team having done a very, very good job. But it is getting ever closer. Saniala is increasing his pace in the latter stages to try and close in on Babičková, but it's going to be too little, too late. She's got an 8-kart length advantage into turn 16 for the final time. Turn 17. Now out of the final corner, it is the clean sweep. Babičková does it, and wait for it, because Picot is going to do the same as well in DD2 Masters, taking 7th overall. So Teresa Babičková, pole position in time qualifying yesterday afternoon, and does the clean sweep on Heat Day. By 0.336 of a second, she beats Axel Saniala, who had to fight his way to second, let's not forget. Ahead of Martin Van Leeuwen, Emils Ackmans, Leonardo Baccaglini round out the top 5. Ahead of Patrick Knowles, Lokmelis. Nicolas Picot makes it 3 for 3 as well in DD2 Masters, finishing 7th overall, ahead of Tom Bracken, Michael Rossina, Maxim Sachurko, Gregorio Bertocco, Enzo Bol, Sebastian Schuh, Maxim Dirix. Martina Stankiewicz takes 2nd in DD2 Masters, placing 15th overall. Kilian Gerhardt, Finch Diak, Jamie Smith, Jules Cousin. A better run for Nicolas Guillaume in 20th for the Shaper Racing driver from Belgium. Tino Egeskov, Jonathan Wimmer rounds out the top 3 in DD2 Masters in 22nd, ahead of Daniel Carmona. Christophe Capita and David Perel round out the top 25, the latter two 4th and 5th respectively in DD2 Masters. Alejandro Barambillo, Jere Kokalainen, Andreas Neumann, Antonio Teixeira rounding out the 29 strong. It was all smiles and handshakes here in the final heat for DD2 and DD2 Masters, with smiles and laughter. The lights went out, the drivers got on the throttle very, very hard indeed, heading into turn number 1. Babičková again showcased why she has been at the front. But a red flag with an incident involving Lawrence Seyfried with 5 minutes 57 still to go on the timer meant a lengthy red flag stoppage. However, after one full course yellow, we were back under green flag conditions, and Babičková had the measure of the rest of the field, including those like Van Leuven, who did get pipped in the latter stages. Some great moves by the likes of Emil Zachmans, as Teresa Babičková took the checkered. Nicolas Pichot also took a victory, 3 in a row for the pair in DD2 and DD2 Masters, respectively.
Driver number 216 bus entrance. That's Olivia Yonkers bus entrance. Report to the race office immediately. Thank you.
I have a Focus Magnifique.
So now we quickly get going with our penultimate race of Heats Day. It is going to be race number 21, Senior Rotax Heat 9, A versus B. So let's take a look at the starting order for this race, and here is your grid. So Kai Hunter will line up on pole position, and you'll have, along with him, here is the rundown of the grid of those that will be driving. So no Eliska Babičková, but we will have Miska Kaskinen, Archie Walker, Kai Hillertz, Laurent Legault, Ethan Jeff Hall, Janis Diak, Jaren Schultz, Tommy van der Stoys, Matthias Durlo, Archie Buttle, Ollie Stevens, Lotus Tveen, Andrea Kostic, Elia Papacena, Henry Beaumont, Hugo Latorre Vega, Camille McFarlane, Arthur Robin, Lucas Bernot, Er Harun, Brandon Klein-Nagelvort. Then we got Baptiste Schneider, Henki Kalteren, Shiraishi Itsumo, Jason Krajewski, Tonis Johannes Domingas, Leandre Carvalho, Matteo Pianizola, Simsep, and Gustavs Yusakovs. So we'll have 31 drivers competing in this race. So far, the heat winners have been as follows. Heat 1, Korbach. Heat 2, Austin Lee. Heat 3, Lewis Gilbert. Matthew Higgins, Heat 4. Kai Hunter won both Heats 5 and 7. And Gilbert won Heat 6, and Kovac won heat number 8. 2 more to go. And then we can have a respite, recharge our batteries, and get ready for tomorrow. And I have to say a very, very big hello to Ragnar Vidas. As we go into the tram lines, revs rise, lights are out, we are racing. And a good start once again by the pairing of Hunter and Kaskinen. And there has been a drama in turn number 1. There looks to have been a multi-cart incident. Several drivers, I think, might have got caught out. There were 3 wide, and I think I saw a front bumper go up into the air as the front axle was lifted. So very, very difficult to see how many drivers might have been affected as a result of that incident. But at the moment, at the front of the field, it is Kai Hunter, Miska Kaskinen, Kai Gilletz, Ethan Jeff Hall and Archie Walker that round out the top 5 as things stand. As they head their way down to turn number 3. Oh, and one of them is Ollie Stevens, is out of the race, unfortunately. The Brit from Dan Holland Racing. The kart bearing the scars of battle, I'm afraid. And now Archie Walker has got himself up into 4th place as Ethan Jeff Hall tries to retake the position. He's looking up the inside. Oh, and there's dramas. Dramas there, and that is, of all people, Yannick Stiak. I think he just took a look at the right rear of the kart. He just instantly pulled to the right-hand side. So Ollie Stevens out. Yanis Diak out, and that was quite a surprise to me. Well, they do say that the script has been thrown upside down and on its head. Now, as a result, Andrea Kostic has just got past Canada's Laurent Ligaud in the 3:23. That is for position. And that is effectively now 7th place due to the sudden dramatic retirement of Yanis Diak. But there's a 3-way battle over 3rd place. Kai Gilletz was occupying that. Now it's Ethan Jeff Hall. Walker looking to pull alongside. Gilletz moving over to the right, but Walker gets through and takes 4th position from the Belgian. A little bit further back, Lotus Tveen going side by side with Laurent Ligaud from Canada. So Lotus Tveen at one point was running with Dams Racing, now with Robert Schlunton at RS Competition. 7.5 minutes still to go. And, well, Janin Schultz hasn't made a further, hasn't got any, well, has made it through sectors 1 and 2, and now 3. So it looks like that Jarin Schultz is the last of the 29 drivers that are still circulating. But Jarin Schultz, who would have started P9, and that's probably where all the drama happened. There's more tussling a little bit further back past of the top 15 positions on the field. Black and white flag for the 3:04. That is Elia Papacena from Italy, now currently in 14th position. Gustav Zusarkovs must be counting his lucky stars right now, because the Latvian based out of Larkfield for Hunter Motorsport in the 359 finds himself in 16th position. Six minutes still to go of this 10-minute plus an additional lap race. So Ollie Stevens out on the spot on the opening lap. Janis Diak retiring on lap 2. Donis Johannes Dominguez gets past Jason Krajewski from Germany in the 3:07 to take 24th place. No change in the top 10, nor the top 12, but Tommy van der Stroys has managed to get past on Lucas Pernos. So van der Stroys might have also been compromised, as there has been a change for position, because Miska Kaskinen has lost out to Ethan Jeff Hall for second place. Archie Walker is going to be right with the back bumper of the 385 from Finland very, very shortly. And there is a kart pulling to the left-hand side of the circuit. That is probably Jan Schultz, keeping it out of harm's way, as Walker now looks for the move through turn 13, and so does Rilets. Rilets did see a little glimpse of an opportunity, but then had to back out of it, did the best thing there, and looks to tee it up coming out of the final corner, because he's now sweeping a little bit wider, then cutting back in, and gets the switch around going through out of turn number 18, and now pulls alongside Kaskinen. Up through into fourth goes Rilets. And now with them is Mattis Turlo, who's been there or thereabouts at some point during any of the heats that he has competed in over the course of today. It looks like, well, Jan Schultz has crossed the line, but a considerable rate slower than everybody else out on the circuit. Archie Walker has got the fastest lap in his pocket after what was 4 laps, 1 minute 3.258. That last lap, he was slower than both Hunter and Jeff Hall. After the completion of lap number 5, as there's a send and a half from Rilets up the inside of Walker, going through turn 16, but Walker keeps the inside line for 17. Rilets again doing a textbook of exactly what he did to Kaskinen just a lap ago. He's going to get the inside run on the 391 from KR Sport and goes back up into third place. Lotus 3 now rounds out the top 10. Henki Kaltunen, Lucas Pernos and Shiraishi Itsumo have made their way. Those 3 drivers round out the top 20. Jason Krajewski gets past Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort from the United Kingdom for 23rd position. Elia Papasena now up into 13th, past Henry Beaumont from the UK. Coming down towards the final 2 and 3/4 minutes as things stand right now. But it is a battle between Kai Hunter and Ethan Jeff Hall. 395 versus 397. And there is an attempt for the move for the lead, and well, Ethan Jeff Hall decided, I'm going to plant the kart there. Kai Hunter had to react accordingly. There was you know what, plenty of room given. I have to admit, it's a good solid exchange between the pair. But now with 2 minutes to go, Hunter will want to pick up another win. So with 1 minute and 45 still to go on the timer, Hunter is now sizing up Jeff Hall. Out of the final corner, he's pulled to the far left as Hunter, so is Jeff Hall, to anticipate Hunter's manoeuvres. And Archie Walker now is with Kai Rilets. So battle for the race lead, battle for third place. Then Miska Kaskinen has got the freight train behind him, as all and sundry trying to battle the Finn in the 385 for 5th position. coming down to the final 50 seconds of this race. And it's been a very, very steep learning curve for one particular young man who is currently leading the race. But we go on to our penultimate lap. Lap 10 out of 11 underway. Hunter chasing down Jeff Hall. 0.23 of a second separates the pair at the front. Helix has started to pull away from Archie Walker. The gap between them after the previous lap was 3.5 tenths of a second. And with that, Helix set the fastest lap of the race. 1 minute 3.209. Time has expired. One more lap to go. Jeff Hall holding on to the lead. But even with the heat where Hunter came together with Lewis Gilbert, even with this strong finish, it might put him at the sharper end of the classification. But there is going to be 1.58 kilometres of racing still to go after the 18th and final corner, of which both Ethan Jeff Hall and Kai Hunter now negotiate. And now they're trying to go side by side. Hunter switches to the outside. Ethan Jeff Hall defends. Relitz is now closing. Up the hill they go, through into 4. Hunter sweeps wide in towards 5, now into the right-hander at 6, before they start building the speed and momentum. Relitz is now very, very menacingly behind them as they go down the hill for the 11th and final time. Hard on the brakes, turn the kart in. Relitz is there or thereabouts. And he's with Hunter. So this could be a three-way dash to the finish very shortly. Out of turn 14, they go. Now through the slight kink into 15. Hunter's looking, he's going to sweep into the outside. That's opened the door for Relitz. They go side by side through turn 16, now into 17. Can Hunter get the run on Jeff Hall, or will Relitz have a chance to strike? We now find out, and Jeff Hall holds on by 0.123 of a second. Relitz makes it the top 3, covered by 0.268 after 11 laps. Archie Walker, Miska Kaskinen round out the top 5 after 11 laps, covered by 1.7 seconds. Mathis Turlo, Andrea Kostic, Arthur Robin, Lotus Tveen and Camille McFarlane round out the top 10. Great to see the two at the bottom there, really giving the guys something to think about. So well done to Lotus, well done to Camille on that particular occasion. Hugo Latour and Laurent Legault ran out the top 12, ahead of Tommy van der Stroys. Gustav Zusakovs started on the back row of the grid, finished 14th provisionally. Elia Papacena, Henry Beaumont, Lucas Bernard, Henki Kalteren, Baptiste Schneider, Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort. And then we've also got Tonis Johannes Tumingas, Shiraishi Itsumo in 22nd, Archie Buttle, Jason Krajewski, Er Harun, Leandre Carvalho and Sim Sepp being the last of the 27 finishers. Unfortunately, lap 7, Matteo Pianizzolo was out, so was Janin Schultz on lap 5. Janis Stiak pulling to the side immediately on lap 1 through turn 2, with Ollie Stevens eliminated after the first lap incident. So, the penultimate senior Rotax race of Heat Stay got underway as the drivers were primed and ready for battle here at the 1.58 kilometre circuit. The lights went out and Julie, we went into battle. And once again, the tactic of Hunter and Kaskinen at the front of the field. But there was the moment where we found that Ollie Stevens would end up being turned around and off and out. And also with that, I think maybe there was another kart involved that was high, wide and handsome onto the grassy bank above the dust and the gravel. And then Ethan Jeff Hall stormed his way through. There was a piece coming off of the kart of Janis Stiak, which might have been the kart that went over the dust. And then some moves by the likes of Andrea Kostic on Laurent Legault from Canada. Archie Walker and Kai Rilets went side by side with the 391 from KR Sport making his way through. But then this move here was when Ethan Jeff Hall managed to get through on Miska Kaskinen. But then it would be a further overtake a little bit later on, as Kaskinen would have to battle with the likes of Rilets and Walker, with Rilets having to back out of the move coming out of turn number 14. Rilets would then get past Walker on the run down to turn number 1 after the long start-finish straight. But then this move here was what decided it all, as Ethan Jeff Hall took the race by the scruff of the neck and controlled it right up until the checkered flag. Despite the best efforts of Kai Hunter, with Kai Rilets making it 3 drivers separated by just over a quarter of a second after 11 laps, with Ethan Jeff Hall taking his first victory in Europe as a senior road tax driver. So it's the final race of Heat Day for the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Winter Cup. Let's take you through the starting order for our final race of the day. Race 22, Senior Rotax Heat 10, Groups C versus E. And there is an opportunity for one driver to possibly get a third race victory and go into tomorrow with a cloud filled of confidence. But here's the grid. Matthew Higgins and Lewis Gilbert on the front row. Austin Lee and Debian Rust on row 2. Petra Babichkova and Colin Vashti, row 3. Dion van Verven and Vic Stevens, row 4. Tobias Clausen and Alberto Hurtado complete the top 10. Then it's Nevio Fischer, Jens Christensen, Alejandro Samaniego, Jort van Wijk, Jules Roussel, Mohamed Wally from Q8, Sverre Ubben, Jamie Perrelli, Angus Scrivener, Kamal Murad, rounding out the top 20. Niki Gauci, Andrei Petrovic, Laurie Lecrie, Karl Korenik, Linnea Richard, Tom Bilou, Tom Vuou, Christian Koenig, Zino Falke, and Atte Virta. That is your 30 strong senior Rotax drivers. Now, there is a possibility we could have multiple drivers, and by that I mean we could have possibly 4 drivers that will have picked up 2 victories. However, there is another equation that could be entered. The fact that one driver out of all the drivers that are here this weekend, 76 of them could be on 3 wins. So Higgins on pole, Gilbert alongside. Here we go, race 22, last senior Rotax Heat of the day. Revs rise, are we ready? We are underway. Good start as they get through into turn number 1. And Lewis Gilbert manages to keep it pinned round the outside. As up the hill they go for the opening time. Matthew Higgins did keep that lead going into turn 1. Gilbert kept it pinned to the outside to stay out of harm's way, and that's exactly what worked for him. We have had a little bit of a drama going up the hill towards turns 4 and 5. One driver straggling behind the rest. Some more overtaking happening, coming through into turns 10 and 11. But now it is game on. Lewis Gilbert has won 2. Austin Lee has won 1 race, 1 heat. So has Matthew Higgins. So when you look at it, Zsombor Kovac, Lewis Gilbert and Kai Hunter have all won 2 races apiece, as there was an exchange for 3rd place, and through went Devian Rost, and Austin Lee got the shock of his life coming through turn 17, and then all of a sudden, well, Austin Lee, there was a bit of a shake of the head from the 372 from Germany. But now Petra Babičková looks to have gotten up the order and will now be in 4th place. So I'm just going to keep an eye out for where Austin Lee is at the moment. Well, he's behind Hurtado from Spain. As a little bit of a move going through, that was Tobias Clausen, I believe, on, well, that might have been on Dion van Verven from the Netherlands. And van Verven strikes back. And there was also Vic Stevens getting involved as well. So the 369 managing to get through. And now it's a bit of a dogfight happening right now. Austin Lee stuck in the middle of it all, but he's going to try and get through, and he does on Tobias Clausen. Goes back up to 9th. There's the number 372, based out of Weisendorf. 7 minutes and 30 seconds still remain on the clock. And Matthew Higgins is only 3/10 ahead of Lewis Gilbert. Let me repeat that. 3/10 ahead. It's all about strategy. There's still 7 1/4 minutes of this race to go, folks. Plus 1 lap. Now Devin Rost is entering the fray. He's not had a race win today either. Several drivers are chomping at the bit to get the opportunity, as Austin Lee looks to have maybe possibly made up another position. Well, is staying ahead of Tobias Clausen, but the top 3 were 5.5 tenths apart. As the field makes its way through the mid part of the first sector. Whereas the leaders now making their way through turns 10 and 11. Mohamed Wali and Tom Vouahou have got past Laurie Legris from France, now placing 21st and 22nd. Jamie Perrelli up to 17th, Sverre Ubben up to 18th. Alejandro Samaniego now up into 15th. The Paraguayan driver, 16 years of age, based out of Luque, behind Belgrade's very own Well, there has been a... Well, I mean, the thing is, that would be behind Andrej Petrovic, but as I say that, Samaniego now in 23rd, so the Paraguayan driver having a very, very big learning lesson here at Karting Campillos. You can come to the Winter Cup, but be expected to fight hard. Now there has been a change, because Devian Rost is ahead of Lewis Gilbert. As we head into the final 5 minutes, plus an additional lap. The windmills turning, their fan blades in the background as the sunlight starts to lower. The light starting to fade, but not to the point where the drivers are having to worry about peripheral vision, because it's still clear as day for them to compete over the next 4.5 minutes, plus an additional lap. So some drivers, if they've really pulled the pin on the grenade early doors to get a couple of wins under their belt, sometimes damage limitation is very, very crucial right now. Because with the limited amount of scan tyres that you have over a Euro Trophy weekend, which is normally 2 sets of slick tyres, you will mitigate when you decide to use them. And considering the fact that in every single class there is a entry for their respective seasons of the 2023 Euro Trophy season, right, change for the lead. Devian Rost from the Netherlands now leads Matthew Higgins, Lewis Gilbert and Petra Babičková. Now the move from Higgins sets the tone for what we are about to witness. Devian Rost up the inside. Gilbert tries to get through. He gets passed by Babičková. Oh, well, hang on a minute. Gilbert round the outside of Babičková through turn 7. The race begins now. This is what it's going to come down to. Is Matthew Higgins going to take a second heat win? Is Devian Rost going to take her first? Will that be the same for Petra Babičková? Or will it be the 329, the Pride of Scotland, that will pick up a third one? Well, Gilbert's going to go for it. He's not wanting to hang around anymore. But Devian Rost is still ahead of the 329 as they go into turn 16. Now they've got company. Now they've got a KR Sport driver right with them. And this now means the powder keg has been lit. It's Colin Vashni. Vashni has joined the party, and now the floodgates are going to open. Vic Stevens has now rejoined. Austin Lee in 7th position. This is a 7-kart fight that could decide the final senior road tax heat of the day. And Higgins has, when he got that move done on Devian Rost going through into turns 1 and 2, he sent it like he meant it. But even with 2 minutes to go, don't count anybody out. Austin Lee has just gone up the inside through turn 12 on Vic Stevens. But there is still time to go. You wait until the very last moment. Higgins will get the signal saying you're ahead. You won't be ahead by much. Much is 4.5 tenths of a second. As now Gilbert trying to pull away from Babičková and in turn try and catch up to Devian Rost. There's 1 minute and 20 seconds. We are now on our second to last lap. Lap number 9 out of 11. 1 minute 10 on the timer. Plus a lap still to go. I have seen it where drivers have decided to be a bit brazen, be a bit brave, and throw one up the inside into turn 16. We've seen that earlier today. But sometimes discretion is the better part of valour. You've got to pick your spot, pick your opportunity. And Gilbert will want to stay in the top 3, will not want Babičková to pass. 35 seconds. And Babičková goes for the move, and up the inside she goes of Lewis Gilbert. Gilbert now down to 4th. Vajny is there. Now here comes Austin Lee. On to the penultimate lap of Heat Stay we go. Matthew Higgins from Trafalgar in Wales now leads what could be eventually his second race victory today, as Vic Stevens goes up the inside of Austin Lee through into turn number 7 and has made the move stick. Timer has expired, ladies and gentlemen, and we go on to what will be our final lap of Heat Stay. Lap 10, almost complete. Lap 11, 1.58 kilometres of racing to conclude today, about to start. So far today, Zsombor Kovács has won 2 heats. Lewis Gilbert has won 2 heats. So has Kai Hunter. Austin Lee has won 1. So is Ethan Jeff Hall just a few moments ago. But on to the final lap, the lead for Matthew Higgins was 0.3 of a second, as it's getting a bit feisty in the battle for 3rd place, which is currently being led by Petra Babičková from the Czech Republic. Down the hill for the final time, lap number 11. Devian Rost is in striking distance range. He will have maybe one opportunity at best. If he doesn't send it through turn 16, he'll try in the final 2 corners. But Higgins will have to anticipate when Devian Rost decides to do that, because the 345 went wide to sweep in through into turn 16. But it's not enough. Matthew Higgins becomes another 2-time heat winner today at Circuito Karting Campillos in Senior Rotax. So let me break it down for you, folks. Zsombor Kovács won heats 1 and 8. Lewis Gilbert, heats 3 and 6. Kai Hunter, heats 5 and 7. And now Matthew Higgins wins heat 4 and heat 10, and wins it by just over 0.1 of a second. Devian Rost in second place. Petra Babičková in 3rd. Lewis Gilbert, Colin Vajny round out your top 5 positions in that one. Vic Stevens finished 6th ahead of Austin Lee. Tobias Clausen, Jules Roussel, Dion van Werven, Nevio Fischer, Angus Scrivener, Alberto Hurtado, Sverre Ubben, Andrei Petrovic, Jamie Perrelli, Jort van Wyk, Tom Vuau, Tom Bilou, Kamal Mrad from Australia, rounding out the top 20. Jens Christiansen, Kao Korenik, Alejandro Samaniego from Paraguay, Zino Falca, Lilian Richard, Ate Virta, Kuwait's Mohamed Wali rounding out the top 27 ahead of Laurie Lecrie, Niki Gauci from Malta, and from Switzerland, Christian Koenig. So Heat Stay came to its inevitable conclusion with the 10th and final Senior Rotax race, concluding a very, very lengthy day here in Andalusia for all concerned. When the lights went out, Matthew Higgins got the textbook start and managed to better the rest, as Austin Lee would wrestle with the likes of Lewis Gilbert going into turn number 1. But the Scotsman, despite having a little tap on the right-hand side, would end up managing to get through. Then Dion van Werven decided to join the party and went side by side with Austin Lee, heading down the long start-finish straight and going into turn number 1. Petra Babičková again using turn 5 to her advantage, and so did, at one point or another, Poland's Colin Vajny. Also with that, Tobias Clausen is going to be one to watch this season, as the 390 from Denmark managing to get through on Dion van Werven, as they were embroiled in a battle with Austin Lee, amongst others, including Spain's Alberto Hurtado. But it was a bit of a stalemate until this moment here when Devian Ross decided to fire it up the inside of Lewis Gilbert through turn 5, with the Scotsman trying to counter-attack through turn 6, but to no avail. As the race wore on, it was a battle between Higgins and Devian Ross from the Netherlands, but this move here from the man from Trafalgar in Wales meant that the 375 would then go on to eventually take the race win, despite the best efforts of the likes of Petra Babičková and Lewis Gilbert, with them all being 2x2, side-by-side hurrah up the hill towards turns 7 and 8. Also, some other great overtaking from Austin Lee, again showcasing how quickly he's made the adaptation to senior Rotax, passing Vic Stevens. But the end of it all, the end of the day, Matthew Higgins became one of 4 drivers in senior Rotax to win 2 of our 10 heats here in Campillos. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very, very much for watching our official live stream here on the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy YouTube channel. I have to say a few thank yous. A big thank you to the medical crew, the marshalling crew here at the circuit, the team behind the scenes here at Karting Campillos, everyone involved behind the scenes to make this event run smoothly, the cooperation of the circuit with Martin Roivers and his team, and also all the teams, all the drivers, mechanics, and everyone that is here. A big thank you to you all for today. But tomorrow morning, ladies and gentlemen, we will go into battle for finals day tomorrow morning. Just a little bit of an announcement with regards to the amended running for tomorrow. There will be no junior Rotax second chance heat. So the racing action gets underway at 10:40 tomorrow morning, where we'll have 36 drivers battling for the final 6 positions for the pre-final stages of the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Winter Cup. And then the pre-finals get underway with Minimax up first at 11:20. Stay tuned to our official social media channels, where we will divulge the official results of the ranking after the heats here today. Until tomorrow, sleep well, see you bright and early in the morning.